some bad ideas and I can't take them back. I've been down so low, gave me a heart attack. I hope I don't outgrow this phase of burning fast. Never give up, never let go, fade away. Isn't it obvious my love for this life? Giving me such a rush and making me high. How free is your mind? Are your eyes wide open? If you feel like you're falling behind, come along, we're going. How far do you wanna go? How far do you wanna go? How far do you wanna go? I wanna be the star of my own fantasies. Don't want somebody else taking the place of me. I'll always be the girl born from a tragedy. I'll never give up, never let go, fade away. Isn't it obvious my love for this life? Giving me such a rush and making me high. How free is your mind? Are your eyes wide open? If you feel like you're falling behind, come along, we're going. How far do you wanna go? How far do you wanna go? How far do you wanna go? How free is your mind? Are your eyes wide open? If you feel like you're falling behind, come along, we're going. How free is your mind? Are your eyes wide open? If you feel like you're falling behind, come along, we're going. How far do you wanna go? 'cause I need a remedy. Desire's my disease, always seems to follow me. I don't wanna bear this weight, I don't wanna seal my fate. Oh no, oh no. Too much is never enough, no, it's never enough for me. Oh no. It keeps breathing me alive, it's the only thing I need to survive. I'm crawling through the night, just begun to fight. I'm blinded by the glare tonight. Too much is never enough, no, it's never enough for me. Oh no. Too much is never enough, no, it's never enough for me. Oh no. It's close enough to touch, 'cause too much is never enough. Oh no. It keeps breathing me alive, it's the only thing I need to survive.
Happy Sabbath, everyone. I hope all of you are well. God bless you all who are part of my kindred people. For everyone else, you're on your own. Anyhow, another pop-up stream because I didn't know that I was going to be able to make it home to do this. So very thankful that I was, but wasn't expecting it. So, let me get all this sorted real quick. Apologize for the wait. And let me get this guy down. I don't need him either. All right. I hope all of you are well. And to be honest, I hope even the non-whites are well, who are in their own countries. So for any non-whites who end up listening in on this all-whites Sabbath stream, I hope you all in your countries are well as well. And for all the nons that might listen in who are in a white country where they're not supposed to be, well, I wish you well once you're back in your own kind's country. But for all of us who are where we belong tonight, happy Sabbath. And wow, what a week, huh? Let's I apologize that I don't have some clips to run this week, but everyone has watched the same exact clips all week long. And I know y'all have. I know you've watched every Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, freaking Trump lashing out at the reporter. You've seen, and every one of your favorite content creators has played that clip. Like every video, like you would think some of the big creators, they surely watch the other big creators or at least see their headline. And they'd be able to see like, okay, 5 or 6 other creators are running the whole clips, you know, Bongino, Trump. What do? Same thing, the whole clip. So I knew there was no point in doing that. And I was going to apologize. Hold on. Trying to get my throat clear a little bit. Okay. I was, and so my plan was if I could have made it home much sooner today, I was hoping to just have some things on the internet that folks haven't seen that I was going to show, see what you guys and gals think. And that was the plan. But I knew there was only a 50-50 shot of me making it home in time. And sure enough, didn't get home in time. And I only just got this started. And admittedly, I started late by like 5 minutes or something at least. And so as a white person, I would have failed on my punctuality on this one. But I do try to be punctual every time because I have, clicked on streamers and waited far beyond the time they said they were going to start, where I would just leave a tab open and wait on it. But anyhow, because I'd say all that to say because I couldn't get home in a decent amount of time, I didn't have any time at all to sit and contemplate the layout of how, which things we should talk about first, right? And I'm super curious for anyone. This is even for you folks who listen in after the stream. If you hear something you don't like or do like, or you have a take that I don't know about or haven't mentioned or whatever, put it in the chat, or if you listen after the fact, put it in the comments, and I'll address you, whether it's you're against me or for it or whatever. If you have info for me, I'm I'm going to try to get back to interacting with folks who chime in. I may get started on it and be behind the chat when I get going with it in real time, but I will, catch up with it. I'll address people. But since it's an all white stream, I'm only going to be addressing people who are obviously white based on their comments, pro-white comments. It's got to be white positivity. And, if you do disagree with me and you're white, I will still address you. But it's got to be obvious to me based on your name and your style of writing that you're white. Otherwise, I have to disregard you for tonight, because tonight is White History Night, or White History Day, if you will, number whichever week this is of the year. Some folks go by September 1st. Some folks go by January 1st. Some folks go by another date. And then, of course, there are plenty of other old school sect of our people who went by other dates as well. But for the modern whitey, January 1st, September 1st, whichever one you do, figure out what the number of this week is, and that is White History Day number whichever week it is. All right, I'm checking to see if this thing is up. Hopefully it's not too high. I'll check it in a little bit. Or if it ends up being too high, someone let me know. I'm just trying to creep it back a little bit so it's just there. You don't have to be interrupting me, All right. Well. I guess I'll figure it out myself, because I don't expect anybody to be here. It's Sabbath, and so a lot of people are out and doing their thing, and so I don't necessarily expect anybody to be home right now, which is fine. Do what you must do, but just remember, that's the first word, remember, that it's Sabbath. And then everything else will, as long as you keep that in your heart and in your mind, everything else will fall into place. Hopefully. So, let's begin. I guess I'm going to pick the Trump Epstein thing. I don't want to. I would rather pick one of the other things going wrong right now. But since all the Shecklers, YouTubers have been showing the same clips over and over and over again, they don't have exactly the takes that I have about a couple of things. Namely, let me hold on one second. I got to pull it up. I wasn't ready, so Epstein. Trying to pull it up real quick. Let's go images, see if we can see it. Okay, that's not it. Dadgummit. I was trying to find the stand by. I haven't forgot about you. Trying to find the White House statement. I don't see it anywhere. I even just asked AI for it, and it's giving me like a bunch of other crap instead of that. All right. Anyway, the thing I wanted to comment on that and say a few things that nobody said is the statement the White House put out about, or Department of Justice, or Pam Bondi's office, whoever it was, the FBI, whoever it was that put out the statement about closing the case of Epstein, where they report that they did not uncover any wrongdoing or any whatever they followed that with. But the important thing isn't what they said after that part. The important thing is what they said right there. They said, we did not uncover any so-and-so, meaning a baddie thing. Like, we did not uncover any evidence of him blackmailing powerful people, right? But we did not uncover means they covered it up, right? No one has said that anywhere on the internet. I don't care who you watch. You could watch Asmongold, or you could watch, the Quartering, or any of those people who've been just immediately playing the clips and the whole thing. And it's not just those two guys. There are, like 50 top YouTubers that have all been doing that. And probably thousands and thousands of others who are not as big as them, who are still 100 times bigger than me, but a flea compared to those, and then they also all have the clips posted. So, let's just mow over that a little bit. So, if you read that statement, all right, I can't find it right now. I'm looking for it. It's not coming up. But if you read that statement again, just on your own, pull it up on your screen and review it. And notice that is what they said. They said, we did not uncover. It's like in the middle of the paragraph, right? First they said something else, and then they did the we did not cover sentence. And not only does that mean they left it covered, it doesn't mean they covered something up. But saying that you did not uncover something means it was covered up and you left it that way, right? It was covered. Like if you walk up to your neighbor's lawnmower, and it's going to rain and he's out of town and he keeps a tarp over it, all right? It's covered. Now, if you walk up and you see it's covered and you do not uncover it, that means you left it covered. It was already covered. So if something isn't covered, there's no need to not uncover it, right? So that means there was something there covered, and they did not uncover it. So that means they're telling you we left the situation covered. And no one has mentioned that anywhere on the internet, and that literally is what they're telling you in their own, to the normie who hears me say this. They'll be like, man, you're reaching, or it might not even make sense to them. But to a person who fully understands their, duping delight is what we used to call it back in the day. It's really it's one of the prongs of the humiliation ritual. And duping delight is one of those. And so they'll make little comments like that as their official statement, all serious, straight-faced, and that statement will be whatever it is. It will be telling you in a different sort of wording. It'll basically be giving you notice that they're pulling your leg. And it might not be that they're saying a statement like we're pulling your leg. It might be like what we're telling you is clearly not true, which is like what just happened with Epstein. But they will have some kind of statement, right? It'll be something like, I don't even want to try to come up with something, but it'll just be some clever way to basically admit to you. And that's also another thing people don't know, which is Jewish legalism. That's called giving you conspicuous notice. In other words, it's being put right in your face, right in front of your face. If you don't notice it, in their world, they consider it your fault that you didn't notice. And that's why they tell you the truth sometimes in comedy shows back in the day and in movies, because the idea was that was all fiction, but they would hint little things that they plan in the future to do to you in those movies. And some people, baby truthers, are duped into thinking that all that stuff was prophetic, right? Or pre-programming, as they used to call it, 10 years ago. But really all that is, and pre-programming is honestly more accurate anyway than prophetic, because really it's that they already have all these plans, and then they would just hint it in movies or in comedy and things like that. They'd use some comedian to tell one statement. In his whole skit, he would say one statement that was the truth. And it was in everyone's face, and everyone would just roar with laughter, because truth is what's actually funny. That's how comics can be funny most often. I mean, some comics can get away with lying or bullshitting or making up foul crap about other people and come up with funny things to say. But on the whole, I would say 80+% of comedy is funny because it's true. Knowing that, they will use comedy, they'll use movies, and when they tell you some truth in no sort of particular wording, you are expected to figure that out on your own, that they were admitting to you right there something super obvious. And if you can't figure that out, that they were telling you the truth in their weird-ass world, not ours, in their practices that they do, that is your fault. You should have been able to figure out, you should have had good enough discernment to determine that, or deduce immediately that, oh, they're basically telling me right in my face, that they either, whatever, diddle kids or steal our money or did 9/11 or whatever it is, that they want to tell you right in your face. They're expecting you to be able to say that to yourself, catch what they said, and your JDAR go off, and then you tell yourself, so they just admitted right there, right in our face, they're laughing at us. And that's part of the humiliation ritual. And they don't care if you don't ever figure it out, because then you're really doomed, because you keep following along with all their BS, repeating all of their stories, like all of our cucked whites who repeat all these lies about the Germans from the 30s, that they were meth heads and Adolf had one ball and all this dumb shit that was stupid. It's all Jewish lies, as usual. And so these same, even normies or people who think they're actual truthers, like really kind of get into truthing they think, and they go down these wrong avenues and be misled by these, are the enemies, basically, for lack of a better term. And so, okay. Knowing all of that, we now have the Epstein thing, all right? So I was saying all that to eventually get to this, that what Trump did and with them saying they didn't uncover, a normie isn't going to figure that out, right? And even if they do, let's say it's somebody who's based and does figure it out, the humiliation ritual is ha ha F you. So they're saying ha ha F you to you, whether you're a normie and don't comprehend it, which is hilarious to them, or if you do comprehend it, you're a based white person, you can't do anything about it, otherwise even white people come down on you with shame. And so then you are, that is like your position, is you're faced with this rock and a hard place. You've got the them laughing and enjoying being able to dupe us, and then you've got our own team who can't understand it. And even if they do, there's no real way yet, I just say yet, for all white people to collectivize, And once they do, though, things will change. But until then, you're stuck between these two, crappy scenarios, both happening at the same time. And the thing they just did to basically the step one of this statement was that we did not uncover part of the sentence. All right. So that's my first point. Point number 2, I'll move on. Point number 2 is also in that statement. At the end of the statement, they mention of third parties, right? And before they say that statement, they have a straw man argument where they're like trying to protect the victims, right? When no one, and other people on the internet have already said this, but of course all of us were saying this immediately in our heads when they were like, and we will not show child porn, we will not release child porn, and we're going to protect the victims. It's like, first of all, the victims are either dead, which lots of thousands of them are, definitely, because they were murdered and whatever afterward. But the ones that are alive, so the dead ones, what does that even matter, right? They're not minors. They're dead. They can be spoke about now. They are deceased. You know, we speak about any deceased person. Any deceased person, we speak about them, right? It's not offensive to them. It's not anything. If anything, it's uplifting them if you're speaking just about them in general at all, because they're already gone. So, I keep getting a little too off the point. So let me just stick with the point here that by saying third parties, all right, at the end of that statement, what they're basically doing is they're telling you another straw man argument. So they said a straw man argument right before that in the statement. It was something along the lines of, we're going to protect the victims, right? And the point is, none of us are saying we want to see CP and we want to see the CP. No one's asking for that. No one has asked for that. MAGA hasn't asked for that, and MAWA hasn't asked for that. So no one is asking for it. Maybe the lefties probably are, just for their own entertainment. But none of us on the right, the fake right or the real right, have ever wanted any of that. We wanted the client list to be displayed worldwide for everyone to see for the rest of time that the digital world exists. And we also wanted all the files to come out, and be revealed with no redactions, every name, everything, no blackouts on the pages, so that we can see every single thing that's been documented about it. And, of course, they have the ability to, A, not give us jack crap, which is what they just did, but they also have the ability to give us whatever they want. They could give us a fake narrative and say, this was all documented back in 1945. Look, it's in the old font. It's clearly done by a typewriter, old paper. Can't even get this paper anymore. I mean, they have, ways to make it look like all their stuff is the real deal and whatever. And it's not like you can inspect it yourself anyway. You can't walk up to the documents and inspect the originals and see if they're really done back in 2009 and take a sample to a lab. You can't do anything to test your own government, right? And so the bottom line is they basically just laughed at us. And then they're on this. My point number 2 is, at the end of the entire statement, they finish it off with of third parties. Okay, so of third parties is a way of disassociation. It's a means of, that's what I should have said. It's a means of disassociation. So when they added that at the end, legally, it changes that entire statement to only really mean of third parties for that final statement. It doesn't have to apply to the whole thing, but legally, some Jew could argue it for years and probably win. But at minimum, at bare minimum, the last sentence is that applies to the last sentence of the entire statement that was put out. So, of third parties, what is it? Well, third parties is someone who is a beneficiary of either a tort or, in other cases, maybe a crime or something else. But I'm not saying that it definitely is applicable to crime specifically, but I just mean in the same sense it can be. Third party is someone else, is basically what it means legally. Third party means someone else, not the plaintiff, not the defendant. And so by adding that of third parties at the end of the whole statement, which is crazy, they probably honestly could use it for the whole entire freaking statement just because it's the final thing. But at minimum, just for that last sentence, it disassociates everything and everyone that you're trying to accuse. They are saying we are going to defend and reveal whatever their little statement was they mentioned about such and so and so of third parties. And that disassociation separates it from everything that's been talked about, or separates everything they've been talking about with the person you think they're talking about to another person, just called a third party. So, I know there's a way more concise way to explain it in many less words, but many less words. That's not right either. In less words. But it's just, for me, it's like a hard thing to explain. But that's point number 2, is that final wording there of the entire statement, the third parties thing. That had me laughing. As soon as I saw that part, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. I guess my third point would be the thing they said right before that. Somewhere just before that in the little paragraph they put out to the public, they mentioned the whole thing about protecting kids. Well, no one's asking for the freaking victims' names. And I know I'm not the only person on the internet that's been saying this one. Several big YouTubers have definitely already said this for sure, surely. No one's asking for the freaking kids' names. Not the MAGA crowd, not the MAWA crowd. So, for them to keep making up these straw men to staunchly defend against, we will not release the CP. We will not be, never. And we will not be, releasing victims' names. It's like, yeah, no shit. Nobody wants that. Nobody's asking for that. Nice try, Shlomo. Just give us the client list. That's what everybody wants. And you will see, all of you will see who were not online in 2009 when the client list came out on WikiLeaks. If you didn't hear about it, I'm sorry, but it happened, and DT is number 78, client number 78, and it is a client list. It's the client list. It says it's a client list. It says client on it, and that's the whole reason any of MAGA or us in the MAWA crowd even know about the word client list. Like, we could have came up with any other name, and you could argue that and say, bull crap, white people use client list. That's logical. They would have used that. But really, it came from it being written on the thing. And so we called it the client list because that's what it was titled, and that's what all the MAGA and the MAWA crowd use, all while they never saw that it says it right on there, clients and or client list, whichever it said. But it said the word. And, DT is 78, number 78. So, point 3, them doing that stupid straw man argument about staunchly defending not giving it. That's such a Jewish move. You know what I mean? That really is. In fact, I would say the straw man argument was created by them. Like, that's one of their actual inventions, because white people most white people, we have defective ones. There are defective white people. But aside from our defective ones, we are born to naturally not be so diabolical that we would ever come up with the straw man argument. The idea of that out of thin air when no one had ever done one before, you know. It just seems like too low trust society for white people to have come up with. So, let me go in here real quick and just check. See how, if I'm dropping or anything. Make sure I am not.
Midnight calls, 'cause you know that I'll be
All right.
waiting all night long. Left me with your smoking gun. You cloud up my vision.
All right. Aha. I didn't think anyone had been chatting. I apologize for not replying to anyone yet. It was just blank, and I refreshed it. I can't refresh the one operating the thing, so I had to go to another one and refresh it. And now I see that some folks have said hello. James Thomas, God bless you, sir. Happy Sabbath to you. I hope you are well and enjoy your Sabbath tonight and tomorrow. Slow Boy, Whiteboard, hello to you. And I've seen both of you, by the way, in chats on other YouTubers. So God bless y'all for helping out, the white people. It's been a while now, I guess. A while back is when I saw you guys on some chats somewhere. But that was fun to see, and I'm glad to see y'all out kicking and screaming. Uranium Fever, 88. He put noses, yeah. We do talk about those around here. And so, and now that I'm Coinblatt Nosowitz, anyone who tries to complain about this channel to YouTube is being antiseptic, you know. And so I'll be able to complain. But that's not why exactly I changed my username, but that is a fun byproduct, is that, you know, if anybody wants to complain about the channel, they're going to be anti-Semitic. And I'll use that as my defense. Vlad, the Kebabber, just popped in. I saw your name pop up. I didn't even read your thing. I just wanted to say hi first. Hello, God bless you, and happy Sabbath to you. And if I didn't say that to you, Uranium Fever, God bless you, and happy Sabbath to you. Hope you have a great Sabbath. Vlad the Kebabber, he said, and he said good evening. Uranium Fever said good evening. Good evening. Happy Sabbath to you. Vlad the Kebabber said, what's with those floods in Texas? I think it has to do with cloud seeding. Well, I certainly ain't ruling that out. I'll tell you that. I know that terrible weather comes, but it just seems odd that we have been watching the people who hate us brag about all of these weather modification technologies that they have and that they are successfully implementing. You know, and we also have China. They were one of the first people to say that they were doing it, you know, and that it was successful and that they guaranteed that it wasn't going to rain on their Olympics when they hosted it. And sure enough, it didn't, you know. And so, and they, you know, were very proud of that when they, you know, and they announced it in advance that it would not rain because they were going to modify the weather by seeding the clouds in advance, making it rain where they wanted to in advance before it made it to where the Olympic Games were set up. And so, or were going to be set up. And sure enough, their mission was successful and it worked. And that's the kind of high tech, you know, last stream I mentioned about how some people are duped into thinking our government has Stargate and warp drive and all this crazy stuff. And we really don't. But we do have some high tech things. And that is one of our government's high-tech abilities, is that particular one. And we were talking about others that night, too. Deb of Christ, Miss Loyal White Knight, some others had mentioned some of the other things that they can do. That night in particular, we were talking about Wi-Fi mostly, but it's not just Wi-Fi. I mean, they have ways to seed the clouds, and I definitely think they have more than one way to do it now, because here's the thing. Whenever you figure out one way to do something that actually is definitive and works, then you have a control. You have a real and honest, genuine control. And from that control, you can start making adjustments. And any adjustment you make, up or down, of anything, too much or a little bit more or a little less of something, add something, subtract something entirely. As you make those adjustments, y'all know, when you have a control that you know definitely works, you can always just dial back to that, whatever it is, and you've got a working specimen again. So that's what innovation is inching a little up, a little bit of this up or a little bit of this down, adding a little more of this, a little less of that, taking something away entirely or adding something new, and seeing if you get a better performance out of the thing, whatever it is. And so once we have a working way, a second working way will come along, right? And then from that, who knows how many options could come to be. So that means they have at least two ways, I imagine, to cause rain, hurricanes, and we already know of more than two. We know about HARP, right? We know about using lasers now. A lot of people have been pointing out lasers for however long it's been now, and I got to be honest, I did not get into laser world. I did deeply study HARP back in the day when HARP was first discovered, whatever, by us. I think it already had existed for a few years before any of us knew about it and started noticing it and pointing it out. But there are other ones now, like lasers. I haven't studied that. Don't know how real or hoax it might be. But I do know that lasers are not a hoax. So it's just a matter of, are they able to reflect them off of the E band or the D band and then back to the ground at a specific place, just like they do radio? Or is it something else? Are they having to do it from a flying aircraft and beam it down? Is that the only way it can be done? So there are questions I've never tried to answer for myself. Many of you folks may actually know way more about the laser stuff. A lot of people call them direct energy weapons, but it is a correct term. I was going to say that's a bit of a misnomer, but it's not. It is a correct term. But really, direct energy weapons kind of entails a lot of weapons. LRAD is a direct energy weapon. Every firearm is pretty much a direct energy weapon. Tasers, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like so broad that it's like a mega broad brush. Whereas just mentioning lasers kind of gets to the point, And maybe, here's another crazy thought. And this is one that I've figured is probably the case, and maybe some of you have already thought of this long ago as well, way before me even, perhaps. We already know that RF is mostly invisible, right? You can't see RF. You can't see it anywhere, right? I said mostly invisible. It is invisible. It's out of our visible spectrum, right? So we just cannot detect it. You can't even see it as like waviness, like how you see a hot hood of a car on a hot day and you see all the waviness right above the hood from all the heat. It don't even bend our vision in that like that. It's perfectly invisible, right? So that means, does it really have to be a laser? And so other people would answer me, well, yes, that's what HARP is then. And to that I say, fair enough. That was the one that when I looked into that one, if you do apply enough power to one spot with a phased array of mini antenna and you focus it at one spot, on the E band or whatever, D band, whichever one they're using, and then, you're going to know where it's going to land on the other side based on our maps. And, those people know how to do that. They figure out the coordinates and they know where it's going to land on the other side of the reflection. It's no different than when you take your remote control and you point in the hallway. You're like in the kitchen with your TV remote and your TV is in the other room, but there's a hallway between where you are and the TV. And there's a picture halfway down the hallway with a glass face. And you point the remote because you can see the TV in the reflection on that picture. On the glass face of that picture, you can see your TV. So you point your remote at that reflection of your TV on the glass picture, and wouldn't you know, it changes the channel or turns the volume up for you, whatever you need. That's exactly what radio does when you see satellite dishes pointing up in the air, even at like a TV station or on on any mountaintop, if they have some, RF satellite pointing up in the sky. What it's doing, it's always at an angle, by the way, almost at a perfect angle practically. And so all they're doing is they're bouncing the signal of their broadcast perfectly down, back down onto the earth in a specific area. And anyone in that specific area, so long as they know to tune to that particular frequency, will pick up the transmission they are broadcasting. So that is how radio works. And the only other way radio works is by towers. And towers just emit everything in a 360 degree or a specific direction, straight out from themselves to another tower, the next closest tower, so that all the towers end up linking like a grid. And so towers, that's why you don't see satellite dishes on towers pointing up at the sky like you see the ones on the ground. But the ones on the ground are pointing at the sky. What are they pointing at? They're pointing at the E band, and they bounce the radio signal off of the E band, which acts like a perfect dome, just like God told you is above us, that he made for us to marvel at. And that's exactly what happens. They send radio or TV signals up to the E band. It bounces off the E band back to the ground in a specific area. And the only other way they broadcast is locally, and they do it with towers, just not emitting, but perturbing the ether all around them. All right. So we've got the 3 points of Trump and Epstein, and Trump not wanting to reveal the Epstein client list. Those were my 3 critical points about just that statement, right? That statement was legally hilarious. It was literally like duping delight, like I mentioned in the beginning. And the next thing about that whole thing is I just saw right before I started the stream that Dan Bongino supposedly quit. Bondi supposedly got fired. At first the news was, is she going to be fired? But then right before I started the stream, news came out that she was fired. And this is a very smart move for Trump if this happens. Now, not the Bongino quitting one. That one may be something else. That may be the Jews allowing him to stir up. He's a mongrel, so they may allow him to go Candace Owens like the other mongrel, like her, and be like dissenting against and admitted to, he's on the list or blah, blah, I'm just coming out clean. And so then what it'll be is it'll be a his word versus Trump's word, right, if he does that. And some people will side with Dan from now on, and some people will side with Trump from now on. And if Dan doesn't do that, if if Trump really did fire or really does fire Bondi, and let's say Dan doesn't quit, but then Trump ends up firing him, which I don't think will happen. I think Dan will quit, even if he hasn't, even if that news was a hoax. If he ends up not working for Trump, it's going to be because he quit. Because remember, last stream, the stream before that or two, I've been mentioning for a long time that Trump's people he hires, they end up quitting on him, you know, and this is the history all along. And so he's not getting a chance to say you're fired like he's famous for saying. Instead, his most famous picks all end up quitting on him. And meanwhile, he has all these Jews working in his cabinet that you don't ever hear their names at all, and they never come out in the public. But they never quit, and they never post things on Twitter against him. They never, you know, they're not anti-Trump. They're not dumb. They don't get caught up in anything. They probably have wives and kids, big giant houses, and so they just work against white people diligently all day for the Trump administration. You never hear their names. They never stir up any attention to themselves. And all the while, you're focused on Bondi and Bongino and what's the other one? The other one, you know, the dude looks like Debo in the face. So those are the ones given to you to focus on, and they create all these weird little turmoil scenarios with them and Trump so that you focus on them. Will Bongino quit? Will he dissent from Trump? You know, will Pam Bondi admit that, you know, and that she fucked up? And meanwhile, Bondi didn't mess up at all. Bondi is perfectly obeying Trump's commands. That's why Trump defended her and was super polite about everything to her and didn't gripe at her or complain about her performance or anything during that presser when that happened. Instead, he tried to take over for her, allow her not to answer at all by him just saying, you need to shut the F up about that. We've moved on, and that's that. She went ahead and decided to be boss bitch and do it. And so, you know, you could see on his, I don't want to say on his face, but just in his mannerism, he did turn the floor back over to her, but he put up the offer to guard and then got turned down. You know, Trump don't like being turned down. And so Trump offered something, and in theory, she was supposed to say, oh, thank you, Mr. President. I'll, you know, you have the floor. You say whatever. You take the floor. Instead, she was like, no, I got this. And he was like, well, okay. And he wasn't real happy about having to surrender the floor back. And he was probably sitting there sweating bullets, hoping she didn't say something wrong, you know. And meanwhile, she said her spiel, you know, totally fine. Exactly the way Trump would want her to. And meanwhile, all the Trump conservatives are blaming Pam, blaming Dan, blaming Debo. And somebody do that, please. You can even take the credit yourself because you went through the effort to do it. Somebody take Debo's face up close, just straight on looking at the camera, and take that dude's face and put him side by side. Kash Patel. Gosh, couldn't say his name. And take Kash Patel's face and put him side by side. In one picture, though, for the meme, you know, just make it the two pictures side by side. And then you don't even got to type anything in the meme. Just put the two pictures side by side, put it out on the internet. It'll go viral. You're welcome. I thought of it, but you can have the props. Because I just don't have the wherewithal to put the two pictures side by side. But I guarantee you put the two pictures side by side, that shit would be a funny meme. Anyway, all the Trump conservatives are blaming all three of them, blaming the FBI, instead of blaming Trump and just finally admitting that Trump is in on it. Trump is commanding them, you know? It's so frustrating. It's like, why can't you just admit that, you know, what is it going to take? What is it going to take? You know, we need to finally, when you do end up ever being honest with a Trump conservative, which I don't recommend you do that necessarily in public with people, especially your family or whatever, if they love Trump. Because it's just whites bickering with whites and the whole thing. And Trump, people say, oh, he's better than nothing. He's better than Kamala. Okay, fine. We'll give you that stupid argument. That's like saying, hey, I got vomit all over me and in my mouth, but at least it's not feces. I mean, okay, we'll give you that. But at some point, what is it going to take? Like if it's a stranger and you don't really care because they're being cocky or whatever type of Trump conservative, and you really just want to let them have it with the truth in a polite way, you got to start hitting them with the questions, what would be enough to make you finally admit? What would you have to see, with your own eyes, on whatever, for you to finally accept that Trump is not on your side? How many things does he have to, how many promises does he have to not keep before you stop defending the fact that he's not keeping them? That's basically, in a nutshell, what's going on here. Is the same thing as the first term. During his first term, he didn't do anything hardly. And he wasn't defending us. We were being attacked all over the place for being, quote, Trump supporters, racist, white supremacist Trump supporters, neo-Nazi Trump supporters, neocon Trump supporters, warmonger Trump supporters. Meanwhile, we didn't want wars at all. All of his Trump conservative followers were saying he was a no-wars president. So nobody was even saying that crap. But of course that doesn't matter. They're just making up shit to be against us about, as usual. And the first term he did nothing, and all they did was defend him every which way imaginable by blaming everyone around him. They were like, oh, Trump ban in 2024. This is, during the first term. Or 2020, Trump ban in 2020, while Bannon was working for him. Trump and everybody else that were working for him, they would put as 2024, make it as VP and all this crap. And one by one, as each of them quit on their own volition from working for Trump, just out of the blue, they just freaking quit inexplicably. And they would always, of course, have to have some kind of reason, but we didn't get to hear it. And so, and they give you some, sugared down version later on. They go on 60 Minutes or go on the local news, big one, primetime nightly news, and they'll do an interview and explain, they're a little sugar-coated or completely fake reason. But they quit on their own volition, and then the Trump conservatives just immediately blame them for everything. And even beforehand, like right now with Pam Bondi and all that, they've been all saying Trump needs to fire Bondi. Ever since that interview where Trump lashed out at the reporters, not Bondi, and tried to stop Bondi from even having to respond to them with an answer about the Epstein list, they still, Trump needs to fire Bondi. What? Oh my gosh, dude. Does it get any more ridiculous than that? I don't think it does. Gaius, Marius, I apologize for your wait. Hello. Welcome. Happy Sabbath to you on this glorious Sabbath evening. And he said, oh, thank goodness. Some content that isn't offensive. Good to see the stream, Stay White. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. God bless you. And hope you have a great Sabbath tonight and tomorrow. Let me scoot back up and see what all Uranium Fever. Oh, Vlad had also said something else. Let me scoot up a little further. Uranium had said, thank you, God bless you too. I appreciate that. Thank you. He said, Vlad the Kabobber said, and tornadoes have been bad this year too in the upper Midwest. One went through my neighborhood with 130 mile per hour winds. Crazy, bro. And yes, that's what I got off topic about and forgot to circle back to Jen Psaki style. We were talking about weather modding, and I was mentioning that they have at least two ways that we know about: HARP and cloud seeding with silver iodide and whatever the other thing is, salt and something else. Can't remember what the mix was. But, you know, it's been known for a long time because they admitted to us what it was way the hell back in 1999 when they started admitting it. Like, first in 98, everybody noticed it. And we all started talking about it online. And then, and the government was denying it at first. They're like, what are you talking about? You know, and that's when the tinfoil hat crap came out. Oh, you got your tinfoil hat on. Blah, blah, blah. That became a huge thing there for a minute online. Everybody was called tinfoil hat nutters and all that. Then, a year later, they admitted it. They're like, oh, yeah, we do that sort of rain on farms and stuff, on farmland that does, you know. And it's like, okay, well, you just spent the last whole year calling all of us psychos, saying we belong in funny farms, saying we should be in prison for spreading misinformation, saying, you know, tinfoil hat nutters, saying, you know, all these terrible, insulting things for a whole year. And a year later, they just go, yeah, we do it all the time to make sure it rains on certain farmland. It's like, oh, okay, well, all right then. I guess, cool. Thanks for the info. Y'all have a nice day. So, you know, we've known this mix, whatever it is, this combination of a couple things, for a long time. But the thing is, that's just the narrative of the one that they supposedly use. We don't really know what they put in it. It could be neither of those things. It could be 15 things. It could be 150 things. You know? Or it could be one thing. Be freaking cyanide gas they're spraying over our head, you know? And then the cyanide gas expands into the sky and forms a huge cloud. We don't know. For all we know, it's something crazy like that. And I'm just making that up. But I just mean, you know, something that just nutty and out there. And, you know, another reason it was easy for me to believe that HARP would definitely work is not only you can do the numbers. I mean, the math isn't that hard to do with a calculator because you can just omit the zeros, chop it all down into, like, you know, of just a few digits where it's manageable, and then just keep in mind at the end result to add all your zeros back. You can do the math, and HARP actually would work. All right, based on the height of the sky, the temperature of the sky, the humidity of the sky at that height that it would be hitting at the E level or the D level or whichever band it reflects off of, and that matters. You know, whichever band, it's either going to be higher, less pressure, less humidity, or it's going to be lower, more humidity, higher pressure. All those things probably matter for sure, I should say, and or I imagine, I should say, that they do. And so, you know, there's all these, like, finite adjustments, and there's this massive spectrum that can be used also. So it doesn't necessarily have to be visible things like lasers. It can be just invisible RF, invisible radio frequency just hitting you. Or hitting your whole area. And it could be a frequency that just either disrupts your body's involuntary functions, right? Or, and by that, I don't mean make you feel like you got to crap in your pants or make you crap in your pants or make you whatever. What I mean is slowly over hours and days and weeks and months and years drive people crazy without them realizing that there is this non-audible or non-detectable to them sound or frequency. It might not be a sound because, after all, if you can't hear it, is it really a sound? Not necessarily. It's just an RF frequency that's just agitating your body. It works against the frequencies of your body, or it's the same frequency as some particular part of the human body that we Adamites have inside us that operates at a certain frequency that it might harmonize with and then amplify its frequency from tuning with it and then cause us problems somehow, you know what I mean? Or make us go crazy or some shit. I mean, they do have these weird high-tech things like that, you know. Do they have Stargate? Can they summon demons? Can they clone artificial life to bring it to life? No, they can't do any of those things. But they certainly can do certain weird, crazy, diabolical, you know, technically high-tech things. So yes, when I say our government, you know, is not high-tech, I'm actually exaggerating, because they are high-tech. It's just not as crazy of high-tech as people have been led to believe, you know. And it's these weird diabolical ones that nobody would have thought of, you know, like the cloud seeding. Oh, maybe not cloud seeding. Maybe white people would have thought of that to try to make it rain on the ground where we need it to and things like that. And then they just took it over and started using it with poisons or whatever. But other things like, you know, the straw man argument, or, you know, heating the sky so it causes a storm or an earthquake somewhere else, or just cooks an entire area, or drives an entire area, a whole city of people batshit crazy. You know, and a lot of people were worried about 5G doing that. That's what, bless his heart, the one guy, Joe Sabrino, is that his name? Joe Sabrino, drives around in his car screaming at his phone, screaming at you about how you're dumb, you don't realize 5G is going to kill us all here pretty soon. It's like Joe Fabiano or Joe Fabrio or something. Cool guy, bless his heart. You know, he believes in Jesus Christ. But he just, you know, he's really worried about 5G. And I'm not discounting it. I'm not, or downplaying 5G. I know that it has its dangers. I'm sure it affects some physically weak of our people, or physically vulnerable of our people. You know, some people are very vulnerable to RF compared to other people. And so those folks who are easily bothered physically by close proximity RF, they get affected in terrible ways sometimes from RF. And meanwhile, you or I are not affected at all. It's kind of like you're out in the woods with a guy who the bugs are swarming him and chewing him alive, but everyone else is just standing there looking at him like, man, what's this guy's problem, you know, while he slaps himself all over. It's just some people's chemistry and some people's frequency of their internal involuntary functions and all these things work in such a way that they are disturbed by certain RF frequencies, or they aren't. And so the average person perhaps isn't, but there may be some universal frequencies that do disturb all of us Adamites if it's amplified great enough and focused, you know, concentrated hard enough in a small area enough to where it's, you know, the gain is really high. And in that instance, you know, that would be a really diabolical weapon that they probably use HARP for. You know, instead of just making weather with it, where they destroy millions of people's homes, wreck, or thousands of people's homes, wreck billions of dollars worth of shit, they could also just target specific, like, neighborhoods or maybe even one person. I mean, we have GPS on all of our phones, so they could just pick someone they want to get rid of and concentrate this phased array onto that guy's skull. You know what I mean? And basically, you know, heat him up or send a vibration, send a frequency to him that his body either cannot handle, thus something internal freaks out and he dies, or turns him into a maniac, right? Turns him into doing something crazy, or just being permanently messed up in the head. so long as this frequency is driving him nuts or disturbing his body. And, that could be what, you see all these cucked white people who believed in zombie apocalypses, right? Well, 5G, Joe Fabriano, whatever, he had everybody worried that 5G was going to do that, was going to cause millions of people to turn into zombies, who are ready to attack and kill and eat once 5G is activated all the way on them, or once they use 5G broadcasting to emit some kind of triggering frequency or whatever. That's what he was really saying. And so, but originally he was saying once they turn all these towers on, then he had to morph it to, okay, they're probably going to turn on and everything will be fine, but they'll be ready to send a message through it, some kind of signal through it to trigger all the people to turning into zombies. And then once the clot shot happened, he was like, oh, it's anybody who took the shot. Watch out. They're going to become 5G zombies, essentially. I'm paraphrasing, but that's pretty much what he was getting at. And so, bless his heart, I love him. He's a nice guy, and he means well, and he's worried, and he cares, and he wants us to live, and he wants America to survive. And he may be cucked about non-whites, and he may be cucked about Sabbath, but he's not cucked about Jesus Christ. And he's worried about our country surviving. He's worried about the you-know-whos. I don't know if he's naming them yet, but I hope he is. I haven't watched anything of his in a while. You can only listen to him now and then, it seems like, because that screaming, high-pitched voice, it's cool for a little bit. You can deal with it, but over time, it just... I'm like, all right, bud, I'll be back. And then I come back, but it's like, I'll give him a few videos. I'll let a few videos pass by before I tune in. It's got to be a good subject matter, But if he ever listens to this, God bless you, buddy. And I wish you well. Godspeed to you, man. And start keeping Sabbath, buddy, so you're on the right team. But as far as weather modding, they have other things that people aren't even thinking about. Like fracking, for example, can cause earthquakes and has caused many earthquakes. It's dangerous for them to do it that way because it endangers their personnel who are doing it. Because even though they're doing it on the surface, they are still fairly local to the area they're trying to affect. And until they start running not millions, but until they start running miles of, pipe to feed these areas they want to frack, where they can do it remotely from very far away, which maybe they have already been doing that for a while, but usually they're on site right above it somewhere. So it's just kind of dangerous to do locally, and I don't see them doing it long distance. I don't see them doing it that way. I think that anywhere they frack, they do it local, with the machinery basically above the ground. So it's not in their benefit to really cause earthquakes with fracking machines or tunnel boring machines, because that would damage their equipment down there. And it would cause, it could cause great damage on top, obviously, if you do it under an area that's highly valuable, or an area that's poor that you want to take over and turn into a golf course. But anyway, they do have fracking. It can cause earthquakes, right? And even if they just was able to start selling more earthquake insurance, right? If there is such thing in earthquake areas, if they, if they invested a little money in some of the companies that offer earthquake insurance, then they cause an earthquake in certain rich areas, those rich people will immediately check and make sure they have insurance cover or earthquake coverage, right? And if they can't get it from whoever they're using at the time, they'll usually dump them when they find someone who does offer something or claims they will offer them something like that. And so it can just be, and then of course the investment they had just made right before they pulled that stunt, boom, their stocks rise way up from it, Then they cash out, boom. They, bought in low, sold high. And they move on to the next gag. And they just do that all day, every day. That's what they do. Is they know in advance that if they pull a certain stunt with our law, that some companies will thrive from it. And so when those companies thrive from it suddenly, the market for them will go up. The value for them will go up. And they'll have already bought in a week before or 2 weeks before when it was really low. And as it rises up, it don't have to moon. Just has to go a little ways up from where it was. And they all sell out, cash out. And they bought low, sold high. That's it. And the whole trick of that is just do that all the time. So, and of course they're making backdoor deals along the way to get that done. And so they'll pay some CEO, $10 million, or some owner of a company, $2 million. And then that owner, after the deal is totally finished, will personally meet them somewhere else and give them a kickback of $200,000, maybe $1 million, whatever. And so that's why Nancy Pelosi and all these politicians are worth, $500 million, or whatever they're worth, when they only have been making like $175,000 a year as a politician for the last 40 years. That would never amass the kind of money, especially the lifestyles they live. I mean, they eat, $1,000 dinners. And you think I'm joking, but I'm not. $1,000 a person dinners, that's just a regular night. And then $1,000 bottle of wine with dinner. Their suit is, maybe $3,500. Their shoes are $3,000. You think I'm joking? Shoes are $3,000 for rich people. That's what they cost. $2,600 to about $3,500. And I know that for certain. Even though you don't see those kind of shoes in the mall. So the weather thing, yeah, not just fracking, not just weather or air modifications, but they also have water modifications. Water is more difficult though because it's so heavy and settled and massive, and it just does its thing on its own that it's hard to do. We haven't, as white people, I don't think, figured out any kind of hardcore manipulation of the heavy waters yet, like seas, oceans, large lakes. Of course, evil people could poison a lake or some large area of a body of water, but I'm talking about manipulation, you know what I mean? Like causing some kind of weird effect that isn't just poisoning the, but yeah, focused array stuff and all that, yeah. Weather mods, yes. And as far as it being applied to Kerrville, Texas, I honestly, I did hear that story about the young guy who has a startup company that supposedly was just doing cloud seeding in that area 3 days before, or whatever the official narrative was. But honestly, that seems like more duping delight to me. It seems like another Jewish story to laugh in white people's face. That's honest to goodness, and that's really truly my answer, is that young kid that supposedly has that startup company and all that is just the Jews laughing at us. Now, are they laughing at us because they did it? Like you're wondering if they did? Or are they laughing because we think they did and they didn't even do it? Because they could be laughing either way. They can say, ha ha, look, we have them so paranoid. We have them we're so in their head living rent free, that every single thing, even this little thing, look, they're blaming us. They're making that up on their own, in their own head, and blaming us for it. Sorry about that. Had to get me a big ol' sip there. Wet the whistle a little bit. Man, when I first got started, my throat was like all messed up. I was having a cough and get myself going. Okay. Let me get back in here. Vlad the Kebabber, good point. And tornadoes, yes, tornadoes have been crazy all over our country for the last, I guess 2 years now. And anybody, if the music is too loud, tell me and I'll turn it down. And if you can't hear it at all, also tell me and I'll turn it up a little, because I want it just barely there, not where it's interrupting anything where I'm talking, nowhere near the level I'm talking at, but just so there's like not silence between our words, or between what I'm saying words wise. All right, let me and the other thing about that, real quick before I move on, since we just have all night, so it doesn't matter how long I take and waffle on these things. The high winds and the tornadoes that have been happening are happening in places that they don't even normally happen. Remember all these wacky storms we were getting? First, we were getting hurricanes that went all the way up to Kansas or whatever through the Gulf. And then right after that, we started having those crazy winter storms that came through. I guess first we had tornadoes and then it got colder and turned winter, and they started having all these crazy winters. And that was like Kentucky, Alabama, Tennessee, maybe West Georgia. I don't know. I don't think it went quite that far maybe, but like that whole Midwest area there was getting it really bad. And, then, and I guess Alabama and Mississippi, Louisiana maybe perhaps, we're all getting that. And now we're back to where they're getting these crazy floods, right? Like this flood in Texas is not the first one we've had, and we just had another one that just harmed a bunch of people in New Mexico or wherever, killed some people, harmed some people. But of course, the one in Texas is horrific, horrendous, far beyond what has happened at the other one, perhaps. But still, they're happening pretty frequently. And then, of course, we can't forget our poor white folks in the Appalachians that got absolutely erased from the earth, just like these beautiful white people did from Kerrville, Texas, which, my whole entire heart breaks for every beautiful white person who dies. Even the mud sharks, when I look at one of them, I think, man, I feel so bad for that girl's father, you know what I mean? And her mother, of course, but the father, think of the shame and the insult to the father. And so, the point of this channel is because I love my people. I didn't start this channel so that I could go around and tell people I YouTube or I'm a content creator, as they have to call themselves, or try to become famous or become known. That way I can go places and people are like, oh man, I love your videos. I watch your videos. None of that. I love my people. I have children. I have white family, that I love, and I want all white people. When I see little white children, it reminds me that we have a huge responsibility. We are Gen X, and now Gen Z are adults or millennials. And, you're young if you're in that group. We don't expect you to be coming out of the box, kicking ass and taking names. All right, we are actually doing not so great ourselves. And in time, the Jews will have all of you blaming us, Generation X, for not doing anything, while Generation X was busy being told by the Jews to blame our boomer elders. So they're just going to keep making us kick the can down the road, blaming the generation before us. And so Generation X, we are not doing what we need to be doing, as a people. We need to be uniting under our God, one nation, one race, under God. And it means the God of our holy Bible. It doesn't mean whatever God some third worlder wants to worship and come here and worship. It means, and it doesn't mean pagan gods, that white people may have ever followed. It means the God of the Holy Bible. And one race of white people, what Jesus Christ taught. I don't know if you know this, but I'm going to tell you now. One nation under God is Jesus Christ's preference. That's Jesus Christ's commandment. He said, I would that you all be of one accord. That's what one nation under God means. That we're all of one accord. With one God, one faith, one gospel, one Messiah, one Holy Ghost. I have a few things I want to tell y'all tonight that you probably don't know, but that was one of them I wanted to mention. And for those of you who already knew that about one nation under God, well, God bless you. But I have a few other cookies like that I'll throw your way tonight. Another one real quick. Let me just throw this one out here before I get back to the chat, and I will. So any of you who are in the chat, anyone who has posted anything in the chat, please stand by. I am coming for you. All right? I will respond. Because that's what tonight's all about. I don't have an agenda. I'm just here to fellowship with y'all, waffle about specific things that you folks mention and want to talk about. And if it ends up that people stop throwing in things to talk about, then I will just pick things that we haven't touched on yet. But real quick before I move on, since I said I will offer some cookies tonight that most people don't know, I'm going to throw y'all one more real quick before we move on. And then if I forget to give you other ones tonight and then in the stream later on, at least I will have given you one more, right? So I'm just giving you one more now up front, kind of sidecar off topic slightly, just so I will have officially given you one more cookie tonight. And here it is. The Jews are the Edomites, all right? You all already know this. But what you may not know, unless you have read my community post or unless you have actually seen it in the slideshow, because I have a picture of it, I took a screenshot of it from Google, where I Googled with the question and it answered. And I have the Google answer in this slideshow. So if you've actually watched the slideshow and read the things on the slideshow to try to find information that you want to study up on and screenshot for yourself and things so that you can look it up later, maybe you have seen this info. But here it goes, and nobody else knows this, all right? You probably don't know this either, but if you do, God bless you. And here it goes. The Edomites' name for Satan, their god, is Q. Did you know that? Did you know that? And here's what's crazy. You hear the story about MAGA being, MAGA means witchcraft or high witches, high level witchcraft or something like that. In one of those other, I forget. Y'all know what I'm talking about. It's in some other language, might even be a white person language, or in Yiddish or something. MAGA means, I guess, a high level witch. And if I'm mistaken about any of that, the definition itself or the name of it, tell me in the chat, and I'll correct myself and give you the props for correcting it. But I'm pretty sure, or I'm fairly sure, I'm not pretty sure, but I'm half sure that was about what it was. I'm pretty warm there on it. Now, to get back to the name there, Q. Q is the J's God's name. God name. Gosh darn it. Let me reword that. Q is the name of Satan for the Edomites. His name was Q. And for those of you who have hopped on another tab and started fact-checking me, you will notice that it's not spelled only with the letter Q. It's just how you pronounce it. That's how you pronounce it. So you're hearing me say Q, and you're assuming, I imagine, because why else would you think otherwise? You're just hearing me say the letter Q, it sounds like. So, of course, anyone would deduce that that's all I'm saying. But really, the way it's spelled is Q-O-S. Q-O-S. And it's just pronounced Q, though. And so that's your super deep factoid for the night. I gave you one already, and now there's a second one. So if I forget to throw y'all another cookie later, which I do plan on doing, but if I don't, because I forget, at least you got a couple tonight for joining in, and I appreciate y'all stopping by. And I appreciate y'all's input. Because remember, I don't take notes, so I cannot keep track of all the retarded madness the Jews have happening to us every single week. So we'll spend, 3 hours on, or 4 hours on, the biggest stories of the week, and then I'll completely forget about some other really important thing I wanted to talk about. It won't occur to, it won't even dawn on me that I never mentioned it till the next day, and that don't even happen very often, because how am I going to remember what all we talked about for 8 hours the night before? You know what I mean? So I don't even usually think about something the next day like, oh, that's right, I didn't mention so-and-so. No, usually I just, it's just I know that I don't. Eventually I figure out that, man, I haven't mentioned that on any of the streams. I need to say something about it. And so I'll make note to myself to mention it. I've been wanting to tell y'all the name of the name of Satan that the Jews call him, or the Edomites call him, for a long time. I've been meaning to tell y'all forever, and I've just keep forgetting and keep forgetting and keep forgetting. And but how hilarious, though, that it's Q of all things. It's the capital letter Q. And what did all the conservatives follow for all that time? And I was telling them that it was the Jews just based on the fantasy nonsense they were posting as Q, It was clearly bullshit, And it got so ridiculous, and I mean, when I say ridiculous, I mean crazy ridiculous. Like, they were saying shit like Hillary is doing weekends in Gitmo, and they release her for the whole week. 5 days a week, they release her. And that was so they could explain away, because we were all asking them, oh, yeah, well, why is she out traveling around signing her books? She was doing book signings all over the country. And the Trump conservatives were like, yeah, but she went through military tribunals already, and she's doing weekends in Gitmo. She has to, turn herself in every weekend in Gitmo. And that was a real story. I'm not making that up. I'm not exaggerating. That is truly what Trump conservatives were saying, who became Q-tards. Not all of them become Q-tards. There's plenty of Trump conservatives that have no idea, about Q or whatever. I'm sure there's not very many that don't know about Q, but as far as like older folks and things like that, they wouldn't know about all that stuff mostly. And it was mostly Gen X that got suckered into the Q thing. And even without bumping into that information, because I just never asked, and I decided to ask Google one day. I was like, just curious what Jews used to call their God back in the day when they were known as the Edomites. And wouldn't you know, that's their God's name back then. And Jews are the Edomites. The Edomites didn't become Jews or get incorporated into them as the Wikipedia page says. No, they are the Jews. Edomites are the Jews because Edomites means Edom. And Edom means Esau. And Esau means they are the descendants of Esau. Wherever they exist, Esau is. Right? And that's the same reason that Jesus Christ doesn't have to be the Father. He is the Son. Okay? But wherever you see the Son, there you see the Father. And he even told you that. Wherever I am, so is the Father. Because, for the same exact reason, anywhere you see a Jew, you see Esau. And the Bible confirms, God himself confirms that through Obadiah, in the whole book of Obadiah. It's only one page long. Where God himself, through Obadiah, declares what he's going to do to the Edomites that he calls Esau, Edom, and he toggles back and forth. Esau, Edom, Esau, Edom. So that you finally comprehend that Esau was renamed the nickname Edom, and that he's talking about all of Esau, Edom's kids. But he's just calling Esau, Edom's kids Esau or Edom. And we know that he's not just talking about Esau himself, because he's saying they in there for their hatred of my elect, or my. He basically means us, the Israel, their hatred of Israel. And so, for the Jews' hatred of white people, God will be. Well, you just go read Obadiah. That's exactly what it says. It's one page long. The whole book. It's only one side of one page long. Super quick read. Go over there and give yourself a read of what God plans on doing to Esau, Edom. For their, not his, for their hatred of Israel. Who's Israel, y'all? You are. So for the Jews' hatred of white people, God has a plan for that. And it's the book of Obadiah. Oh, it's going to be great. It's going to be awesome, y'all. You're going to want to be there. And you're going to want to be on our side of those transparent jasper walls. It's going to be wild to behold. Okay. I got myself a drink. I had to chug it and then make another drink. All right. Let's go. All right. We're moving on. I'm sorry for all of y'all's wait. Whoever has not heard their comments yet. Chris Callahan. God bless you, sir. He said, Team White Unite. Well, happy Sabbath to you, and God bless you, sir. And Team White Unite indeed. And that's exactly what the other part of this channel is. It is about trying to uncuck our people about Sabbath. And Jesus Christ is incorporated in that, obviously. I'm obviously trying to win over any white person who's not, is not uncucked about Jesus Christ. I obviously want to win them over. But what I'm really trying to do is uncock the Christ cocks about racial identity of our people, that it's truly Christianity is our race. Justin Martyr said that all these years ago. And so it is our race. The other non-white races called us Christians once we became Christians. Once God stripped us of the name Israel and we didn't have a name. And so we gave ourselves this new name, Christians, because Jesus Christ had came. And we declared he was the Lord just because he said he was. And all it took was him telling us he was for us to accept it. We already anticipated his arrival. When he came, our people rejoiced as he was a baby, as he was a boy. We were excited that someday he would grow up to be our Messiah. And sure enough, he grew up and he started teaching our people. And keep in mind, Christ was teaching our people all the way back when he was like 12 years old. And so from 12 years old all the way to 33, he was teaching our people on Sabbath, by the way. And even through the week when he would do his work, while he's healing white person after white person after white person, he's explaining to us the gospel. He's saying, look, you need to all love each other as one race, one nation under God. You dig? That's what one nation under God is. It's Christ's commandment. You know, you all need to all think alike. You need to be under one shepherd. That's me. And I will bring you home to our God, to your Creator. And in the meanwhile, we've left you the Holy Ghost, and that is who looks after you. And the more you please God in real time, the more the Holy Ghost will look after you. Especially if you thank the Holy Ghost for looking after you in your prayers. And I did my Sabbath prayers before we started the stream tonight. How many of you did? You don't have to admit it if you didn't, but just ask yourself, did you? And if the answer is no, as a friend, I recommend that you definitely not forget to do so. Even if you got to put this stream down, put it on pause, mute it, whatever, and walk away for 20, 30 minutes and do yourself a nice, detailed Sabbath prayer, go for it. You know, listening to me, you can do that later. I'm not important anyway. Do your Sabbath prayers, no problem. If you already know for a fact you're going to do it later, fair enough, do it later, and you can, you know, but just don't forget. Remember, the fourth commandment, the first word is remember, which I know that's why Jews use never forget all the time. They always want us to never forget anything that's important to them, or anything they want to keep us cucked about, like 9/11. But never forget really means remember. And they know that that is the first word of our fourth commandment, that of our God's fourth commandment for us, that we are ignoring. We're not remembering his Sabbath. And I know that it's such a big deal that I made this whole channel about it. You know, that is what this channel is wrapped around. It's called Stay White, but I could have named it Sabbath First. I could have named it something to do with Sabbath, because that's truly the focus, the aim. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to cover all the other anti-white things that happen to us. I'm going to cover all those things. You're interested in hearing people's takes on those things. If you want ultra-based takes on those kind of things, then this is the channel for you for sure, because that is the only thing that exists here is ultra-based. And I do mean that 100%. I mean, I look to my right and I see nobody. That's how far to the right I am, okay? So if you're tired of the sugarcoat takes, you're tired of, you know, the perspectives that are weak, you know, third world cucked, all those things, You're not going to get that here. You're not even going to get Mongrel Candace, Mongrel Brandon Tatum, whatever, Officer Tatum, cucked freaking Thomas Sowell quotes. You know, this is not what MLK died for. No. This is 100% ultra-based channel. We don't give two shits what any mongrel has ever said. All of their statements, Candace Owens and Kanye and all these idiots, you see them put in the comment section on conservative Sheckler channels. You'll see in the comment section, they'll put, Candace was right about the Jews, you know, or Kanye was right, you know. It's like, bitch, first of all, they're the dead last ones to be right. First of all. Secondly, they've literally you wouldn't even know their names if it wasn't for Jews in particular. So they were already servants of the Jews, and that's the only reason you even know that they exist. And three, they're saying Captain Obvious statements that millions of men long before us have already long said in more concise ways. And so we don't need any white people, do not need any imaginary dung hut wisdom from mongrels, from nogs, like the Nog twins, for example. You know, they grift the dog shit out of so many conservative whiteys while they sit there and drool over white women's all the time. You know, and all these conservative whiteys are cheering them on to do so. It's just it makes me want to vomit. And, you know, and they reference fucking blacks. And they reference Candace or Officer Tatum, I guess he's called, and whatever the other one is. Byron Donalds. They cheer him on in government. They cheer on Clarence Thomas. It's like, shut the fuck up about these stupid niggers. I'm sick of it. I'm just sick of it. That's honest to God truth. I don't want any of them to die. I just want them in Africa. I don't care. I don't want to hear about them. We don't need them. Pardon my mouth. I know it's Sabbath. I just got done talking to y'all about Sabbath all that time, and then I finally just crashed out on you for a second. My bad. I apologize, and I apologize to the Lord. I'm sorry, God. My bad. In fact, I apologize to him first and foremost, and I should say, and then I apologize to y'all. I'm sorry, Father. I'm sorry that I'm upset. It's just, you know, it's just they're crammed down our throat. They're smeared in our face all day. Everywhere I look, everywhere I turn, every ad. I was gonna run a different slideshow tonight I have an entire slideshow, and it's coming up soon. I'm gonna do a whole stream on this subject, the calorie plan, you know, and I have an entire slideshow of examples of calorie. And so, and it's going to be stomach churning for people to watch, but they should look at it. You should face the reality of this. You know, I'm going to show you the calorie plan over and over and over and over and over and over again in the slideshow. And I have many, many examples. It's going to take probably the whole stream to get through the loop. And, so, you know, this channel is about being ultra based. There is no, we're doing this like the Holy Bible expects, where we do not even, non-whites are not considered at all, okay? And it's not because we hate them. It's not because we want them all to die, and it's not because we want to rule over all of them as their masters and them as our slaves or any of that horse shit. It's because we want our countries to stay white. That's what the name of the channel, and that's why I deduced that that's the name the channel needed to be, is because ultimately I need our people and our countries to stay white. And so it has nothing to do with hating non-white groups. I'm just sick of hearing about them. I'm sick of seeing them. I'm sick of them being shown every day, everywhere, with a white woman on their side. I'm sick of it being blonde women 99.9% of the time. I'm sick of them being artificially elevated in every facet of white civilization. That's a quote from Emmanuel Rabinovich. No, from... it's from the Protocols. It's either from the Protocols or it's from the Calgary Plan, one or the other. That is the quote. We will elevate the Negro in every facet of white civilization. We will artificially, I hope I said that. We will artificially, let me stress that word, we will artificially elevate the Negro in every facet of white civilization. And I'm just sick of it. I'm not against blacks, right? I'm not against Jeets that want to poop on the street and rub cow shit all over themselves. I honestly do not dislike them about that. That doesn't make me dislike them. All right? What makes me dislike them is they're in my country and they're in other white countries. That's what makes me dislike them. And I only dislike the ones who are in our white countries. I have 0.00% of an issue with Indians in India who never leave India and who never call America or Europe and try to scam white elderly people and stuff. You know, if they just live in India doing India things and never have anything to do with white world, I have 0.00% of a problem with them. I only have a problem with non-whites who are in our countries. And for obvious reason. The same as all of you. But I'm just letting you know that, there are a lot of people that are like TND and the whole thing, and I get it. And I even agree with them. I give them a like when they put it, because we need to push all the way as far as extreme as possible with our rhetoric, our propaganda. This channel is positive, white positive propaganda. We need to push as far right as possible, because we're not going to get all our way, right? So just like when you want to sell a car, you put it up for a price. You don't put it up for the price you want for it. Most people put a price higher than they want for it because they know that someone's going to try to what them down? Jew them down. So because people know that other people are going to try to Jew them down, they usually set a higher asking price and let people Jew them down. And then whatever they end up letting people Jew them down to is what they really were willing to take for the vehicle or the whatever, the sofa, the whatever. So, in that same theme, knowing that we need to push as hard to the right as possible, as far right as no man has gone in 100 years, so that whatever amount we do pull our way, we pull it as far as we possibly can to the right before we stop being effective, before we stop pulling people more and more to the right. When it finally tapers off and the inertia stops and they just kind of go only so far to the right, at least we pulled them as far to the right as we possibly could. And the only way we can do that is by being as hard to the right as possible. And I'm not doing it as a meme or as a militant person. I am genuinely in my heart all the way to the far right, 100,000% all the way. Even if I lived on a lone island where I have no non-whites to worry about or anything, I would still thank God for all the same things every day, because that they are what are written in our Holy Bible. I have to thank God extra, more so than any white person who isn't blonde-haired, blue-eyed. I have to, as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white person, I have to give God an additional thank you, itemized, separate from all the other itemized things I thank God for. In my Sabbath prayers and even through the week, I thank Him for being blessed to be born the colors of Jesus Christ. It's the highest mortal blessing God gives anyone. It's the highest honor any white person could be given, is to be born the colors of Jesus Christ. We are the most hated, the most envied, because we are the colors of Jesus Christ. And we are also, there are positive. There are a lot of people that think most positively of blonde-haired, blue-eyed people. But the bottom line is we are hated and envied and despised because of it most often. And it's because we're the colors of Jesus Christ. Again. So, anyone who is, any of you who ever listen in, or if you are and listening on the stream, make sure in your Sabbath prayers, if you are a blonde-haired, blue-eye, you do owe God an additional itemized thank you for blessing you to be born the colors of Jesus Christ. That is a responsibility of yours. It's the highest honor you're ever going to be given, physically. And you get to wear it and enjoy it your entire life from birth to death. So, it is also your longest lasting blessing from the moment you're born all the way to the moment you die. And so, definitely give God your appreciation every week for that. And again, other white folks who are not part of the Blonde Hair Blue Eye Club, you still have your own positive attributes. You, first and foremost, we all collectively, you, I, every white person, our number one thank you to God, itemized, needs to be to thank Him for blessing you to be a part of His covenant people. All right, that's the first thing you should itemize in your prayers, because without that, nothing else matters. God wouldn't pay you any attention probably. And who knows, maybe God interacts with the non-whites too. Who knows? Maybe He does, but I doubt it, because all you see Him talk about and worry about, concern Himself with, all throughout the Holy Bible from beginning to end, are the white people. But perhaps that's what He wants us to know, and that's all He wants us to know as His children, as little children who don't need to know everything yet. And then once we get to heaven, He might be like, look. Even though I never told you this, I was interacting and intervening with some of the non-whites sometimes, because this one over here prayed to me all the time, and this one over here loved Jesus Christ, and maybe He will. Maybe He will, and we don't know that. But based on our Holy Bible, it does not read that way. It reads that they will all be gone because of their working against Israel, meaning whitey. And they are the ones who also are going to rally against white people in heaven when heaven comes back to earth. They are who Satan is going to rise up, or God's going to rise everybody up, but they are who Satan is going to be able to manipulate and form into the largest army that's ever been on earth. And it'll be because he has billions of non-whites. And they will attack heaven, thinking that surely with our massive numbers, we swallow heaven. They'll be able to surround it on all sides, And so they figure they'll be able to take it and take us out. But it's all just for nothing, and at that point they will be dispatched by God. But the bottom line is, who knows? Maybe He does. Maybe. And it's none of our business if He does or doesn't. So I don't worry about that, and I don't consider that ever. Instead, I only consider that our God focuses on us, on Israel specifically, and that's all Christ was, that we're all the only ones Christ was sent for. He said that out of His own mouth, Matthew 15:24. And so, I'm only saying that just to show that, we don't know all of God's workings. He can do so many things that we don't know what all He decides He's going to do. And He doesn't tell us everything in this mortal life that He's up to. Not even a smidgen of it. So for all we know, He may have worlds made for those not for the non-whites, where they have their voodoo god rules over that whole terrain, or maybe there's a Buddha somewhere that he made that is ruling over some Asians that live in an all Asian world somewhere. We just have no way to know until we are in glory with them, and all will be revealed at that point. And so we will know, and we will get to spend eternity learning more and more fascinating things God has created, interacted with, dealt with, felt pain and empathy with, along with one of somebody or whatever. I mean, there'd be so many things to learn. Imagine all the world's information of 6,000 years. You'll have all that to learn, every little smidgen, trillions and trillions and trillions of things. It'll take eternity. You'll never run out of new things to learn, never run out of new amazing experiences to experience. It's going to be so worth it, and God doesn't ask much of us. He wants us to keep his Sabbath. It's in his top 10 rules. I mean, think about people all in our Mawa movement and the MAGA movement who are against, well, MAGA is a little more cucked, but think about the true hardcore right-wingers, and we're all so against homosexuality. 100,000%. But yet MAGA will accept them sometimes, right? But the point I was getting at, though, is crap. I lost my train of thought there. It fell out of my brain there for a second. Anyway, it'll come back to me in a minute. But the point is, we need to be 100% based, all right? 100% based, 100% right-wing, and no compromising. It has to be that way, right? I'm just expressing to y'all that we don't have to yield anything to the non-whites, right? We don't need to quote them. We don't need to give a shit what some mongrel, if they agree with us, or some black agrees with us. We don't need token nogs on our side. And in fact, the only way you should be cool with any of them is if they're broadcasting to YouTube from their racist country. So Candace should be, wherever, in some African country and some non-white country. And the Nog twins, they should be in Africa, Jesse Lee Peterson, you think he's on our side? Well, he'd be broadcasting his whole show from Africa if he was on our side. You can't be here as an invader and then be like, these dadgum non-white invaders. That's Clayton Bigsby, but, black version. That is Clayton Bigsby, actually, exactly. So, it's just dumb. So we can't, there's no need to try to have token nogs like, look, this little critter agrees with us, so we're not the scary R word, or look, this one over here, that thinks that we're not bad for what we're saying. Like, Jesse Lee Peterson is totally cool with a White History Month and coining it himself and putting out videos that say that. But where's his Blaxit campaign? You know what I mean? Where's his Blaxit campaign? That's what white people need. If white people have our country back, where it's only white people in our countries again, like it's supposed to be, we don't need a White History Month. And white people don't need a White History Month anyway, because we're already the creators of everything in this world that matters. And I don't mean God didn't create anything. I mean all the man-made things that are awesome that we enjoy every day, all the first world stuff we enjoy, was all white man-made. None of it, zero of it, was ever non-white created or invented, I should say. And so um, we don't have to concern ourselves about any non-whites being in our country, or we don't need their help, you know. And so the only way they're going to be of help is if they go home. So all these ones who won't go home, but they pretend that they're pro-America and they wear Trump hats uh, and they even post baddie stuff. They show blacks being bad. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, look at these two dumb nogs, blah blah blah. You know, Tommy Sotomayor. You know, he should be broadcasting from Africa. But hell no, he don't want to do that. Why? Because he wants access to white women's. And he's with a white women's. And he wants access to our white women's. And so, is that helpful for white people? Is he being helpful for white people? No. You know, white people heard him back in the day on YouTube talking crap about blacks, and they're like, oh my gosh, a black that finally talks crap about blacks. Awesome. Same thing with Jesse Lee Peterson. And they both cheer on the idea of having a White History Month. I'm pretty sure I've heard Tommy Sotomayor, even if he was doing it lighthearted, jokingly, he was still like, wasn't like staunch against the idea of white people having a White History Month, just to counter all of the crazy black accolades that shouldn't exist. So, um, uh, we don't need any of them, and that was all I was really wanting to just push down everyone's throat. It triggered me because I saw Chris's statement of Team White Unite, and it's just I it triggered me into going to that whole rant because our people really have to. They really have to unite, and one of our critical ways is Sabbath. We have to unite first racially, first with Sabbath, and then racially. We have to make white people realize, that Christianity is our race. We don't have to worry whether someone's Irish or German. We can deal with Irish and German and all that and wonder about all that stuff so that we just have an idea of where people are from, just for interesting information to know about them, and also to know what language they probably speak and all those things. But in the political scene, in the religious scene, we don't have to care whether you're Irish or German or Italian or, Spaniard or Russian. If you're white and you're a Christian, you're good to go. And so what it's doing is it's, and this kind of explains the Jew-Gentile thing. Pardon me for stalling. I'm just taking giant chugs of drink. I'm a little dehydrated today. So, Jews, of course, all of you know, doesn't always mean the Jews that we are talking about when you read the Jews in the Holy Bible. And so sometimes when you see the Jews and Gentiles, right, and you see the two things mentioned or the two types mentioned, sometimes it's not referring to the Jews as you know them and the Goyim, as they would call us, the Gentiles. Sometimes what it's meaning is all of Israel, and the Gentiles means the other white people who don't descend from Israel. Remember, Israel came from just one son of Noah's family, but Noah had 3 white sons who produced other white people, and so the Greeks were from one of Noah's sons. Excuse me, from one of Noah's sons, and the Russians were from one of Noah's sons. And so what happens is, as we spread the gospel to white people across the world, like Christ and his disciples told us to, the goal is to win and notify and win over all white people that we possibly can, even if they're not technically Israelites, even if they're from the tribe of Ham or the tribe of Japheth, you know. And so we're the goal is to win over as many white people as possible, not only us, Israel. And it's because all white people we win over become what, remember, you heard that thing from John saying we Gentiles are grafted into Israel or whatever. Well, it's never talking about Jews like you know them. It's talking about us white people, the Israelites, and then the Gentiles. It's meaning anyone who's white who didn't end up being an Israelite because they descend from another son of Noah's. They can be grafted in. Why? Because they're white people. And if they accept Jesus Christ, and I hate saying accept, let me say, if they turn their lives over to Jesus Christ and know that he is the Son of God and confess that he is the Son of God and follow him for the rest of their lives, they are Christian. And Christian means you're Israel, you know, and it only applies to white people. So, you know, when you see, you know, non-whites that call themselves Christians, I mean, you can just like roll your eyes in your head, you know, virtually or whatever. Because it does only apply to white people. Because only white people are the Adamites. Only white people descend from Noah's 3 sons. Only white people descend from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. But, you know, Noah, his 3 sons were before Abraham. So before Abraham is before the Israelites. And so Noah's 3 sons are how we ended up, you know, we came from one of Noah's sons, and then there are other white people who came from Noah's other 2 sons. And they are able to be grafted in to Israel, just like it says in the New Testament, and be as though they were born of Noah's 1 son, you know, that we were born of. And they will still have their own status as being one of Noah's other sons' descendants, but they will be grafted into Israel, meaning Jesus Christ will save them. They will be part of Christ's harvest. Let me get into the chat because I'm getting way, way, way behind, and I know I am, and I'm sorry. Here we go. Christendom Defender stopped by. Hello, if you're still here, God bless you, and happy Sabbath to you, and I hope that you are well. And he put a couple of symbols. Awesome. He has a shield there and some nog feet and a trophy and a crown. Uranium Fever said, this slideshow rocks. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I put these out for people to just be able to get screenshots of things they want to look up later. Things they might not have ever heard about, whatever that happened a long time ago or recently or whatever. And quotes and all kinds of different things, you know. A lot of comments that I've read that are amazing. Vlad, the kebabber, said the good thing about Trump getting elected is more people are realizing he's a scam. Yeah, I mean, I hate that he is. It sucks so bad that he is. He's blonde hair, blue-eyed. He's like the pinnacle of white people type of thing. He's what every white guy aspires to be when they're old, you know, rich and powerful and cool and, you know, wanted to be invited everywhere to all the big events and all this. I mean, he's got like the ultimate status white person, you know. It'd be hard to be higher pinnacle than Donald Trump is, you know. I mean, president on top of it all. Everyone kisses his ass everywhere he goes. And even if they don't like him, they still do because, you know, his just whatever. His status now is just crazy. And has been even through his first term. It was that way, you know. And so um because of all this hoo-ha and fanfare about him, you know, his power level is just super maximized, and he could literally be, he could accomplish, he could pull off everything that we wish he would. Every single bit of it, he could get it all accomplished. It's so crazy, and it's maddening to me even that we have this able, capable, you know, turnkey participant who's just not for us and never gonna do it. And man, oh, it's so frustrating. It makes white people want to just, you know, rip their hair out, you know? It's I forget who it was. One of our godly men, he got so upset. I think it was Jeremiah. He was ripping his beard out, you know, and I don't want any of you white men to do that. I'm just saying, no white ladies, please don't pull your hair. But, you know, that's the kind of frustration the guy had to inflict crazy agony on himself just to deal with, you know, his own mental anguish over watching our people destroy themselves and be idiots and cucks and wrong about everything and led down every hole, you know, easy as pie. And it's just, you know, it's maddening. And so to watch Trump all this status and all this power and all this everything, just like he said, he could shoot someone in the middle of Times Square and wouldn't lose a single voter probably. And that's, you know, not all the way true, but it's not a horrible exaggeration. It's not grossly exaggerated. I mean, that's crazy that, you know, and another thing is, you know, there is no one behind him waiting to go other than me, but there is no powerful, wealthy, famous person ready to go. And that's not me. There is no famous, wealthy person, powerful person ready to go after him. And so, I mean, it's not looking good after Trump's 3 years are over, and who knows how stupid it's going to get during this 3 years coming up. We still have 3.5 years of who knows what kind of madness. I don't want to say this, but I'm going to because I haven't yet, and it's been on my mind for like months and months and months. That, you know, Trump's last year in office, they may pull another lockdown, and then he'll allow it again, even though he spent all this time saying we'll never do a lockdown again. We learned our lesson from the first one. F that. We'll never do that shit again. Not under my watch, or not on my watch, you know, and all that. And he'll just flip flop on you, just like usual, you know. And it's just so stupid because this dude literally, he has the ability to save the world. He has the ability to be the new Uncle A and accomplish what Uncle A dreamed of accomplishing and just couldn't, because all the world's white people, the world's most mighty white countries, were all pummeling him and his people to death. What a shame. But this freaking guy bosses around the entire world. And they just go, yes, daddy. Huh. We have like the ultimate character to pull this off. And the stupid dude is a retarded Jew cuck instead. Make it make sense. Also, on top of all that, this dude has the mental will to be known and talked about and famous and desired and looked up to all through the future when he's dead and gone. Like, you know how his ego is. He wants people to talk highly about him for hundreds of years after his death. And so, not, of course, you don't realize we only have 215 years to go. But so in his mind, he would like 500 years from now for people to still be doing, you know, documentaries on him and big detailed stories about him and written down and books written about him and yet he's taking the cucked pussy route and obeying his Jewish masters, not double crossing them, not rounding everyone up. And keep in mind, he has even more incentive to do that, knowing that he's on the list. You know, knowing that he's on that client list, this would be the ultimate redemption for him with the Trump conservatives. Granted, he doesn't have to care because there is no him being on the election again anyway. But it's just the fact that it keeps the narrative going. That it would keep the narrative going that way. It would keep Trump conservatives following him. Of course, they follow him no matter what. But if he decided to come out and say the Nogs got to go. In fact, all the non-whites are here unlawfully. 1790 Naturalization Act is in effect as of today. All the non-whites got to get the fuck out. The Trump conservatives, almost all of them would stay with him. Practically all of them. Would be so few dissenters that, he would lose maybe 50 votes total. Not that Jews count your goyim votes, but I'm just saying, like in a real scenario, a real election, or real whatever. I mean, he has the ability. Oh, how frustrating. How frustrating. He has the ability to be the greatest white guy, a white man of the 21st century, and all through the 21st century. No other white guy would ever need to top him because we would be living in white utopia again, where we just don't have to have some great epic thing happen that would cause a great leader to be formed from it. Um, so therefore, Trump would just be the iconic figure to talk about, the iconic white man of the 21st century. And I was going to say the 20th century, but really it's the 21st because that's when he became president. That's when all this political influence has happened because of him being president. And so really it should be that he is going to be, would be, I should say, be known as the greatest man of the 21st century if he would just uncuck himself from non-whites in Israel, or not Israel, but Jews. If he would just uncuck himself from them and uncuck himself from the non-whites and just remove them all, it wouldn't take very long. You would think it would, but it wouldn't, especially when it's every single non-white, because non-whites can't hide their identity. We would ban face masks, ban head coverings, ban face coverings of any kind. And so every non-white walking around is going to be easily noticeable. So they'll be immediately snatched by anyone, a resident, a citizen, or a cop or anybody. And immediately they will be picked up and taken away, and that's it. And they'll be, loaded on the barges with the rest of them. He has this turnkey golden opportunity laying in his lap, and he will be considered the greatest hero of all time, almost practically. If he would just listen to us and do what we ask. But it just, it don't look like that was, obviously, it's not him. And so we don't have anyone else that's even remotely as close to the right as him, even though he's a fake right winger. So it's really a shame that he's a Zion Don. You know, it really is a shame. Gaius Marius said, "Oh, thank goodness, some content that isn't offensive." Okay, I read that. Sorry. Oh, Joe Embriano. Yes, thank you, Joe Embriano. That is him. God bless the dude, man. He's trying and he cares. You know, he does care, and that's why he does what he does. And so I say, God bless him. You know, he's still helpful. Lacey is here. Hello. Happy Sabbath to you. And she said, "Hey guys, good to see all y'all again." Well, God bless you and thank you very much. And I hope you have a wonderful Sabbath tomorrow and tonight. And she said, "I'm enjoying the live stream so far. And yes, I do believe in laser technology." Oh, okay. So that's how far back in the chat I am. Wow. Sorry, y'all. Pretty soon, everything is going to be so high tech or high tech. Sorry. My vision was blocked, or my view was blocked there of that word. It'll be unrecognizable. Yeah, I agree. I think technology will have another little wacky bump upward several times. Um, Things that we probably can't imagine right now sitting here in this stream, but things that will come along that are just wacky new technology that we can't foresee coming right now. That will really change up a lot of things, whether it's transportation or communication or politics, and who knows what it'll be. You know, we could guess all the way until it comes, and we would never get it right. But yes, I totally agree that um, that that eventually, you know, technology will become high tech enough that we won't recognize certain things anymore. A good example is one time I pulled up to a 7-Eleven and I was on a road trip. And this is back in about 2011. I'm doing this road trip and I have kids with me in the car. And we pull up at a 7-Eleven in this little small town we're trying to get through, and I needed gas. And we pull up to the gas pump, and it either didn't work or something was weird about it. So, or maybe it was that the gas pumps were all taken up at the time or something. So I just pulled up to the store, and I pulled right up in front of a payphone. There was a payphone right there on the wall, and you know, this is 2011, so I mean, payphones had been long gone for over a decade, and they're looking at it, and they asked my girl that I was with at the time, my girlfriend at the time. They asked her. They said, "You know, what is that?" And I was like, "That's a payphone." And they're like, "A what?" So, you know, to us, it took a while for us to notice, but we're like, "Hey, wait, all the payphones are gone now everywhere," you know, and it took you just noticing it one day that they were just all gone. But a person who never grew up with payphones existing at all doesn't even know that that was ever a thing, you know, until they discover from like watching old shows or whatever. Um, and you know, a lot of TV shows they've ever watched as the new age generations, you know, they don't watch these old shows that showed people trying to use a payphone. And in most movies and TV shows, they wouldn't even put money in the payphone. They would pick it up and they would just like put their hand to it for a second, like they stuck a quarter in it or a dime in it, and then they would just start talking. So it was kind of bad acting back then, and kids wouldn't even pick up on the fact that they're putting coins, an actor's putting coins in the phone, you know. And so yeah, you know, the future could look completely different than what it does now. But I don't imagine it will until we become an all-white world again, as far as like our countries, all-white countries again. I don't think any progress is going to happen until then. I don't imagine white people are going to come up with the next new crazy technology until we have this battle and win it and take our countries back and restore them. And then I think rapidly we will start coming up with new technologies, maglev vehicles, which are essentially flying cars. Um, I mean, who knows? There's so many things it could be. I mean, there's just no way to guess. Um, and then Deb of Christ said hello to Lacey. She also spoke to Slowboy and said, I came in late. Did he answer the name change? Okay. Well, the name change, I have several reasons for the name change. They all came about the same time, too. And I haven't explained it, so I guess I will vaguely. Without getting too deep into the whole thing of it, YouTube and some YouTube employees were messing with me, messing with my channel, messing with my views. They still are, but they were doing so in a more aggressive manner a while back, and I was getting these crazy warnings constantly every time, not every time, but every few times or whatever. I would have to reset my YouTube app because of it getting weirded out or whatever, where I couldn't leave likes or whatever. I'd leave a comment and it wouldn't stick, and so that's your cue to get rid of, to close out your YouTube app and start it afresh. And then suddenly your likes will start sticking again. Your comments will start appearing when you comment. A lot of these truthers who put a comment somewhere, they don't see their comment when they click from top comment to newest comment to see if it's still really there. And they'll get mad. They'll be like, dang it, I just typed this whole thing out and it's not even here. They deleted it instantly. Well, really what it is they need to refresh their app. And you'll see the same type of truther who doesn't know that in the comment section saying, oh, I can't leave a like. YouTube won't let me like your video. All they need to do is just close out the app and start it over again, and it will let their like stick. So what started happening was every now and then I'd have to redo my YouTube app, to get it to start working right again. And as I would do that, I was starting to get these weird messages from YouTube. And I know they're from YouTube because they're on the actual app. It's not like I was getting some email saying that they're YouTube and it's really BS or whatever. It was actually on the app where I'm getting these warnings. And it was different. Each warning was different. They all were worded differently. They were accusing me of different things or warning me not to do certain things, warning me that certain things are against their policy guidelines, all this crap. And it was just a series of these new warnings that I had never seen before. And so part of the reason I changed my name was for that. Another reason I changed is so I have this multi-prong thing of why. So that was reason number one, or one of the reasons. I'll just say number one. Another reason, number two, I'll say, was because on certain conservative Sheckler chats that I want to chat on, their mods know me as Stay White. And so as soon as I come in their chat and start trying to comment, I won't even say anything that pisses off conservatives at first. I'll just say, what up, goys, like I normally do. And they'll let that stick usually. But then the next thing I say, no matter what it is, even if it's something that conservatives would typically agree with, they end up deleting me out of the chat. I'll see it there. It'll post, and then it'll get deleted. And then I'll post again later on. I'll wait a little bit. I'll post again. Something else. Something softball that won't freak out the mods or the conservatives that are, tuned in. And they will put me in a timeout, right? Or they'll block my stuff from, popping up anymore in the chat. So I changed it to that name, really just to change the name at all for point number 2. Point number 3, I picked a J name so that I could declare that anybody who ever tries to complain about my channel is being anti-Semitic, because this is a Jewish channel now. And so anybody who has a problem with it is anti-Semitic, and they need to leave me alone. And then, and those are the 3 main reasons. But there is a 4th one, but it doesn't really matter. It's just more of a BS one. So really, those 3 are the critical reasons why I changed the name. And I will go back to Stay White if it will let me. It may not, since I've already used it once. It may be like, oh, this has already been used. You can't use that name again. I hope that doesn't happen. I hope I can restore the name to the 2 words with no weird hyphen or underscore. I want it to just be Stay White like it was. But for now, I'm using this just as a gag on YouTube and to be able to try to chat in the conservative chats, because for whatever reason, when I leave a comment or a reply, it says Stay White. It doesn't present it as a channel name looking thing. It just looks like a typical username, and then it has a number after it, which of course they put 33 in my number, the pricks. But on a chat, it shows my channel name as my channel name, So anytime I'm in a chat, not leaving a comment in the comment section, but anytime I'm in a chat of a live stream, my name comes up, Coinblatt Nosowitz, and no one knows that that's Stay White. None of these mods or anybody know me as Coinblatt Nosowitz. So, and also for the mods who are all pro-Israel, I'm hoping they'll see that and be like, well, even if it's a joke, it sounds Jewish. Maybe he's a Jew and just having fun with his name. And so in theory, they'll leave me alone. And I actually have been able to chat on some of the ones that I wasn't able to until I changed the name. Like Salty Cucker is a good example. He has me permanently blocked, right, as Stay White. But then when I changed the name, I came on the chat and it was letting me chat. And I'm still permanently banned from his live chats on Rumble. But that's because I've never changed the name over there. So maybe it would work over there as well. But it does work on YouTube. When you change the name, it doesn't go by your device or any of that. It goes by, I guess, the username. So when I changed the username, I was able to chat again. And now I'm able to chat on Salty Cucker's chat again. I'm able to chat on Veteran Cucker's chat again because he had me permanently blocked also. I'm able to chat on, what's that other big Sheckler conservative that has me blocked? Charlie Kirk. I don't visit his channel or comment on his though. But there was a little spell where I was, and it wasn't his chat even, actually. I think it was from a comment I put on there or something. It was that I got like a thing that he'd complained about me. But and it might have even been a YouTube short or something. I don't know. It was a video. I don't think it was a live stream because I've never went on one of his live streams if he does those. But there was some other conservative that would do live streams that banned me also from his chat. Whoever it was, I can't remember now. And so, but the main 2 are Salty Cucker and Veteran Cucker. I wanted to be able to chat on their chats again because they're both so active on YouTube all day, and so many conservatives follow them like puppy dogs. That I figured I would just, if I could get access to those 2 chats again, I have access to lots and lots of people again. Oh, Mark Dice, that was no, not Mark Dice, because he doesn't do live streams. Who is it? Somebody else that's really big has me blocked from their chat. I'll think of it eventually. But Mark has deleted a lot of my comments, and whether it's Mark or if he has like a small team of people who delete comments or whatever, I don't really know, but he's deleted my comments before because I'll see that they stuck and they'll be there for like a couple 3 hours, or the one comment that I left will be there for a couple 3 hours, and then 3 or 4 hours will go by, and wouldn't you know, it's not there anymore. So yeah, I mean, there's just. Sorry, I forgot I didn't have the mic up to my face here. So yeah, there was, it was mostly those three reasons. Those were the three big reasons that I changed it, and I won't be leaving it that way. It's only temporary, and hopefully, I'll be able to change it back to just stay white. Those two words, no weird ass crap extra, to be able to. Hopefully, I won't reject it since I've already used it. Deb of Christ is here. Hello, and God bless you, dear, and happy Sabbath to you, and I hope you have a lovely Sabbath tomorrow. And I'm sorry I didn't say that a minute ago. My bad. Uranium Fever said, obviously, Coinblatt is Jew approved. That's right. I want to be left alone by the Jays, and I want to be left alone by pro J supporters or J supporters. I want to be left alone by people who are anti my channel. And best way to get them to leave me alone is just say, hey, this channel's a Yid channel. You need to leave it alone, But I'm doing it more as a joke to spite them, sort of, also, because that's why I made the name so obvious that I'm making fun of the Jews, Vlad, the kebabber. Okay, he was just asking if I had answered. So I have, okay. Gaius Marius said he's bulletproof. Oh yeah, Trump. I know, it's crazy. It's like, God, if that's who you're referring to, he could do so much, and just now he's just pissed it all away. His turnkey laid in his lap on a silver platter, half the world's support behind him. I mean, there's people in other countries, there's non-white shitholders in the middle of Singapore that love Trump and freaking use their little phone we've sent over there with our tax money for them to watch him, say stuff on rallies and stuff of his, and they love the guy. You know what I mean? So he's got half the world loves him probably, and half the world hates his guts, of course. But he's got more support than practically any other white person and on earth. So I would say, he is absolutely in the turnkey, most supporters of any white man, in decades. He could do it. He could do it, and he just isn't gonna. And Meadow Fine is here. Hello and happy Sabbath. God bless you. And she said, I'm going to guess you're a she unless you correct me. If you think fathers are more important than mothers, you don't love your people. No, I would not think that fathers are more important than mothers. I probably just misspoke or didn't speak it well enough where you could understand what I was getting at. But no, I definitely don't think fathers are more important than mothers. What I meant was, and I even know what you're talking about where a father seeing the mud shark. It's a higher insult to a father because we're the opposite sex. We are men, so we know how guys think. We know how guys think about women. We know how non-white males think about our daughters, and so it has nothing to do with whether a mother is less important. Absolutely not. We wouldn't even have our daughter if it wasn't for the mother. So yeah, that was just a misunderstanding there between the two of us. Vlad the kebabber said, even the mud sharks, haha, I shouldn't laugh at that, but it sounded funny. Well, and I'm being honest there about that. It does sound funny because we're always ragging on them and toll paid and this and that. But honestly, I only say that to be harsh truth. You know what I mean? I really don't say it to laugh at them or make fun of them or any of that out of spite that they decided to be race traders. I know that our girls are doing these things because the Jews have duped them into doing so. And I know that they are dooming themselves from eternity forever without them even realizing it. It's like, imagine if the Jews allowed our little white kids and started encouraging our little white kids by TV ads and all these toys they come out with to start tattooing their whole face when they're starting at 10 years old. And then parents are like, hell no, you ain't doing that. We don't want those toys. We want those toys banned. And the Jews kept putting out more toys of it that do it, these toy tattoo machines. And they kept putting out more commercials, cheering it on, and advertisements all over the place. And no matter how much white people scream against it, they just keep putting it out and keep putting it out. And the kids are all demanding to do it. And next thing you know, kids are sneaking off away from their parents with birthday money and getting the thing and tattooing their whole face. You know, they're ruined for their whole life, mortal life anyway. And, you know, and even though the white parents fought it like hell, that's the same thing that happens with the mud sharks. You know, some parents are just cucked beyond belief and get them into cheerleading and get them into dance and get them, and then by default, without them realizing it, they're convincing their girls to end up cheering on Nogs, which ends up making them respect Nogs, which makes them end up looking up to Nogs, which makes them end up sleeping with Nogs or allowing a Nog to sleep with them. So, it's, you know, when I say it like that or whatever, I'm really just being harsh truth. You know, I'm not even trying to be funny, even though it does sound funny because, you know, it's a meme nowadays. Let me grab this thing so I can see what's in the chat. Okay. Meadow Fine said, "Oh, a Jutian or a Judean, Jutian. No wonder the homosexual worldview." I don't remember what story that was about. I apologize. Gaius Marius said, but remind me if you like, and I'll go back to it with you. Gaius Marius said, "Something I think many Christians don't know is that a nation is not a piece of land." Correct, 100%. The biblical definition of the word nation is a people, a bloodline, a race. That's exactly right. And that's part of what I preach and smear all in white people's faces on this channel best I can, is that they need to understand this, you know, very soon, very quickly, like right now, like years ago already. We're way behind schedule. Meadow Fine said it's not so much biblical definition. It's just that the Jews who wrote that slop knew what everyone knew, that nation and race was the same thing. Yes, they do know that, but they didn't write our Holy Bible. They wrote the Talmud and they wrote the Kabbalah. But they are not Israelites, and they are not any of the Israelite people in the Bible. They descend from Esau and his two Canaanite wives, who created the two types of Jews there are, Sephardic and Ashkenazi. Neither are Europeans, so there's no such thing as Eastern European Jews or Russian Jews or German Jews or American Jews. All of those words, German, American, Russian, European, those only apply to white people, and Jews are not any status of white people. They're not even status as Adamites, nor are they status as Semites, because they are born mongrels. All Jews are mongrels from the very first Jew that was ever born to Cain. Every single Jew by default is a mongrel. And mongrels have no status in God's hierarchy. If you thought of God's hierarchy as a totem pole, they're not even on the totem pole. They're not even in the grass of the yard around the totem pole. They are just non-existent in God's eyes. And right now they anger him because they still exist, right? So until the 6,000 year trial is up, they exist. And they anger God. Every time he sees them walking around, breathing our air, eating our food, it makes God enraged. And he so looks forward, I know he does, to the day of reckoning where all mongrels will be destroyed. So Jews are not any tribe of Israel, so they didn't write anything of the Bible. White people are the Adamites. We are the Shemites, meaning the Semites. We descend from Shem. We are the descendants of Noah's 3 sons who were all white and all had white wives and produced white babies, restarted the white race. We are the Israelites, descended of Abraham. And now we refer to ourselves as Christians because God stripped us of the name Israel, even though it still means white people and it never means anything else. It's just that God retired that word. It's an outdated word for us, and we were going to be called by a new name. And our new name is Christian. So, let me get back in the chat here. I don't want to keep going on that too long. Let's see. Vlad asked Meadows something. I'll let them discuss that. Gaius Marius said, how are there only 10 people watching? That's 0.1% of your subscribers. YouTube must keep this stream tucked away. Well, they definitely keep my numbers down just to keep the channel, discouraged. But I'm also low effort on this channel. I don't put out videos every day. My streams, I don't give any upfront notice. I only put the notice out at like 9:15 or something for a 10 o'clock show. But that's how, late I got here and got everything hooked up and together because I don't leave all my stuff together. You know how like most YouTubers, they have a whole station in their home that they leave all set up and everything. I don't do all that because I don't ever use my laptop for anything other than to stream. Most things I want to do, I can just do on my phone. So I rarely use my other devices, and I really only whoop out the laptop and the USB pre and the wireless mic and all the stuff whenever I'm going to do a stream. Otherwise, it's just not even necessary to have it out. And so I just put it all away because I don't want it out and in the way and taking up a spot in my house, and it's just not necessary. So by the time I got home and got it all hooked up and got the slideshow going and got freaking the music going and everything, it was already like 9:15, and then I made that post. But yes, I'm sure they still keep my numbers down. Also, I know it's Sabbath. A lot of people go out on Friday nights and do things, whether it's dinner with the fam or they're working late, to get their overtime before the weekend starts, or, sad to say, some of them might just be out partying. A lot of our white people are guilty of that. So, I honestly, on Sabbath, on Friday night Sabbath streams, I honestly, especially when they're pop-up surprise ones like tonight, I don't really expect almost anyone to show up. So I'm grateful there are as many of you as there are in real time hanging out and throwing suggestions and comments, because that really helps me, so that I don't forget to mention certain things. You folks remember what all happened through the week. 25 brains or 11 brains or whatever are better than just mine by itself. So I'll forget to talk about certain things if y'all don't mention them. So I'm really glad for any of y'all who stop by when the stream is going and chime in with things that you want discussed. Let's see. Deb of Christ said, I rarely get a notification of the live. It's funny you say that. I have tried notifications several times on different streams. I forget who it was. Somebody was doing a stream, and I was like, I was eager to watch it. I think it was like I think it was either Joel or he was debating someone or something. And I was like, oh yeah, I want to watch that. And I put I tried the notification bell thing out. I've never tried it, or I have tried it a couple times before that, but it didn't do anything. I tried it that time, and that wasn't that long ago, several months ago, maybe it's been a year ago. And sure enough, it didn't work then either. It just never works. Maybe it's because I keep notifications of YouTube off. I guess that's why. As far as my phone goes, like YouTube app notifications, I leave that turned off. So I guess I would have to turn that on to make the stupid thing work. But I thought it would just work within the app. And so therefore, if I'm on YouTube, I figured it would just go ding and just remind me or bring it up on, put some little thing on the screen that I could select it. Instead, I think it just dings your phone with a regular YouTube notification. And if you have that turned off, then you just don't get them. So maybe that was your problem too, or maybe it is on the YouTube app and they just hosed you from getting it. Vlad had already chimed in to Meadowfine and said Jews didn't write the Bible. That is a modernist lie. Correct. Gaius Marius said that's 1%. I don't remember which topic we were talking about there. Sorry about that. Vlad, the kebabber, said, never forget to have German and white guilt. Yeah, right? Hand rubbing intensifies. Exactly. Gaius Marius said, +1. I'm still not, I don't know what that topic is. My bad. Please chime in with the explanation if you want, and I'll comment on it if you need me, if you wanted me to or something. Vlad the kebabber said, hey, I'm catching up to the chat. Cool. It's all Vlad now. Well, no, there's a Gaius in there. But Vlad starts off saying, I kind of want the invading ones to die at least. That won't happen till whites repent, though. True. And, a lot of times God hasn't eliminated them all. Instead, he drives them out, which I'm totally fine with that, too. Either way, we get our white countries back, I'm okay with. As long as it's God blessed, it will happen. And since it's happening because it's God blessed, whatever happens will be okay. So it'll be okay with our God. It'll be okay with us. That doesn't mean we got free reign to go out and do bad shit while it's going down. I just mean, as long as we do it with righteousness and do it God's way and follow God's way, it'll get done. And it has to happen. You got to remember, I've mentioned this a billion times. It has to come to pass that we retake our countries, because there is no way for the Jews and non-whites of this world to continue eliminating us starting right now when we still have 215 years left before Christ's arrival. There is no way on earth that in 40 or 50 years they could have all the whiteys eliminated or downtrodden to the point where we're all the broke, poor niggers of the country, of our own countries worldwide, and all the blacks and Puerto Ricans and the Mexicans and the Asians and the Indians are all making all the money. That would not be able to sustain itself for 200 years or 180 more years or 130 more years, depending on how long it takes to eliminate whitey. So there's no way they'll be able to survive. The earth will just be in flames for the last, 150 years. So instead, none of the prophecies of the Bible would be able to come true. But since they will come true perfectly as written, that means that Whitey's going to have another uprising and then enjoy decades, if not a century and a half or so, of making millions of white babies again, filling up the earth, peppering the whole earth with white babies, which is what God wants to see. And when he mentions that he kills all the non-whites, when Jesus Christ comes and kills all the non-whites, with the brightness, with the whiteness of his appearance, it says just a few verses later that the earth will be littered, that the non-whites will litter the earth like dung. That's the real quote, not the word non-whites, but it's meaning, that's who it's meaning. It's meaning it says the wicked, and that means the savages, the beasts, the non-whites, and they will litter the earth like dung. Their bodies will litter the earth like dung. Remember, it's talking about their bodies, and it's talking about dung. So who are colored like dung? The browns. So, the what was I mentioning that for? To drive them out. But but God can do crazy, crazy things that we can't even fathom to drive them out, to just drive them out. And we, again, we won't be able to sit here and fathom what it is. We wouldn't be able to come up with it. But God can create incredible scenarios, and so we probably won't have to do a lot of fighting, if any at all. But we have to show God that we're willing to, finally, that we're willing to obey his way. We're willing to demand to live separate again, like his commandment for us is to live separate. And that means segregated. That's what that means. Be ye separate. That means be ye segregated from all the world's non-whites. And it's not hateful for us to do so. It's not wrong or immoral or unethical. It's biblical. And the reason why is once we are an all-white country again, our little white girls and white young women and elderly white people can walk the streets again all over our cities. Detroit. Imagine an elderly white lady walking through Detroit. You know what I mean? That can happen again. Imagine an 8-year-old blonde white girl with no parent, no adult with her, walking around in Detroit, walking from one part of Detroit to another to go to a grocery store or a convenience store or whatever. That can happen again once we have an all-white country again. Our women were free. Our little kids were free to roam around. When we were kids, we would get on our bikes and we would go so many miles from home that we would be in an entire other town. And our parents would have no idea. You could have went and knocked on our parents' door and been like, hey, do you know where your kids are? And they would say, they're out here riding bikes somewhere around the neighborhood. They would have no idea that we were 15 miles away in some other town, But kids nowadays don't get to enjoy those at young ages where you're still on bicycles, small bicycles and stuff. They have no enjoyment like that. They have no America like that. When I was growing up, we had skate park lock-ins where all of us white kids would be locked in all night together. And it would only take 3 or 4 adults to chaperone the entire building full of 200 white kids. And, that's where many boys and girls got their first kiss, had their first girlfriend, start dating with them and stuff when we were all young white kids at the skate rinks. And then I was never a big roller skater, but, I would go there and talk to girls and stuff and just hang out. And I'd roller skate a little bit and embarrass myself and get them to laughing about it. And then, boom, I'm sitting on the sidelines talking to the girl. So I still did many, roller skating rink visits because, that was just one of our places that white kids met and socialized and got to meeting girls. Girls met boys, boys met girls. And, we could meet boys and girls from other schools by going to the skating rinks. And so then, as you got older, white people would go to the drive-in with their girlfriend, or their new date that they're courting. And the drive-in was where many, many millions of our white children were conceived. And so that's why the Jews had to get rid of the drive-ins, because they were causing millions of white babies to keep being born. Let's see here. Vlad said, God is letting them live to punish us for not repenting. Yes, that is true. It's they are God's weapon of choice against us. And so, yes, that is true. God is letting them roam free as a punishment to the nation. That is true. That is true. And he says so in our Holy Bible. He tells us that if we allow strangers to live in our land, that not only will we be, our women will be defiled by them. That means they'll be raped by them and convinced to just on their own willingly have sex with them. That abominations will be created from that, which is terrible and makes God more and more angry. Dooms more and more of our women. Strains our resources more and more of our white people. And then he also said it gets worse than that. They will rise above you in your own land, and they will end up ruling over you. And so that is the ultimate end result of God flooding us with non-whites. And it's basically, you got to think about it like how a parent from the old school days, I know you millennials and stuff probably won't be able to relate to this, but any of you Generation X folks who listen into this, you should be able to relate. Basically, our parents back in the day, Generation X and any generation before Generation X, our parents had this approach with us where if we did something that our parents didn't like the idea of us doing, sometimes our parents would say, "Oh, you think you're Mr. Cool Guy? You want to do that thing that I'm against you doing, and you're wanting to do that against my wishes? Well, I tell you what, I'm gonna make you do it all the time." Like, let me give you an example. So when I was young, my mom warned me not to ever start dipping or chewing tobacco because I lived in the country, and it was a rite of passage into manhood for young boys to start dipping or chewing tobacco. And this is the 80s, though. You got to understand, this is the 80s, and that's why this was still a thing. It's not so popular nowadays. It still is among some of the country boys, but it was really popular in the 80s. And so every young boy in the country was tempted by watching their dad or their uncles, and every man they knew pretty much who was a country boy would either have a big fat wad sticking his cheek out of tobacco that they were chewing on, or they would have a big bottom lip sticking out from a dip in their lip, And so my mom told me, don't you ever be trying that crap because that stuff's nasty and it's bad for you. And she said, but if you ever decide you want to try it, you tell me and I'll get it for you and you try it with me present. And so one day I decided that I wanted to dip. So I said, all right. I told my mom, I said, hey, I want to dip, And my dad is the type of guy where he would let me do anything I wanted. So it was really always my mom that was the roadblock. My dad did not dip, and he didn't chew tobacco, and he didn't smoke either. But he did not. My dad was the type of guy where he let me just do what basically ever I decided was that I wanted to do, I guess I should say. He let me do anything I wanted. And it was because he could tell that each thing I got into that I wanted to do wasn't something bad. So as long as it didn't perturb him because of whatever it was I was getting into, he was cool. And so he didn't care if I decided to try dipping. He didn't care if I, chewed tobacco. He didn't care. Really, I could have probably smoked cigarettes when I was a kid, and he wouldn't have. I don't mean a little kid, but I mean, by the time where I'd want to learn how to dip or something like that, by the time I was like 12 or whatever. And I don't think he would have cared if he'd have caught me smoking or anything. He wouldn't have, flipped out and grounded me or whooped my butt or any of that crap. He was very when it came to socially with me, he was a very laid back, cool guy. Very, very good to me. And so mom was the worry wart, the one that don't want you doing anything wrong and the whole thing. And so she said, I want you to do it with me, because I think she was afraid if I did it with dad would just not be bothered by it, and then I would be encouraged to keep doing it. So she wanted me to do it with her. And so when she finally said, when I finally, coordinated with her that we were going to go to the store and buy some, and I was going to try it, she took me to the store. We bought some, came back, and actually, we didn't come back. Right when we left the store, I took a wad of dip and I stuck it in my bottom lip and I hopped in the car and we start riding down the road. I only got probably, I don't know, a couple, 3-4 miles down the road, and I was puking all down the side of mom's car. And so rather than her just laughing and going, I told you that stuff you would make you sick. I told you all that. Instead of told you so and laughing at me, she said, well, when I got done puking, she was like, well, you need to get you another dip out of that can and shove it right back in your lip. And I'm like, what are you talking about? She's like, you said you wanted to try it. You're going to try it, and you're going to take that whole can. I'm like, Mom, that's not how people that dip. This can would last a person 2-3 days. She's like, I don't care. You puked it all out. You need to get yourself a fresh dip. I'm like, ugh, all right. And I'm like freshly puked throat, puked mouth, like sick as a dog already from this stuff. Not, I'm dizzy. I'm freaking sick. And here she is telling me, nope, you put another dip in your mouth. And so that's what I mean by what God does to us with non-whites. He goes, oh, you want to worship Nogs? You want to watch them on TV throwing a ball around? You want to play their stupid Nog noise music? All right, you like Nogs so much? I'll give you some freaking Nogs. How about 1 billion? And so that's what we're under now. Vlad the Kebabber also said, let's see, no, Gaius Marius said, I could be mistaken, but I am of the impression that Jesse Lee Peterson is quite a big fan of kikes. I don't think so. I mean, maybe he is, but I don't think so. I think he knows about the Jewish question. But maybe not. Maybe he doesn't name the nose. I don't know. That's a good question, or that's a good statement, because I don't know one way or the other. I want to say he has mentioned the nose, but I just can't remember. I don't watch him hardly ever. Once in a blue moon, if he has somebody on, that I feel like listen to their arguments or something, then I'll go ahead and click on them. But it's pretty rare. Vlad Kebabber said, Christians need to read the Old Testament more to see exactly how God punished sin. Totally true. Vlad Kebabber also said, mud sharks can still repent unless they pop out an ape, then it's over. Yeah, technically they can't repent from sleeping with a non-white. That's an abominable offense. So it basically means abominable means not redeemable, and repenting allows redemption. So when you commit a sin that is non-redeemable, Christ isn't going to redeem that. They're pretty much doomed from the first pecker that is inserted into them that isn't a white person. So that is why God said they are defiled, because defiled means they're ruined. That's it. They can't be with a white man afterward because now they're going to give that white man monkeypox, some form of STD. 90+% of blacks have an STD. And so, and not only that, non-whites are incompatible with us physically. So, you know, the children come out screwed up in the head. And it wouldn't matter if they came out amazing and super hyper intelligent or whatever, like the fantasy is. It wouldn't matter because God told us no. But instead, God's saying no is proven in reality by mongrels being typically just inadequate compared to a purebred white person. And again, it's God, so they're doomed for destruction upon Christ's arrival. So knowing all of that, I don't think our white girls will ever be able to repent their way out of sleeping with non-whites or a non-white even one time. And I hate to have to say that because think of all the white girls we're going to lose, to heaven. I mean, even when I watch some random video, I'll be scrolling and it'll be like, ooh, nightlife in so-and-so place. One of them was even Sweden. And these girls are all dressed up to the max and they're walking by these gorgeous white girls in these beautiful dresses. They all look like goddesses walking by. And every so often, here comes 2 or 3 walking by, and one of them's with a nog, arm around him, his arms around her. And it's just, so even in places like Sweden, as soon as a black shows up to an all-white country, a whole bunch of the white girls are willing to sleep with this weird, anomalous, different than all the white guys that they are always around thing. Same thing with Asians or any third worlders. When a white guy goes to their country, all the freaking non-white girls are willing to sleep with the one random anomalous white guy. Just because he's not the same as all the Asian guys there or all the Mexican guys there or whatever. And because he's white, But in their case, they don't necessarily care if the nog is black or if he's Arab or if he's something else. He's just not, if he doesn't look like a white guy, they're weird like that. Some of our defective white girls are just cucked into wanting to sleep with something that's not white, And so God is, most likely not going to spare any of them. And, that's a shame, but there's nothing we can do, to save them. Thaddeus is here. Hello. God bless you and happy Sabbath to you. Thank you for stopping by and chiming in. And he said, in Genesis 3:14, when the serpent is cursed to eat dust for all its days, and they live off of us like parasites. Yes, that's and that's what's coming in the future for them. People read those kind of prophecies and they think, man, the Jews haven't really been eating dirt anywhere. They've been living it up high on the hog, I would say, even off of our own white people. But sometimes those prophecies like that are the end result prophecy. And so, in that case, he was talking about end result, the final conclusion result of your mistake here is going to be that you're going to serve the younger. And dust will you end up eating, all of your days and all these things. And that's hell. That's when they go to hell. They're going to be dealing with all of that, plus they're going to be burning, It's going to be a tough gig for a Jew after Christ arrives, that's for sure. I mean, party is over at that point. The anti-white party will come to a screeching halt. They will be balls deep in it at the time, by the way. That'll be Jacob's trouble. The final Jacob's trouble. We're in a Jacob's trouble right now, but we're not in the final Jacob's trouble, which is coming. And it will exist for a number of years before Christ's return. So it will come in the next 180 years, 190 years, something like that. And then for 20 or 25 or 35 or 10 or 15 years, Whitey will be under the final Jacob's trouble, the one spoke about in the Holy Bible. And so that's when, the Browns are going to be in charge of everything. But they're only going to be, I declare they're only going to be able to keep the world going for maybe a couple of years, maybe 3 or 4 years max. And the whole world will just be in shambles. I mean, everything will be on fire. The electric grid will be down. Public transportation will be gone. I mean, everything will be just trashed. Gas stations won't have gas. So imagine, no electric, no gas, It's just going to be a total disaster, an absolute dumpster fire. And so that'll, at the end of that Jacob's trouble, right before Christ arrives, that will be the peak of their anti-white madness, where they will literally, I don't even want to detail to you the horrible things they'll be up to and get caught red-handed doing when Christ suddenly shows up like a thief in the night. Miss Loyal White Knight is here. Hello, dear. God bless you and happy Sabbath to you. And I hope you have a lovely Sabbath tonight and tomorrow. And she said hello to everyone and said she was late, but that's all good. And we hope you're doing great too, dear. And Vlad said, there is different schools of thought. I'm not sure if it's permanent, even if they are defiled. Well, I do teach that they are permanently done for. But between you and me and those faithful who are sitting here on the stream right now, or those who are faithful enough to even listen this far into one of my streams later on after the fact, I will say, just between all of us, that even though I teach that, so our women understand the true severity of what not to be doing. There is another part of me that knows about another part of the Bible where all of Israel will be saved. Now, if that ends up being the case, God has already made it clear that there is a hierarchy in heaven, and those that were called great on earth, or there are those that were called great in heaven, while they were alive during their mortal trial, will have higher mansions in heaven and have a higher status therefore have a higher status in the new earth than the ones who did not behave like a white person was supposed to. And so those white people who do things that cause terrible affliction to themselves or other white people, those who cause themselves to defile themselves, those who went beyond regular sin to committing abominable acts, they would be the ones who do the serving. But the other reason I stand on the position that that's what the Bible says is that they're ruined permanently after the first one is because fornicators are not going to be allowed in heaven. And fornication is what bestiality is. Fornication has never, ever meant white people having sex with other white people out of wedlock. That is not what that means. It has never meant that. It means race mixing. That's what fornication means. And it says that all fornicators, it says the word all before it starts going through the list. It says all homosexuals, soothsayers, liars, fornicators, da 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 da. And it goes through a list of people who do not have a right to enter the kingdom of heaven. And one of those is the race mixers. So, maybe it doesn't say the word all before all of those, but it does say and all liars at the end of the list. So all liars are not going. But fornicators is in that list. Race mixers are in that list. And there is another reason, and that is, and I had it on the tip of my tongue. It's slipping away, or it slipped away for a second, but it'll come right back because I've it's regularly on my mind randomly. The other point is that that I had mentioned earlier. That's the reason I stand on it, is because abomination means not redeemable. That's what it means. And race mixing is called an abominable act in the Old Testament. So, since it is an abominable act, it literally means it's a not redeemable act, right? So, if God decides to save them, that's not what it says. And if he does decide to anyway, despite what he told us in his word, they will be the lowest in the hierarchy of our people who are saved, and they will be the lowest in hierarchy through eternity. And we who were called great in heaven while we were performing our mortal trial, we will be the higher ups. We will be the kings and queens of kingdoms. God is going to establish kings and queens and kingdoms again, just like he wanted here on the earth before. Just like we did for 2,000 years because we figured out that he wanted us to. And so we will go back to having monarchies. We will have kings and queens, and they will be, their royalty status will be based on their performance on earth. And to be honest with you, as hardcore right wing, and like I said, there's no one to the right of me. But that doesn't mean I don't have love for our people so much that I do wish, I don't want to say wish, but a part of me hopes that even our mud sharks are saved. Because otherwise we will lose so many beautiful, angels in appearance, of our girls from Christ's harvest, And it just sickens me to know of all of these girls that won't be a part of our harvest and eternal life and all these things. It's horrific and sad in every way. And so a whole giant portion of my heart hopes that God saves them anyway. And we'll see. We'll have to wait and see. We won't know until that great day. But everything will be revealed to us after that. So rest assured of that, brother, as I do. Miss Loyal, White Knight said, I tend to gag seeing interracial relationships. I don't watch as many movies anymore due to it being all over the screen. Yes, it is. It's like we can't escape it. Absolutely true. Can we normalize dating our own race again? Yeah, and I would add please to the end of that myself to help out your comment, because that's totally true. Can we please, y'all, you crazy girls out there, I mean crazy in the worst way possible. You got to stop, being like curiosity killed the cat kind of stupidity. Having a fling or a one-night stand with a black and trying to keep it secret and all this, you can't keep secrets like that from God. All right? You can hide it from everyone else your whole life, but God already knows. And so just please, I encourage all ladies, whoever listen in who aren't based yet, please uncuck yourself from that Jewish brain dirtying propaganda and realize that if it was good for you, Jews wouldn't promote it everywhere, all over TVs and advertisements and movies and TV shows. They wouldn't promote it at all if it was okay with our God. If you would be able to do it all you want like that and live your whole life like that and still go to heaven. Instead, Jews know that it ruins you and it ruins your opportunity to go to heaven, therefore ruining Christ's harvest even further. And that's why it's promoted everywhere. So, my hope and prayer is that our ladies snap out of their stupidity before it's too late and we lose so many more millions from Christ's harvest, you know. And a lot of it is our fault because we are not shaming them. We are not demanding that they stop that stupidity, you know. Instead, we let them walk past us with a big old shit-eating grin on their face, you know. And we do nothing. We say nothing. Deb of Christ said, on a somewhat similar subject as Jacob's trouble, I was watching some videos that claimed we were currently in Satan's little season. What's your opinion? Satan's little season is they're misunderstanding when Satan's little season comes. Satan's little season comes when it comes after Christ harvests Whitey away. We are harvested away from earth. All of the non-whites were killed upon the moment of the harvest from the brightness, the whiteness of Jesus Christ's appearance. And after we meet Christ in the clouds and go up to heaven with him, which I guess is somewhere right above the dome, I don't know where exactly, obviously, we will be in heaven for one day in heaven, one heavenly day. And that heavenly day will be Sabbath. It will be our very first Sabbath in heaven with our Creator and Jesus Christ and all who were saved. And when we come back to earth, or when we I could go ahead and go on to that next point there, or that next step in the sequence. After the one day of Sabbath, we will then return to the earth, but this time we will be returning while we're standing inside the walls, inside the building of heaven. Heaven is 375 miles long, is 375 miles wide. It's a perfect square, and it's also 375 miles high. And it also says in the Bible that the width and the height and the width and the breadth of it are equal. So that would make it a perfect cube. And that's why Apple put that clear, see-through, transparent, if you will, glass cube on display in one or two major cities. It's to mock heaven. It's to mock God. So when we return one day later, on earth, 1,000 years will have passed. Okay? So one day in heaven with God is the same as 1,000 earth years. So this entire 6,000-year trial of Whitey is only 6 days of heaven. So, in heaven. So, when we return to earth one day later, one heavenly day later, the earth will have sat still. I don't mean that it used to rotate and it doesn't anymore. It doesn't rotate. But what I mean is everything on earth will have been dead for 1,000 years. And their bodies, their brown bodies, will litter the earth like dung. And that's because it'll look like dung, bird's eye view. God's view will just look like the whole earth's peppered in brown dots, which angers God. So, um, when heaven lands on earth, my estimation is that it will land on the Garden of Eden, right where mankind began. It will actually be bigger than the state of Florida because it's 375 miles wide. So it will just dwarf over Florida, but I declare that's definitely where it's going to go. It's going to land there. And then once we land on earth, inside of heaven, then Satan is loosed for a little season. And in that little season, which it's only a week or a month or a year or whatever, he will rally all of the world's non-whites together because God at the same time is going to reanimate all the world's non-whites who are dead, covering the earth. And for that little season of time, Satan will use his influence and all that to say to all the world's non-whites, hey, look, they gypped you over. They'll accuse us of all the baddie things. They ripped you off. This was, and so the end result will be we need to kill Whitey. Let's see here, and oh shoot, I'll get back to that in a minute. My bad, Thaddeus. I did not comment on the well, yeah, I did. Yeah, I did, actually. But I've moved on, and I was talking about the non-whites being destroyed by Christ. So when we come back from heaven, 1,000 years on earth will have passed. And so, but none of the bodies will be decomposed because their time will have stood still on earth, even though 1,000 years of earth have passed. How can I say that? Considering they sound like opposite statements, it's because the sun, moon, and stars will have already been cast down to the earth, which they can't be unless the earth is much bigger than the sun and moon. They will be cast down to the earth, and a third of the stars will be cast to the earth. And so the only thing that will be giving light to the earth anymore will be a third or a 2/3 of the stars. The moon and sun will be dead and gone. And so that 1,000 years will be held up by the constellations of the 2/3 of the stars. But non-whites will not rot. They won't decompose or anything for that whole 1,000 years. God will keep them suspended. And the next day, the next heavenly day, which is Sunday to us, we're going to come back to earth and land on the earth. Satan will be loosed for a little season, and the reason why is because when there are no living beings, Satan is bound by chains, like it says he is while we're in heaven. He says while we're up in heaven, Satan's going to be bound by chains. But the binding by those chains is the fact that he has no non-white, he has no upright biped to do his bidding. So when all the world's non-whites are suddenly reanimated, and all the world's wicked whites who were alive at the time when Christ arrived, who were wicked whites, where they were, fornicators, or whether they were working against white people to help our destruction further along, whatever it is, the they will be a part of that group. They will be in with the damned non-whites. They are called the damned. That's the white people who were sports cucks, rap listeners, fornicators. Those will be the ones who are stuck with all the ones who advocated for him, to put defended for them, stuck up for them all the time against Whitey, stuck up for their criminals and stuff when Whitey wanted justice against them. They will all be reanimated with the non-whites. it will be like a blink of time happen for them. They will just suddenly feel a little awkward and like, hey, I feel like different. Why am I laying on the ground? And everyone will get up and everyone will look at each other and realize what has happened. And that will cause worldwide panic. And then Satan will come along, now being freed from his bondage, because after all, he now has upright bipeds to do his bidding. So he's no longer in bondage, in chains, and instead he is now, the prince of the world, if you will. So he will rally all the world's non-whites together and form the mightiest army the world has ever seen and attack heaven. And when they attack heaven, God is going to immediately force them all to their knees. He's going to force them all involuntarily. They are going to all declare that they were wrong. They are going to apologize to God first, Jesus Christ second, Holy Ghost third, and white people fourth for their hatred and envy of us, and they're working against us constantly. And after they've all made their confession that Jesus Christ, and their final part of their point will be, or confession will be, that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, that he truly is. And when they complete that involuntary declaration, then God will be raining fire down from above, not from below, from above, down onto all of them. And it will form a lake of fire around them and devour them. So, I don't remember what my exact point of that was that I was answering for whoever it was, because I got so into it there. But let me see if I can figure out what triggered me to say that whole rant. Oh yeah, it was the Satan's Little Season. That's what it was. So yeah, that's just, them misunderstanding. It's that same type of, Bible reader. Some of them believe in the rapture, even though it's never anywhere in the Holy Bible, and they're just simply misunderstanding and misreading and then misunderstanding the text. Same thing with the conservatives that say Jesus said pay your taxes. He said render unto Caesar what's Caesar's, when that's not at all what Jesus Christ said whatsoever. Just because he said those, 4 words or 5 words, whatever it was, doesn't mean that that's his literal statement. You have to know the whole story, and then you realize he was just answering a trick question with a trick answer. And that he isn't really saying go pay Caesar money because it's Caesar's, not yours. It's not what he's saying. He's never told any white people pay the Jews money. In other words, pay taxes. There's no such thing as that. And anywhere in the Holy Bible does Christ tell us to do any such thing. Let's see here. Thaddeus said, first part of those messages that didn't show, make sure all messages is selected in chat filter. Yes, very good advice. And I never mentioned that, and I'm glad you did, because I should be mentioning that, reminding people of that once they all get in the chat. I should be saying, hey, remember everyone, select newest. That way, you see everybody. So thank you for pointing that out. Let's see here. Amen. You're right. Oh, Miss Loyal White Knight said, amen. You're right about fornication meaning race mixing. I've tried to convince former friends of mine what that meant. And Vlad the Kebabber seconded her and said, yes, race mixing is included in the definition of fornication. Yes, it absolutely is. And that's why there's no such thing as a bastard white child. There's no such thing as any illegitimate white child. God wanted us to multiply like jackrabbits and fill the whole earth up. Godly men in the Old Testament had multiple wives and concubines on top of that, and had children with a whole bunch of them. They didn't have Jewish permission to be married. They weren't paying a Jewish marriage tax. They didn't go down to the local constabulary and say, hey, even though we got married in our church, which is the only place that matters, we want to come down here and pay the Jews to give us a permission, a permit to be married. A license, that's what it is, a marriage license. No, instead, they had multiple wives, multiple concubines, and kids with many of those wives and concubines. Yeah, and then he goes on to say, I was saying how Adam was made from the dust, that that the serpent is cursed to eat. Yeah, he is told that, and duly noted. Yeah, but with the race mixing thing, there's no such thing as an illegitimate white child or a bastard white child. In fact, everywhere you read in our Holy Bible, the word bastard does exist in our Holy Bible, and it only applies to non-whites, or to not non-whites, to mixed races, abominations. It's just another word for abominations, or another word for mutts, or another word for, mixed race mongrels. Miss Loyal White Knight said, I thank God I was raised right. My mom is really my hero. People say black women are strong, but they couldn't stand against the toughness of my mom. Yeah, a lot of white women are really, really tough and have an absolute shit ton of endurance. Even if they're small and frail and everything, they can do things that are pretty much scaled out of their size. This is not all girls, but some anomalous girls can, manhandle things, if you will, for lack of a better term. Somewhat heavy things. And so if it's not something so ridiculous that it requires a man, white women are typically the ones who, can muster up the endurance and strength to get something done that's physically very difficult. It's few and far between, but it is an anomalous thing that does exist. Vlad, the kebabber, said, it's more our fault as men. We allowed sin to infiltrate. Yes, like the thing I was talking about earlier with the Gen X thing. Gen X is the first generation that's not putting up a fight. I guess you could say the 70s and 80s weren't putting up a fight either, but we were 92% white. So we had so far to go that man, I'm losing my train of thought tonight. It's mostly because I'm trying to read the chat too, and I'm discombobulating myself. But let me go back here and see, because it moved on me. Dadgummit, I lost my train of thought, and I cannot find where that was. Dust forced to eat. Yeah, we talked about that. Thaddeus recommending Charles Jennings, Pastor Charles Jennings. God bless you, great man. Channel and his Revelation playlist, or his book on Revelation. He is one of our best preachers right now. He absolutely is. And he goes and visits the Church of Christ, or the Church of Israel, Missouri, the one that I promote on this channel as being the last and final true, perfectly functioning white Christianity, or white Christian identity church. It is the last one left. Charles Jennings' church is also a true church, but they don't keep Sabbath. And so the Church of Israel, Missouri, since we are Israel, they understand that we are supposed to keep our God's fourth commandment, Sabbath. So as much as I love Charles Jennings, and I love Pastor Pete Peters, rest in peace to him, bless his heart, God bless his soul, all the other greats that have passed on before us and who even are alive now, who are our elders, they just sadly all stuck to not keeping Sabbath. And so that means Church of Israel, Missouri is the only church on earth that is doing all of the things correct that God says. And who goes and preaches there once in a while as a guest visitor, a guest pastor? Pastor Charles Jennings. God bless you, sir. Thank you for all of your effort for our God, Jesus Christ, our Holy Ghost, and our people. Vlad, the kebabber, said, it's more our fault. Oh, yeah, I read this one earlier. It's more our fault that we allowed sin to infiltrate. The Bible addresses them addresses men exclusively. Correct. And you're right. You know, our cuckery, like I'd mentioned earlier with the sports cucks and allowing their daughters to become cheerleaders and all this different cuckery causes, you know, our doom. And God knows that because it's you know, basically the hierarchy of this earth is the white man is the one on top, the one that's looked at by everyone else to fix the toilet or go down with the ship or you know, do all the things that the others just wouldn't be capable or wouldn't ever desire and bother to do. White men are the ones expected to keep this earth intact and to keep it. Remember, white men's job was to keep the Garden of Eden. Keep means protect it, guard it, if you will. All right. Taddis was mentioning some stuff to Deborah of Christ about Charles Jennings and his video series. I guess I'll plug it real quick because Taddis is talking about that Pastor Charles Jennings has 7 videos about Revelation. And I did just listen to one the other day of his. I listened to one of his talks the other day, and it was really good. I forget which one it was now because my brain is all over the place, but and I'm loopy. I've been up since like 3 a.m. So I'm on 23 hours right now, so I'm not able to remember what all was discussed, but it was very good. And it came out, I want to say 5 days ago is when it came out. Look for one that came out 5 or 6 days ago and definitely listen to that one. It was really great. Miss Loyal White Knight said, does anybody listen to Leonarda Joni? Yes, absolutely I do. I think she's great. God bless her. Godspeed to her. She is basically on the leading edge for calling non-whites out. They're calling a spade and calling out their bad behavior. And she has an extra talent that she's actually able to make her rants or her complaints at them as entertaining and comic and funny. I mean, she genuinely is funny, and that is such a refreshing and rare thing to see a woman be funny and without having to talk about her vagina all the time in the skit and her butt. I mean, it seems like every female comic or lady comic of our white people who are, you know, trying to be comedians, they all inevitably end up talking about their vagina somehow, some way, every time. And it's like, it's never going to be funny because we're already expecting any of you to bust out with something about that. So, but this lady, Leonarda Joni, actually is truly, genuinely funny. And, yes, I like Leonarda. I've just had such a hard time saying her first name. I have to try it twice, like every time. Leonarda. It just seems like it would be like Leandra or I forget what the other one was. I was tempted to call her, but yeah, Leonarda. It's just so hard for me to get used to that. I don't know why. Great lady. God bless her. Godspeed to her. And hope she reaches millions and millions of our white people. Tadia said, no, I'm sorry, I'm further down. Let's see here. Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, even here in the chat, Miss Loyal White Knight basically had already answered what I ended up just answering. If I had read the chat a little further, I would have saw you already took care of that question, but she answered and said, she's somewhat of a pro-white comedian who speaks on politics, but she's also based. Very true. Yeah, any of you who haven't heard of her, definitely sub to her. Leonarda Joni, that is her YouTube channel name. So if you put Leonarda, it'll probably bring her up first thing. But if not, put it in quotes, put her name in quotes, both first and last, and then it'll bring it up. Let's see here. Deb of Christ had asked, is she the young blonde woman, looks tall and athletic? No, that's Lily Gaddis. Oh, and look, Miss Loyal White Knight already corrected her on that one before me, or not corrected her, but informed her before I got to it. I should have just kept reading the thing here a little bit. Vlad the Kababer said, I just subbed to those women to keep up with the culture shift. Yeah, it's convenient for headlines. When you want to scroll through headlines just to get the day's gist, you'll see a lot of it in just headlines, and that's all you really need to read. And if something pops out at you that you want to really spend more time reading, then you can. But I do the same thing. I'm subbed to a lot of them, just to see what they're up to and support their white channel, because basically what I do is I give a like to any white channel I visit, and any non-white channel that I accidentally click on, I just don't give it a like, and I'll give it a thumbs down. Let's see here. Miss Loyal White Knight said, I just love the fact that Lily is unapologetic, just like Leonarda is. She is unapologetic as well. And unfiltered. Same thing with Joni. She's the same way. When it comes to the nogs, and has no copium, and has no problem saying that digger word. Yeah, I like Lily. She's great. And God bless her. I hope she does fantastic. And I hope she just grows and grows and does better. And even if she doesn't grow, I just hope she gets better view counts from her subscribers and things per video, and gets more comments per video than she's been getting. just so she, feels better and better and more encouraged to just keep flowing. Because we definitely need bass ladies, and she could be, her and Leonarda and Queen Shiloh and others are basically laying new roadways for our women to finally uncuck themselves someday. And so let's see here. Da, 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 da. Okay, and so Vlad and Miss Little White Knight were chatting back and forth about a couple of things. Let's see. Thaddeus said, Church of Israel is great as well. I listen to them on Spotify. Oh, okay, awesome. Pastor Dan Gaiman, Pastor Reed Benson, and others. They are on Rumble also. Yes, that's where I watch them, is on Rumble. And so thankful they exist. And I don't know if any of you get their newsletter, but if you donate to the Church of Israel, Missouri, you will receive this beautiful newsletter that they make. And I mean, it is beautiful. You're going to love it. It's called The Watchman, and it's very large. It's almost as big as a I don't know of a book big enough to give it a comparison to. It's not thick, not a thick book, but it's just a really tall newsletter. It's really tall. It's actually the exact dimensions of a manila envelope. Okay? Think about a manila envelope. Imagine a thing that size that's maybe 25 pages, and it's all photo paper. It's covered from top to bottom, every page, in information. And they put out one once every quarter. So I highly recommend, for all of my white people, I have a whole stack of them in my house. I highly recommend all of you, whoever listening to this, to send a donation to Church of Israel, Missouri, and you will start receiving these glorious, beautiful, gorgeous newsletters. And in one of my streams coming up, I will show them. I'll do one where I can use the camera, and I'll show you I'll show you what they look like, and I'll open up a few pages here and there so you can see that there's no fluff. There is no fluff anywhere in these newsletters. They are every page top to bottom with, typed information, things like that. Let's see here. And so I think y'all will absolutely love it. I think mine are just amazing that I've been sent. I love them very much. And I honestly think all of you will too. Thaddeus said to Deb, I've checked out some of Robert's and just ordered one of his books along with a few more of Pastor Charles' books. That's great, man. Thaddeus said Leonarda said she is Armenian in one clip I saw. She is actually funny and based. Has good stuff besides her stand-up. Yeah, she genuinely is funny. The lady is funny. There's no way around it. The lady is freaking funny. And she doesn't have to she doesn't even have to use nogs or non-whites or something to make a joke. She's that witty and that good of a true comedian woman, where she doesn't even have to pick lowbrow fruit like ragging on the non-white behavior, non-white this, non-white that. Instead, she's just um what you call it? She's just pointing out obvious facts, right? That end up being funny because the truth is funny when it's pointed out. And it's funny because the truth is already known by everyone when it's laughed at, when it's finally mentioned by a comedian. And that's why everyone laughs, because everyone knows it's true. On another stream I had mentioned where black pastors will tell their audience, y'all stay away from those white women, like right in the middle of all their things they're telling them not to do and stuff like that. And anytime they say that to the congregation, the entire congregation explodes in laughter. The pastor's not even joking. He's not joking at all. But because it's true, it is funny to the blacks, and they all explode in laughter. The whole church of the black males, now the females probably don't think it's funny, but the entire church full of black males will explode into laughter because they know that that's their big nemesis. That's their big weakness. Their, a white woman is a black dude's ultimate goal, and can be their kryptonite too. So it's their ultimate goal. And so, it's funny when they hear a pastor tell them to leave white women alone because it's true. Leonarda is funny. Even when she's not talking about non-whites, she can find things that are true in reality and point them out. And because no one ever criticizes that thing in reality or whatever, it's just accepted by everyone and dealt with by everyone. Because she comes along and points it out, the reality of it is funny. The truth about it is funny to hear someone say out loud. And even more so about the non-whites, which is what, her other main thing she will rag on is. When she rags on the non-whites, man, it's like open season for her. I mean, they basically hand her win after win just from their own behavior, So, ultimately, between her and Queen Lily, I declare, and I mentioned this already in another stream, but I declare that all of these prominent white ladies of ours be titled as queens. We don't have very many queens anymore of our people, and almost none. I think we have one left, and that's it. Or two left, and that's it. And, and they're not even proper queens. Those are like bullshit queens that have been accepted by the world. But, as our white people have been killed off from Jews starting wars between our different countries, we have, over time, our kingdoms have diminished. Our kings and queens no longer are really our kings and queens. And so I say that any of these based ladies who are kind of on the forefront for white women, and I said kind of, that's probably, I shouldn't have added that word, because they are on the forefront for our white women. They have put themselves out there, put their face out there. They're under way more risk than most white women, just for the fact that they show their face and they talk to, the whole world every day or every other day about non-whites. That makes them very easily recognizable by, one of, all it has to be is one of a sea of millions of non-whites that watched her video, hates her guts, sees her in public. Now he's going to have a problem with her. Or I should say, now she's going to have a problem with whatever nog recognizes her. Whereas, other based white folks, they don't really like, they support what the or I should say other based white girls, they support what Leonarda and Lily and there's one before Lily too. I'm disappointed in myself that I can't recall it instantly. Because I know there's another based white lady who was around long before Lily. Um, Crud, I can't say who it is right now. I feel really bad. But in any case, I say that Leonarda also be queened based on her efforts on YouTube. Her videos are straight to the point as far as she don't beat around the bush and call Jews the oligarchs or the 1% or the elite. She calls them Jews. And when she's talking about blacks, she calls them blacks. She don't call them some dumbass word to avoid the giant elephant in the room, thing. She calls them blacks. And her jokes are genuinely funny. So she's going to be a good leader for a lot of our white girls. She could very easily uncuck with her like matter of fact attitude in her statements. I freaking love them that way. I think she could woo over many white girls to perhaps saving themselves, and perhaps she can woo them over before they were about to defile themselves by allowing some nig to touch them. Instead, if they see and listen to Leonardo in time, or Leandra, I'm sorry, she might be able to save who knows how many white girls from destruction by uncucking them before they made a terrible mistake. I know there's one other funny based white girl. I can't believe I can't say who it is. Anyway, let me get back in here. And yeah, she says she's Armenian, but that's all good. Armenians are our people, except the non-white versions of them. But there are plenty of white Armenians, and they are very pretty girls, like Leandra. Um, they have some stunning women over there. Um, let's see. Vlad the Kebabber said, no, she is Montenegrin, I think. Well, and that's fine too. I mean, she's a white lady. She may have brown eyes, but they are white people brown eyes. And she has white people brown hair. She can blush, even though she does like to wear makeup, so you don't ever get to see her blush. Because she's already wearing a blush over the cheeks. You know, she's still white. And so, and the thing is, like, some brown haired, brown eyed white girls are some of the prettiest white girls, some of the prettiest examples of white girls that have ever walked the earth. I mean, I know that personally. So, because I've dated several. And the ones I dated were, I mean, just mind boggling how immaculate they were, as far as just everything about them, their beauty, their hair, their body. It was just so amazing back then. And I'm so blessed to have the interactions with beautiful girls that I did. I mean, my life would have been completely different without that. And So very grateful, that I got to live in a time and be around great girls who were still not cucked by the Jews yet, not cucked by advertisements and TV shows and movies, and pressure at school by the Jays to race mix. Um, let's see here. And so my point about Leonarda is that there are thousands and thousands of beautiful Armenian white girls who have brown hair, brown eyes, and look amazing. Um, so if you're ever in Argentina, you'll definitely be seeing some really good looking Argentinian ladies around. Um, Deb of Christ said, I haven't seen an update on Shiloh Hendricks. I haven't either, but to be honest with you, I haven't been looking. So that's my own fault. And I was the one shilling for her on the stream saying, we got to never stop talking about this, never let it go, da da da. So of course I was going to bring it up tonight anyway, um but yeah, we got to never let it go, never forget, all that jazz. Um and so I don't know what's up with Shiloh. I don't know if it's still climbing and still exists or if she's just cashed out by now. But I wish her well and I hope for her safety. Vlad, the Kababer, or no, Deb of Christ said, that's good to know about the Church of Israel. Yeah, they send you a gorgeous newsletter every 3 months. You'll love it. Let's see here. I'm looking. Going back through the chat and just make sure I didn't miss something or whatever that I'm, you know. Thaddeus said, I would have guessed Leonarda was Italian. That's what she reminds me of, anyways. Yeah, I mean, she does actually look like a Northern Italian. That is exactly what she looks like, basically. I mean, of course, there's some green and blue eyed blonde Italians, too, but I mean, a lot of a lot of, like, if you took a group, it would be all, um, let's see here. Oh, the Italian thing, yeah. Gosh, man, I'm like loopy tonight because I've been up so long. But yeah, um, you know, she absolutely could look Italian. If you took a bunch of Italians and put her in the middle of all of them, and she would blend right in. Um, and you know, they're they I don't know, which tribe they are. That's one thing I haven't really done is figured out well, it's not figured out. It's already been figured out and it's already known, but I just haven't I haven't memorized, like which tribe belongs to where. But she would have been, back in the ancient days in ancient Egypt, she would be buried with the rest of her Burnett's, you know, because we buried our people arranged by hair color back then. And yeah, she is definitely one of the, you know, heavier hitters. It's weird. She doesn't get a whole ton of views, but man, She definitely is a hard hitter with every. I've never seen her go soft ever. She's like any video, it's like you better be ready because she's about to say a banger, of some sort. And so I'm very pleased that we have her. Anybody that hasn't subbed to her, please sub to her. Leonarda Joni. Please and thank you. But Lily's great. She's doing great. I cannot believe I can't think of that other female that's being promoted. I just cannot think of who it is. And it's funny. But honestly, I think Leonarda is probably the only funny one. This thing, too much wind to light this candle. There you go. All right. Oh, maybe Sarah Stock was the other one. Yes, thank you very much, Vlad. That is another one, definitely, that I was thinking of. Because she will say it kind of like it is. I mean, she's a little more reserved, I think, than Leonarda. I keep wanting to say Leandra. Leonarda. There's even another one before Sarah Stock came along, and I just but yes, Sarah Stock is definitely one of them though. So I say we throw queen titles on any of the bass ladies who are really putting themselves out there right now. They're putting themselves at great risk, and keep in mind that risk stays with them for pretty much for good. I mean, 10 years from now, they could be in some random place, a grocery store, or walking down a sidewalk, window shopping in different little shops and stuff with a friend, and some psycho nogs like, I remember you from YouTube 8 years ago or 10 years ago. You're that freaking blah, 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 and whatever, and attack her, just because she's been a YouTuber for white people. Let me see here. Let me get back in here. Vlad the Kebabber said, I knew a few Bosnians that looked exactly like that. The Muslim ones are usually darker, though. Yeah, Muslims are going to have the darkness. They're going to have dark brown skin that can't blush. But I guarantee you Leonarda can blush. She's just used to using a lot of makeup, because, some white girls like to use makeup. And so, she covers up her cheeks that normally she would, blush and you'd see it. Instead, she's got it, covered over with artificial blush, but she definitely don't need that. She could just, go without at least that. Still do up her makeup other ways, but, leave the cheeks alone. That way, when she does blush, you can actually see it. I mean, that's God's favorite characteristic of ours. Excuse me. All right, we'll move on to another subject since I have caught up with the chat. And feel free to steer the chat whichever way you want with whatever you chime in with. But in the meantime, I'm going to move on. We covered Trump, Epstein stuff earlier. Now let's move on to Trump with the amnesty crap. So two things I want to kind of kludge together here is the Trump conservatives defending him. I was talking about that earlier, how no matter what he does, they'll keep defending him, and they'll blame everyone else around him. Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, all them. Well, one of the things the Trump conservatives have conjured up to defend Trump now is they're saying that he is holding the Epstein list to use it as blackmail to get his big beautiful bill passed, and or he gave it to Netanyahu, and or he is delaying it to try to blackmail. And the other one they like to say that I've been seeing once in a while is that he's using it to try to convince Netanyahu to stop the war in Gaza. And neither of those are true. Otherwise, Trump wouldn't have had the disdain that he had. And of course, it was like just a put on, but it was not a put on to try to plan on using it later. And he's, just trying to make everybody stop talking about it for a little while so he can use it to his advantage. He's just wanting everybody to shut up talking about it because he's client number 78. And because of that, that means in those files and in those tapes and whatever is probably footage of Trump, hanging out with or going in a different room with, or who knows. I mean, Epstein had the rooms bugged with cameras and all that. So maybe Trump's got, there might be a whole video of Trump. There might be multiple videos of Trump getting down, you know what I mean? So, or getting, pleasured or something. So, we really don't know yet. But I know for a fact, though, that it's not because he's trying to use it to get his bill passed or any of that. He got his bill passed because in the bill, it offers amnesty to millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of non-white invaders who work in hotels, conveniently enough, because that's what he owns, and who work on the farms. So, those are the two of the main places we need to get rid of them. We need to get rid of them in construction. We need to get rid of them in hotels, because I don't know if you've ever been to any major hotel, but every major hotel is completely enthralled in spics and niggers. I mean, literally, they're just enthralled with them now. You might see 10 white people working at a major hotel. All the rest is third worlders of every kind, mostly spics. And we have the same problem in construction. We have the same problem. Construction is full of Mexicans. We have 1,000 roofing companies here that could be all white men making the money, doing all that stuff, and instead it's all Mexicans. Lawn care has been taken over by the Mexicans, so they need to go. There are so many hard-working, working white man blue-collar jobs that have been gobbled up by these fucking job thieves that we, when we finally get rid of them all, we're going to have gobs of jobs available. I mean, unbelievable amounts of jobs. There are going to be white people all over the place going, damn, I need a lawn care guy. My guy got deported and all his crew got deported, and now I need a new lawn crew, and the only thing that'll be available is white people, And so this amnesty shit is garbage. And of course, Trump started getting a lot of heat from people like me who noticed it, even though I'm not the one that gave him the heat, but I'm just saying other people noticed it like I did. And so they started bitching to him about it. And he put out some X post saying, there will be no amnesty or whatever. But that's horse shit. He had just told all the spics at that rally he was at that he was going to give them amnesty and even put them in charge. He said I'm even going to put you, you should even be in charge. And I know my hardcore right wing base won't like hearing that. Well, guess what? You go to any hotel and the managers are all, Spanish, and they all hire only Spanish. And they all communicate all over the hotel all day talking in Spanish. And this is times every major hotel, every big giant hotel you see everywhere in your town is full of spics, completely full. And what a lot of white people don't know is banquet people at these big hotels make huge money. So a Puerto Rican can come over here from Puerto Rico, be hired by a Puerto Rican manager at one of these fucking hotels, and the first week they're bringing home over $1,000 easy. And I mean easy. I'm talking way clearing 1,000 real easy. A lot of them bring home 1,300 their first week there, and it's because in banquets they get triple tipped. So they get tipped up front with the cost of, not up front, but with the cost of the total food package, right, for the thing the hotel provides for some event. Then they get tipped on the by the actual event holders, right? So the event holders, they pay a forced gratuity, but then they also pay an additional gratuity beyond the forced gratuity. So they get that tip added up, and then sometimes they will get personally tipped by the people at tables and stuff, cucked white people who the more and more drunk they get, the more generous they get, and they start throwing money at these third worlders who are being all nice, just going, "See, senor, whatever you need," and smiling. And the white people are like, "Oh, isn't she darling? Isn't she dandy? She's gotten us everything we need all night. Thank you so much." They're so grateful to these non-whites who are already getting paid gobs of money to be serving them. Unnecessary levels of gratitude and whatnot. And so the amnesty shit is garbage, and it's what allowed the big beautiful bill to get passed. Not anything else. Not Epstein's client list that Trump's holding back as blackmail or any of that Q-turd conservative fantasies they're using to defend him right now. Another thing I wanted to talk about was Ireland. They have they think they made a real big, strong statement a couple of days ago by burning an effigy of a dinghy with some nogs in it, right? And they're very I don't want to say proud, but they're very pleased with that making media attention and all this stuff. But but the thing is, it's not going to accomplish anything. And that segues me into the other thing I wanted to talk about. With protests. Protests are effing useless. They work for blacks. They work for any non-whites because Jews want them to want the non-whites to riot and protest. And then the Jews have the excuse to give them what they want. Oh, we got to give them what they want. The people have spoken. They're rioting. They're protesting in the streets. We got to give them what they want. Then when white people protest something, it's all of you evil bigots need to go home right now. Disperse right now, or you're all going to prison, freaking as political prisoners. I mean, like it's open hypocrisy against us. It's open, basically, the beast system against us right now. And so protests, white people protesting doesn't accomplish anything. So the Irish over there burning an effigy of the Nogs and all that stuff. I mean, it's cool and all, but there is no politician in Ireland that's gonna watch or see that and and have the mentality that they want. Like they want the politician to see that and be like, "Oh my gosh, they're on to us. We better chill out. We better stop flooding their little towns with 10,000 nogs." But instead, the government, you know, can use that now against them. Look at these evil Irish people. All they care about is murdering anyone that's not white. And that will put them in a position of the government and be able to shame them even further. They'll be in, I guarantee you, they were in Parliament today shaming the white people, the Irish white people they're supposed to be protecting. I guarantee you they spent all day in Parliament taking turns shaming those white people who did that. And so it just doesn't serve any meaningful purpose. It's not gonna spook the niggers. It's not going to spook the government who's bringing them into our white countries, and it gives them ammo to try to shame us more as being baddies. So stuff like that just doesn't really accomplish what uh, the based white men hope that it would. We honestly, you can't protest your way out of this either. That was something I used to put in the comments a while back, and I haven't for a while, but that's a really decent one. Is you can't protest your way out of this. You can't vote your way out of this, and you can't protest your way out of this. Um, we're going to have to do the real Second Amendment, and that's the only way. We're going to have to do the real Second Amendment, but we're going to have to do it as a group of white people, a whole nation, a one nation under God is how we're going to have to do it. And who knows how long that's going to take, but before that finally happens. But that is what has to happen, and I hope it comes sooner than later. Let's see here. Vlad Kababer said that he's pleased to see that I think he's talking about our female YouTube, or not female, our lady YouTubers. He's saying he thinks it's a little suspect that they're promoted, but it's probably just because they're ladies, which is totally true. But they've got to use their advantages where they can use their advantages too. This is a man's world. They don't have the strength a man has to use strength to get to help out. They only have certain things they can do, and one of the things they definitely can do is make videos and talk. And so yes, they're promoted because they're ladies, but that's because it's such an anomalous, it's such a rarity to find a white lady who is based. That not only are they ladies and therefore they're going to get a lot of followers, but also because they're based, they're going to get an enormous amount, even more so than they ever probably would have got. Maybe it's not. Maybe because they're based, maybe it keeps their count lower than if they were just nice white girls going, "Hi, watch me paint my fingernails today." But I know that a lot of it is because simps like to watch them just to talk to them and tell them, "Oh, you're so pretty," and whatever. So they are still promoted. A whole portion of their promotion comes from them being ladies and being attractive ladies at that. And then the other half of why they're promoted is, obviously their content. Let's see here. Oh, Tobias is here. Hello, Tobias. And he said, and God bless you and happy Sabbath to you. I hope you have a wonderful Sabbath tomorrow. And he said, have you seen all the celebrities joking about eating humans? Kevin Hart said he ate a white baby in a comedy special. Wow. Now that one I hadn't heard. But yes, I have heard celebrities joking about eating babies. Have definitely heard that many times. I've heard celebrities joking about graping babies, being pedos, all that stuff, and they do it in their comedy skits. Um, SNL had a skit a while back where they were just straight up pedos, and that was the whole point of the skit. And everybody just roared laughing at it. I forget what it was called. I don't watch SNL anymore, but it was back in the day. I can't remember what it was, the scenario exactly, but it was like two guys and they're pedos and they were supposed to be funny and goofy and like they were like these goofy pedos. And I don't remember how they indicated to everyone that they were, but it was through the jokes and things they were saying and stuff that you could tell that the whole theme was, oh, these two guys are pedos and they're making jokes about being pedos. Forget what skit that was, but it don't really matter anyway. It was garbage. Um, and I did not know that Kevin Hart had said that in one of his comedy specials, but it's probably very true. And it doesn't mean that he ate a whole white baby, but like, a white baby was probably killed at a party after it was raped. And then it was probably cut up into pieces, like the flesh was cut into bite sized pieces for everyone to eat a bite or two. And that is a thing in their satanic garbage that they do. Um, and Tobias also said, how can they kill 30 million people with the vaccine without us realizing it? Well, because they did it to our people in the nursing homes, for one. That was 20 million of our people. And since white people aren't hanging out in the nursing homes with our elders, they were all just killed without any family around to see it happen. And then they were, the families were notified after the fact. Oh, sorry, grandma just died. Um, she had COVID, got COVID, and really they killed her by putting her on a ventilator, which our elderly were forced onto, even against their will. And then they just basically suffocated or hyperventilated all of our elders. Um, and you know that's how they got rid of them. Vlad the kebabber said Kevin Hart is a Hollywood nigger, so I wouldn't expect much from him. He also said would not be surprised if he actually ate a baby. Yeah, I mean, like I said, in those rituals they rape a baby, then they cut it up sometimes they don't, but most of the time they do. Sometimes they'll burn it in a fire. And a lot of times that comes later after they've already eaten the baby. But according to victims of these satanic ritual sex parties, they will rape the little baby, and then they will have the one of the children who've been brought there to be raped. They will have one of the children murder the baby as part of the ritual. And then after the baby's murdered, then they will cut the baby's flesh up into bite-sized pieces and feed them to the party. Um, and so I absolutely, imagine that Kevin Hart's been a part of that. I mean, how else would he ever come up with that kind of crazy idea like that? You know what I mean? So I absolutely, granted, blacks are cannibals, but I'm just saying, like, in America, they don't typically think to do that necessarily. Even if it's going through their minds, they don't typically do it uh, on a whole as like a large group. It might be one black on his own goes out and catches a little white girl, murders her, and or rapes her, murders her, but and then eats her. But on the whole, even though they're all cannibals, a lot of them, I would say maybe 50% or more of them, uh, don't ever act that extreme one out. They still may rape and murder a white girl, but only about 50% of them would be interested in eating the white girl or the baby. But of course, you notice he said white baby, and that was to let you know that the third worlders that we're all worried about all the time and shit. Oh, these poor third world babies and all this crap. Um, they're not even the ones that are the victims of all this crazy satanic shit. because it's anti-white world. Satanism is kill whitey. So they use white people, white babies, white little girls in their sacrifices and in all their sex, slavery. Um, it's it's disheartening to think about when you mow it over in your mind, um, but we just have to keep the faith that God is above all things, and everyone will be found out, and so. Uh, for all of these politicians and celebrities and famous people and athletes that think that they've gotten away with this, um, and even if they make it all the way to the die, and uh, and they made it all along the way, skated all along the way, eventually they will have to answer to God, and that will be that. They will be part of the damned that Christ does not harvest. Let's see here. Vlad the Kabarber said, like when you eat a lamb, the lamb's meat is more tender. I'm sure those freaks apply that to humans. Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. I mean, they've been doing snuff parties for who knows, maybe all along since Christ left Earth. But um, sorry, but um, but we do know that they are cannibals. We do know they hate white people, so the number one thing they would want to eat if they were going to eat a person is a white person. A baby, like you said, a young critter or baby or anything, a person or anything, would probably have more tender of meat. But they don't even do it to be a connoisseur. They're not eating it because of that or any of that. They're eating a bite or two or a bunch of bites of a dead baby just to be social in this satanic practice. And so anybody who's part of the satanic club who's there participates in it just to be a participant in the ritual, and really it's also to fill their obligation because practicing Satanists are obliged to perform certain satanic rituals. And if they don't, that kind of outs them as someone who's having a change of heart about their behavior, about being in the Church of Satan or being in some crazy sex slave, pedo ring. And so that's why these rituals must happen. Satanists will tell you, oh, we just do these because this is what we do. But really, it's to make sure that everyone in attendance is still on board with being Satanist. You know what I mean? Like, because if someone suddenly doesn't want to bang a kid anymore, or suddenly doesn't want to eat a bite of the kid anymore, suddenly doesn't want to be the one to grape or kill the kid anymore, then that outs them right then as being someone who has defected from the group. And that immediately makes them a liability and a threat. And so a lot of times these celebrities and all that stuff, they're only doing it because everyone else is doing it at the party, not just because they don't want to be outed by someone at the party or by everyone at the party as not being fully down with all the satanic practices. But they're doing it mostly just for social purposes. You know what I mean? They are at a party all of their famous friends are doing it. All of their famous friends are eating a bite or two while they're snorting their cocaine and, snorting their heroin. And they go, come on, man, take a bite. Get you one. Get a bite, This is prime meat right here. Da da da. And they're talking it up and talking the idea up. And so it's peer pressure. That's basically the best way to put it is it's straight up peer pressure. And they're not really having to demand that the people do it. They just, everyone in Hollywood at the party, or everyone in Jersey at the party, or everyone in wherever at the party, all the famous people there are doing it right in front of the particular famous person who's second guessing or contemplating if they even want to do it at all. And so the peer pressure is on to look like everybody else at the party, to fit in with everybody else at the party, and to keep the laughs going, keep the smiles going, keep all the agreement going. They will go ahead and participate, And so, let's see here. James Thomas, hello. He chimed back in. God bless you. He was the first noticer of the night. And he said, The Rock was in the pedo skit on SNL. Aha! Thank you. Thank you very much. So at least somebody knows what I'm talking about here. Because I honestly could not remember much about it at all. Or really, I can't remember anything about it. I just remember definitely it was like them joking about being pedos and shit. And that's them just giving you straight notice right in your face. You know what I mean? And it doesn't mean that The Rock is a pedo just because he did the skit. What it means is it is the cabal, for lack of a better term of it, is basically the Jews letting you know that they're pedos, and it's your job to discern that they were telling you the truth right then, that they were giving you conspicuous notice, and it's your own fault if you didn't understand that they told you the truth, and whatever. All right. Thank you for that, because I could not remember. And maybe The Rock is one of them. Who knows? I don't know. But he seems like, he's a big old dude, and I'm sure anywhere he goes, chicks are probably hitting on him and shit, even though he's a freaking mongrel or whatever he is. He's not a white guy, so, but I'm sure, because he's a built dude, he's famous, he's rich, all this shit. I mean, of course he's getting hit on by white women everywhere he goes. Cucked white women that are pretty as hell are probably hitting on him regularly. So what would he really need to go be involved in that kind of stuff for, unless it's obligatory, And if that's the case, well, then they're all in on it, because that means you wouldn't be in Hollywood or you wouldn't be a politician unless you fulfilled your obligation. Let's see here. Vlad the Kebabber said, oh, yeah, the Jews probably cannibalized them to feel powerful. Well, they do. It's part of the humiliation ritual of white people. It's part of it's a ritual to act out their rage they have for white people and for God and for Jesus Christ. Nothing pleases a Jew more than to murder a defenseless white person after raping them. So, I mean, a baby, a white baby, is literally the most defensive, the most defenseless being that there is, and the most innocent and pure and everything, the closest to God. And for them to be raping, killing, and eating a white baby, especially a white baby, is the ultimate pinnacle FU to the white people. You know what I mean? And to our God and to Jesus Christ. And I mean, they do really, really vile things like, they'll make the children read the Bible while they're raping them and stuff like that. I mean, or they'll have someone reading Bible verses to them while they're being raped, by some otherybody else. I mean, they have really crazy stuff, and they use our Bible because they want the trauma, they want the traumatic experience to be associated by them from now on with the Holy Bible. And that way, if they ever try to escape this sex slavery thing and give their life to God and all of that, every time they hear Bible verses, it will do nothing but remind them of horrific moments that they experienced when they were, being, raped and tortured and whatnot. Tobias said, there is an interview with Rabbi Abraham Finkelstein where he said, "We own and we grind up all the bodies in the sausage and the hamburger. McDonald's is one of our favorite outlets, and the people, they eat it for breakfast. They eat their children for lunch. And us Jews, we got to do what we got to do. We've been doing this for thousands and thousands of years, since down to Abe Adams' time. We'll take the children of our enemy, which is the white race, and butchering, and so we do that. And then we mix it with the Passover bread, and so we eat the blood of our enemies and the bodies. We're not cannibals, so what we do is we take those because we can make some shekels, and we give them to the slaughterhouses. And those are pounds and pounds and pounds of meat that we grind up into the sausage and the hamburger. And that's why we made those most popular things, sausage for breakfast and hamburger for lunch. And so all the goyim out here are really eating their own children. And even when they say this outright and tell you, people don't believe it. So that's your problem. Right. It's really, that is, whenever you see or whenever you hear one of these villains, these enemies of ours, tell you something that they do to white people as a whole, you probably take them at their word. It's one of the few times they're not lying. We know that most of the time when their mouth is open, they're lying. But there is another phenomenon with blacks with Jews, where they love to brag. That's what I was about to say, was brag, and it made me say blacks. The fact that Jews just can't help themselves. They love to brag. They love to boast. And because they relish in their satanic practices against white people, they relish it so much that they will write entire books about their hatred for us, and they'll be cheering with glee about doing terrible things to a defenseless white child or defenseless white people. And it's it's really like it's part of the humiliation ritual, but it's also just, it makes them feel empowered over us. It's like one of the biggest FUs to them, and at the end of the day, that's all they really know they can get, is a bunch of FUs on us. They're just trying to get as many FUs and ruin as many of our people as they can before their 215 years left is up. But very great quote you put there, Tobias. Thank you very much for that one. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to screenshot all of that. Vlad, the kebabber. And also, could you let us know where that was, if it was like an interview, and if it's on YouTube, maybe what the name of the interview is or something, so that, because if you have that if you know off top of your head, what the title was or what I could look up to post it, I'll post it on the channel, in the community post for everyone to see and click on it and watch. Vlad the Kebabber said Jesus wanted to protect the weak and poor. Jews do the opposite. Exactly. Jews they do protect weak and poor, but only of non-whites. And so when it comes to white people, uh, they love it when white people are broke and down and out and destroyed. Uh, that's their birthday cake, and so they how do I say they pose the imposter as the race who cares about the poor and the helpless, the defenseless, whatever. Um, but of course, it's just a cover for their nefarious purposes, and it's no different than Freemasonry. They have the Shriners, and they donate money to children's hospitals and stuff, and it's like, okay, now that we've done all that, we also are going to bang some kids and kill some kids and eat some kids, and but the public thinks that they're just these older fuddy-duddy guys that get together and play cards and smoke cigars. uh and I'm sure a lot of them do only do that, in Freemasonry, but a whole bunch of them also participate in the jury. um so you collect them all together and you have this large amount of pedos, and then you got pedo protectors to make sure they don't get busted like what Trump did. um it's all very yuck and very terrible. um and like you said, they just straight up tell you sometimes they Jews just cannot help themselves. They love to brag, and especially at their enemy, at what they consider their enemy. So they love to brag, and that's how we hear about all these great quotes from them. They just cannot help themselves. Tadius said they call it chutzpah and spadoinkle. Chutzpah and spadoinkle. God, their language is so ugly, isn't it? It's so dumb sounding. Um, it's an interview on audio, I remember. Okay. And then Thaddeus also put bagels and loxism. And now I have finally officially caught up with the chat. That only took me however long. So, um, all right, we have caught up with the chat. Awesome. A lot of weird news with Carmelo Anthony. More and more things keep coming up with him every day, and it's all different wacky shit. Today, he swatted the Metcalf family again. Um, Earlier in the week, I was, hearing about how he's got this no nonsense judge who's put X amount of people away for a long time for the same thing. It's his same crime or things like that. And it's just it's mostly just to keep the Trump conservatives, thinking everything's all good, and no need to ever rise up against the government because after all, it's on our side right now, and all these things. Um, but the Carmelo thing though is just, they're the Carmelo Anthony stuff is, he's gotten away with everything so far, all along the way, every little single thing that he shouldn't have been able to get away with at all. Um, and then, this week there was all this crazy stuff going on. They swatted the Metcalf family again for like the second time with a false accusation. Then before that, something else happened. I forget what it was. But supposedly he's got a no nonsense judge who's put others away for the same crimes and yada yada. Doesn't mean anything to me because most of the time they walk. Look at what just happened with Diddy. He walked scot free. What the fuck? Over the most important, the only real reason he was in jail, those three things just dropped. Just blip, not guilty. And it's because they would have to have a list of the perpetrators, and they don't. Well, they do, but, they tell us they don't, so that therefore they're just release Diddy and release all of them, and that's that. And matter of fact, there was a list for Diddy, and it was refused from being admitted. It was denied admission as evidence. And I don't know if that's because his defense team had already motioned to suppress the evidence in limine, or I don't know which process they took to do it because I haven't read into the defense strategy for Diddy. But the bottom line is he walked free, just like OJ, just like all of them. Oh yeah, another thing I wanted to mention. I've been telling people, and I put this in the community post a little earlier today. I've been telling people all along since Jeffrey Epstein supposedly got arrested and supposedly got put in a jail. I've been telling people all along that Jeffrey Epstein is in Pisreal, banging kids with rabbis, laughing at all the conservatives who don't comprehend that Jews never get jailed, nor do they get Hillaried, nor do they ever kill themselves. So you're right. He didn't kill himself. He's in he's in Israel laughing his ass off, enjoying his life. And that's probably where Ghislaine Maxwell is too. She's not in prison. She's probably in, Israel with him. And the reason why is because Jews have their law set up in Israel where they can go be a pedo or commit any kind of crimes they want in any other country in the world. And if they get caught, all they do is their government allows them to be flown to Israel, and no country can extradite any Jew from Israel. So that is why anytime they get caught in a pedo ring or get caught raping a kid or get caught murdering someone or get caught in some mega scheme where they ripped off a bunch of people for billions of dollars, they just haul ass to Israel. Bernie Madoff's probably in Israel, not in prison. Look at that other one, the Alex Feinstein or whatever it was, who ripped off gobs of people, billions of dollars. I guarantee he's not in prison either, even if they say he is. I don't remember the story about him, whether or not he supposedly went to jail or not, but Jews are not put in jail. That's the bottom line. As soon as a Jew has an interaction with a police officer or a sheriff coming to interact with them, they know to plead the fifth right away. That's, of course, first thing they do. They don't tell the cops any freaking thing. And they call their Jewish buddy lawyer and say, hey, man, I got to get you to talk to the judge and talk to the people here in this town and get me out of this. And so they get the judge to release the Jew. And then when the Jew gets released, he immediately flies to Israel, and that's that. Case stays stuck open forever because it can't go any further because they can't extradite the perp. And so That's how Jews operate. They don't operate like us layman commoners, white people. The laws apply to us. They don't apply to Jews. And and so all this time I've been saying that to all the conservatives. All these years I've been telling them in the comment section. You can see in comments from 6 years ago. Go on Salty Cucker 6 years ago, some video of his 6 years ago where he's talking about Epstein and talking about the list and all this. Or talking about Epstein being dead or killing himself or any of that crap. You'll see me 6 years ago in their comment section telling the cucks exactly what I just told you tonight and exactly what I posted on the community post section earlier today. And nobody wanted to believe that. Everybody thought I was nuts. Everybody thought I was whatever, blah, blah. They thought that was like a crazy notion. And here we are today. We find out that Epstein's bank account is still active and he's still buying and selling and moving things, moving money around in it and stuff. Of course, the Trump conservatives are all saying, oh, that's his assistants, his secretaries, his whoever. But none of that's true. He's just alive and well, and he's living in Israel. That's it. No different than anybody that's supposedly on the International Space Station is just living in Star City, Russia. And when their mission is done, they get in an airplane and or they get in a capsule that is hung from the bottom of a jet, and it's flown really high in the air, and they release it, and it comes down, and they have the ships there to catch them, and they have the cameras watching it come down and parachute open, and they land in the water, and then they get saved from the capsule in the water. But really, they were just in Star City, Russia, where no one in America will ever end up seeing them. And so they just assume, oh, they're in space. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing with the Jews and jail. People think they go to jail when they get busted for something, but they don't. They don't even get put in the jail. Instead, they just freaking get flown to Israel, and that's it. Once they land on Israel's soil, no country can extradite them for any crime at all. Vlad, the Kababer, said, yeah, Epstein is alive in shit reel. Yeah, that's exactly right. And Vlad said, Dump pardoned him. I did not know that. He pardoned Epstein? I did not know that. Donald Dump loves shit reel and casinos. Totally true. They, the Trump conservatives just, the big thing about them is that they want Trump to be the guy they need so badly that they literally help the Jews create excuses for him. So much so, even, that Jews don't even have to come up with a story on their own anymore because they already know that the Q-turd Trump conservatives will come up with their own imaginary fantasies and spread them like they're matter of fact on the comment section of all the Sheckler YouTuber videos. And so Jews now don't even have to create the lies to cover themselves and cover Trump because the Trump conservatives will do it for them, and they know that. So but it's just hilarious to me that I've been telling people for so long, all this time, all along I've been telling them that Epstein is not dead because Jews don't get Hillaried and they don't get put in jail to even be Hillaried in jail. So, let's see here. Vlad Kababer said, yeah, he pardoned him under the table for sure. He's literally a Jew mafia boss. Oh, yeah, I'll give you that. If it isn't public and you're just saying that you imagine that he has been pardoned, I'll agree with you because for exactly what you said. He's a Jew mafia boss. He's got so much on Trump and, most all Republicans and Democrats alike, that there really isn't, there really isn't anything he would have to worry about. I mean, and it is very likely that Trump has already pardoned him, and if he has not yet, he will at some point. And what's interesting is, what'll be interesting, I should say, will be if somehow the world discovers that he is alive. Like, in other words, there's already been a little piece of footage where supposedly you can see him talking to a gardener. Somebody flew a drone up above his property, and bird's eye view, the drone looked down and you can see what looks like Jeffrey Epstein standing there talking to a gardener. I haven't seen the footage, but that's allegedly what it shows. And it allegedly is plain as day that it's Jeffrey Epstein, or someone who looks freakishly exactly like him. And what I'm saying, though, is, what if something way more definitive comes out in the future, where he gets straight up noticed somewhere and someone whoops out their phone and films him up close and like, I thought you were dead and da-da-da, and, gets the camera within a foot of his face where you can see plain as day it's him. What'll be interesting is if that day ever comes, what the Trump conservatives and what the government will say to the Trump conservatives. The Trump conservatives are going to come up with a reason for why he's alive suddenly. And the government's going to come up with one too, and they're going to assign it to the Trump conservatives, and then they'll change the story they had come up with on their own about why he's still alive to the one that Trump tells them. No matter how ridiculous the story is, or how nonsensical, or how improbable, or how impossible, due to the odds, all that might be in the circumstances. Instead, it will still just happen that way. He will get pardoned, and he will be shown that he's alive. Trump conservatives will be doing backflips, trying to excuse why he's alive. Because if he was dead, there would be no need in being pardoned. But since he's alive, well, a pardon would come in super handy. And, look at Casey Anthony. She's already a social media person, has been now for years. She's literally scot-free. She can just do whatever she wants as though she never murdered a baby. And look at all these non-whites who've murdered our babies and stuff. There was a nog just a while back who only got 6 years for murdering a baby, a white baby. And some they just let release with no jail ever. They acquit him of the charges and the whole thing. So to think that Jeffrey Epstein wouldn't be pardoned is pretty silly, considering how almost every non-white and Jew who ever kill a white person are pardoned, or their charges are dropped, or they're acquitted, or they're found not guilty, or they took a plea deal and we hit them with 5 years. Wow, thanks. So knowing all of that, it's very likely that Trump has probably already secretly pardoned him. And I would love to see the day where that dude because he's a Jew, so he's going to get lazy about being in hiding. And over time, he's going to, because of his ego and being a Jew and everything, his Jewish ego is going to get to him, and he's going to want to just be lazy and go out in public all he wants. He's going to get sick of being in hiding, and he's going to say, man, I'm Jeffrey Epstein. I don't have to hide from no fucking body. I don't even care. He'll get to a point where he'll be in a mood one day. All it'll take is one day of him being in a mood where he's like, fuck this. I'm not hiding anymore. I'm fucking Jew boss, mafia dude, Jeffrey Epstein. I don't have to give a shit whether the whole world knows I'm still alive or not. What is anybody going to do to me? I'm a fucking Jew who's got everybody's fucking ass on video banging a kid. And when that ego finally kicks in and that mindset finally kicks in on a particular day, he'll end up being seen somewhere plain as day in public, and someone will film him and he won't care. And then, boom, the whole world will know he's still alive. Trump conservatives will start doing backflips and somersaults and every type of mental gymnastics freaking exercise you can imagine or trick that you can imagine. And then, if Trump publicly pardons the dude, oh man, talk about freaking Trump conservative excuses, boy. The Q-turd stories will come a flying then. So, I agree. I think he's already pardoned him under the table or definitely plans to do so. Vlad also said some people knew about Trump and Epstein for 20 years at least. I only found out about Epstein Island in 2019. Yeah, it's it's a thing where it's been going on now for like 30 years. And a lot of people don't know, but you can look this up. Mar-a-Lago, and the reason we know all this is because Jeffrey Epstein was busted in 2006. And when he was busted, Ghislaine Maxwell was hooking up his and hers Johns with their prostitute or their sex slave or whatever at Mar-a-Lago. And Trump owned it at the time. And Trump was, having him over all the time, and they were having parties there all the time. And so, who's to say that Mar-a-Lago, since they were literally hooking the Johns up there, having it as a meetup spot, who's to say that they weren't using Mar-a-Lago as one of those mansions, one of those billionaire mansions that these victims report being raped and having to murder babies in and having these crazy parties at? Mar-a-Lago could just as well be one of those billionaire mansions they're talking about. Stand by real quick. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, so let's see here. Where are we at? I'm just now coming inside and looking at what all's going on. Okay, we've been rolling 5.5 hours now. And nobody ever complained about the music. Oh, it's off. That's why. Okay, it ran through its loop and it's done. I'm going to put it back on just to make noise in the background a little bit. But if it's too loud, let me know. And if you can't hear it at all, let me know too. Basically, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to gauge how much of it I can introduce with everyone still being able to listen and it not be aggravating or distracting to them. So if you don't hear it at all, let me know if you don't mind. And if you do hear it and it's low enough or it's too loud, let me know also. And I'll know for the future how much to adjust it. Because some people don't like total dead silence with a person talking. A lot of people get hyper aggravated by having music too loud when people are trying to talk. But some people don't like just completely dead air in the background while people are talking. Some people their attention span or whatever stays a little more locked in if they hear some kind of something in the background very faintly. So I'm just trying to figure out a nice mix where I can do that. I can't really check on a device because of, well, I guess I can. I probably could, but I just haven't ever done so. I'm going to crank this up real quick. Okay. You might hear me on the mic delayed. I'm going to bring this up a little bit. See if I can hear it. It's going to be a delay I got to wait on. Okay, yeah, it's definitely too loud. Let's bring that back down some. Yeah, it's definitely too loud. Let's see if this is better. All right, so it could use a little bit more than that, maybe. Something like that, maybe. Okay. So, yeah, I've been trying to figure out a nice mix where I can have a little kind of faint noise in the background, but not, anything that distracts anyone or anything. And that way, when I'm like, there's so much dead time where I'm like in between thoughts or whatever, at least they'll have a little something. There'll be a little something there for someone to tap their foot or whatever. All right, let me go in here and grab or make a drink, I should say. Gosh, at least I remembered to mention that thing about him being alive, because I did want to. That was one of my things I wanted to bring up. So I'm glad I remembered that. That's had me grinning all day today that that I'm finally vindicated after all this time of telling people, hey, Epstein is alive, man. I don't know why y'all don't realize that about Jews, but somehow you don't. I'm going to sit the microphone down so I'm going to have to talk a little louder for a second. But, yeah, I was trying to... I just could not figure out how nobody could put the pieces together. It's like, where do you ever see Jews in jail? I mean, get on a freaking arrest records get on Google and type in arrests and try to find a Jew, And meanwhile, Jews are committing crimes all the time. And not just small fry crimes, sex crimes, really high dollar, crimes. They get caught spying all the time. And do you see any mugshots of Jews anywhere on Google? No. And even if you were to find one measly mugshot of a Jew, it'll only be one that you can find in the whole world of the internet, practically. And guaranteed, whoever that Jew is, he never actually went to jail. He got his mugshot to make it look official, like he got arrested. And then as soon as they freaking finished that mugshot, he was released. ROR for sure. And he immediately got on an airplane and flew his butt to Israel, whoever it is, we're discussing vaguely. Because that's how Jews roll. They have another country to escape to. And they're not loyal to America. They have no loyalty to America. All of their loyalty is to their country and their religion, which is the Talmud. And their Talmud tells them that they can do whatever they want. That's it. If you've ever wondered, about how Jews have they have both books, the Kabbalah and the Talmud. The Talmud is the law, though, right? And all the arguments and stuff. Now, Jews will tell you, no, the law is this other weird-ass name thing they have. But it's not. The Talmud is Jewish law, period, dot. Dan Blitz whatever the other day dumped on awesome Jew idiot Adam King or whatever his name is, dumped on him by pulling it up right away. The dude tried to be like, no, the Jewish law is some hawker noise. And he was like, dude, bullshit. I'll pull it up right now on Google. And he Googled it, and it brought it up right then that the Talmud is Jewish law. And in the Talmud, it says plain as day that a Jew can do basically whatever he wants. If he wants to rape a baby, that's fine. If he wants to rape a 3-year-old, that's fine. If he wants to rape a 10-year-old, that's fine. If he wants to rape anybody, that's fine. A non-Jew, a Jewish female. You'll notice there's never a punishment for a male Jew. All right? There's never a punishment for a male Jew. There are punishments for female Jews if they go out and sleep with some non-Jew, if they were to sleep with a black or whatever. They got laws against that. But everywhere throughout their laws, Jews are allowed to do whatever they want. There is no punishment for Jews. There is nowhere in the Talmud that's like, if a Jewish male commits this so-and-so act, he is to be stoned to death, or he is to be, pay back 4 times what he stole. There's no such thing as any of that. A Jew is allowed to do whatever he wants, especially if it's a male. And the Jewish females actually are allowed to do practically whatever they want, too. And they can even sleep outside of their race with other races so long as it's a lighter skin race than the Jews. As long as it's white people or it's some kind of mongrel that's even lighter skin than her own family is of Jews. The particulars of that are hard to give an example of because mostly it would only be white people they can marry. You know what I mean? Because white people are going to be the only ones that are whiter than a Jew for the most part. Now, there have been random Jewesses that have banged blacks or married blacks, therefore they're banging it. I can't explain those because I don't know the exact particular rule of how they're getting away with that without all the Jews being in an uproar about it. Because Jews, their whole thing is they want to be able to imposter as white people. And they cannot do that if they allow their daughters and then their granddaughters to be banging blacks, because that turns their race into these like darker skinned mongrels. They end up looking like Arabs, but with afro hair. And so they don't want to look like that. They want to look like white people as much as possible. When do you ever see Jews sitting out at the beach or sitting out at the pool trying to get a tan? Have you never seen that? Of course you've never seen that. And you've never asked yourself, why don't I ever see a group of Jews laying out getting a tan? It's because the last thing in the world a Jew wants is for their skin to become less white. Like how we're always, harping on our white girls back in the day. We used to harp on our white girls about going to tanning salons and laying out and trying to get a tan and not being white anymore. All right. To us, in the 80s, we didn't realize it, but it was cuckery about our white girls being ashamed of being too white. And even to this day, our white girls will say, oh my gosh, I'm so white, I need to get a tan. They're basically saying I'm too white, like the Bible prides about us, like all of our godly people, all of our ancient ancestors, all of our biblical ancestors wanted, and all the women themselves, our ancient ancestor women and the men both, wanted the white women to be as white as possible. That meant that they don't have to be outside working hard like a poor peasant woman. The whiter your woman was, the better of luxury she lived in. It means she spent her time indoors, protected, away from the dangers of the world outside. away from predator males who could defile her. And so, now, fast forward to now, our white girls have been cucked into being ashamed of looking white and desiring to have a tan. And, it is okay for white people to have our healthy tan. It is okay. But the bottom line is they're ashamed of being too white. And there's no such thing as that in our Holy Bible about our people. Being as white as possible was being as close to God-like as possible. As close to God as possible was the whiter you were, And I don't mean that in a religious sense. I just mean that in a physical appearance sense. Everyone knew back then that that God would be the whitest thing there is, right? The most bright, whitest, brightest, anything that's brightest, that's ultra bright, is really can only be ultra bright, the most ultra bright, if it's white. All right, the brightest light is white. So all the other colors of light diminish the brightness. So likewise with our skin and with God's appearance in our mortal vision, whiteness is like godliness. And if you look up what the color white represents in our Holy Bible, it represents purity. All right, that's the first word offered in the definition, or in the explanation, I should say. Purity. Guess what that means? That means you had to mate with only white people nonstop all through the generations, and your purity allows you to be white. Now, of course, people wouldn't take it that way and say I'm stretching that or making that up in my head, and that's not at all what the website was meaning. And they're right that that's not at all what the website's meaning. But since it means the word purity, purity means racial purity. What other kind of purity is there going to be besides just being a good soul that's purely thankful to God? I mean, no, it means racial purity. And the next word it has is uprightedness. The next word for the explanation of the color white in all Holy Bibles, all versions, is righteousness. The next word it uses is holiness. The next word it uses as a synonym for it, or an explanation for it, is honesty. And the last one, but the best one, that the color white represents in our Holy Bible is the righteousness, or I should say the salvation of Jesus Christ. And remember, when we are brought to heaven, we are going to be wearing all white. That's why the blacks do their all white, wear white parties. Because the more white they wear on their body, the more like a white person they feel like they look like. This is what I'd look like if I was white. Even though it looks silly because they got their black head and their, black hands and whatever sticking out. But, when they wear all white, they look to themselves like, wow, this is kind of what I'd look like if I was white. Wow. My arms are white, my legs are white, my torso is white. Look at this, And they know that our Holy Bible says that those who will be saved and go to heaven, the Israelites, will show up in the clouds and arrive to the gates of heaven wearing all white. And since they are we-wazzing us, wanting to we-wazz our ancient past, they incorporate that. And so it's a twofold thing. They get to look at themselves and move their arm around and be like, man, look at my arm. It's white, Wow, this is what I'd be like if I was white. And at the same time, they're also getting to we-was. But the bottom line is, they know just as well as our ancestors knew that white is what our people be saved and go to heaven are wearing. And we will all each have a Florida palm in our hands. And nobody will tell you that except me. You won't hear anyone. I don't care if you listen to Narco Longo or whoever. You'll never hear anyone tell you that but me. I understand that the Garden of Eden is the state of Florida in the United States of America. He understands that as well. But he's never made the connection of those who will be saved will be wearing all white and have a palm in their hand, or with a palm in their hands, you know? And it's because that is where white man was placed on creation week in the Garden of Eden, the state of Florida. And when we return to God, we're going to have the Florida palm in each of our hands to show God I am an authentic, purity white person from Adam and Eve. Here is my palm in my hand from Florida to remind you, or remind us together as a symbol for us to both see that my original ancestor was your first creation, Adam. Not that he was the first creation that was here on earth, but I just mean his highest in the hierarchy. He's first. He's the important one. And you're showing him by having the palm in your hand that you are one of his descendants from the Garden of Eden. You descend from the Garden of Eden. And so that is what that is about with the palm in our hand. It will be a Florida palm, and nobody else will ever tell you that but me on all of YouTube, because nobody else understands that but me. Now, if I were to explain that to Narco, he would agree. He would absolutely agree with that. Because why? It makes perfect logical sense. There is nowhere else. What, are we going to have a palm from Africa in our hand, even though we're from the state of Florida? We're going to have a palm from California, even though California is not the freaking Garden of Eden? What sense would that make? But look at how perfect of sense it makes. If we all show up with a palm from the Garden of Eden, where Adam kind was placed. Our original ancestor that started all of us off was placed. That's the type of palm we'll have in our hands. A Florida palm. Let me get back here to the chat. Okay. Let's see here. Tobias said, do you think Tupac and Biggie were just actors who faked their deaths? Good question. It's irrelevant because they're niggers, but to entertain the idea, since they were so known by even white people, it's still a good question, whether it's irrelevant or not. And so, yeah, we'll totally entertain that with you here. I, of course, was around during that whole time. That was in the prime of my young adulthood. And so I did not study into it because I was already uncucked about blacks by then, and so I didn't give two shits about them. And so I didn't care when either of them got killed or anything. So I didn't study into it at all. But just based on what everything, all the rumors and all the stuff that was being thrown around back then. And also I should say that I wasn't on the internet. I don't remember if that happened in 95 or 94 or whatever. You could tell me the year in the chat, since you probably remember and I don't right now. But the internet was brand new, if I'm not mistaken, at the time. So I don't think I was even on the internet. Maybe I was. I didn't get on the internet till 98. 97, like the end of the year almost, basically. So I wasn't really on the internet in 95 when only the most hardcore computer guys back then would have been online in 95. I guess it maybe became mainstream in 1995, but most people were like, meh, and just really didn't get into computer use till about 97. And then I came along a few months after everybody and decided to be a late bloomer about it. And so I think by like maybe September of 97, I started using computers. So basically, I was getting my information from watching news segments, watching certain shows. I forget what all I watched back then, but it was mostly like 60 Minutes, Unsolved Mysteries, all these like weird shits back then that existed. And, only certain times would any of those things cover. The Tupac Biggie thing was covered on the news, so that was basically the only place I was getting that kind of info. And I wasn't watching the news to discover anything about them two. I was just watching the news to know about what's going on in the world, because that's basically what our internet was back then. The news was the internet. And so I was watching the news, just watching the news, and every night they would mention something about the Tupac Biggie stuff. And that's times each one of them. When the one got murdered, then when the other got murdered. Of course, the news had a little segment about it every night. And, I would hear something about it. But do I think it was a hoax, or do I think they faked their deaths? No. And that's because, for obvious reason. I even give you like 2 seconds to think about why, and you've already answered it correctly. Yes, the answer is yes. You answered it correctly. They're black. So anytime you see a dispute between blacks and one shoots up the other place, or shoots one and kills one, or whatever, you got a 99.99% chance that is 100% what happened, and that the Nog is dead. And not just because of that exact reason, but also because they're black, there's another reason. And that is that, blacks, kind of like Epstein, or Jews in general would be, their ego would not allow them to stay hidden for the rest of their lives. It just wouldn't happen. They'd have a crash out day and say, I don't give a fuck. You know how the blacks say that all the time. And they'll do the most irrational thing that can get them put in jail. They were going to have a nice day all day today, but instead now they're going to go to prison. Why? Because they don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Today I don't give a fuck. And they just, whatever the situation is at the moment, they'll decide they just don't give a fuck about it, right? Pardon my mouth over and over again for saying that. They'll say that about any old random thing that they're just fed up with. All right? Now, knowing that, imagine a Nog having to spend 24 hours a day, the rest of his life, hiding from all the public that could ever recognize. Remember, you're talking about uber famous motherfuckers here with egos bigger than the entire state of Texas. And you expect that dude to hide for the rest of his life from every single soul that could ever recognize him, which is anywhere in the public? There's no way their ego would allow them to hide the rest of their lives every single day perfectly without ever having a crash out moment where they just don't care and go out in public and do their thing. I just want a damn coffee, from Starbucks, and I want to drive my own self there in my own badass car. I don't want my chauffeur taking me. I don't want freaking I just want to be a normal person today and go pick up a damn coffee somewhere or whatever their thing is that they're raging to want to do. And they will just go do it. And they won't care who sees them. They won't even try to disguise themselves. That's how Nogs roll. So, I honestly do not anticipate any Nog, other than maybe Michael Jackson, ever being able to hide forever. Jackson was such a wimpish character that he would happily hide for the rest of his life. You know what I mean? He was already doing so as it was in his last few years as the narrative goes. So he was already avoiding the public all the time as much as he could. And that was because he was a pedo and he was ashamed of himself. Not ashamed of himself because they don't have shame, but he was afraid he was going to get popped. So he just didn't want to be around any public ever. And then fast forward, he disappears, right? But then people start seeing him in Japan and other places, which was really stupid for him to go to Japan because everyone in Japan was like all about that dude. You know, that was like the second most that was the second, other than the U.S., Michael Jackson was most popular in Japan, second place. You know, that was the second country that was his biggest fan country, I think. So really dumb of him to go there. But he, you know, got seen in other places there after he was supposedly dead. And so most likely that dude is alive. Now, Jeffrey Epstein, he just doesn't have to give a fuck if it's ever exposed that he's alive. It's different between Jews and someone like Tupac or Biggie. They couldn't just suddenly pop back on the scene and be like, oh, yeah, man, that shit was a hoax. Sorry. But Epstein can. Epstein could just show up tomorrow and go, yeah, of course I never went to jail, you fucking dumbasses. And no one could do anything about it. You know what I mean? And then he could just go right back to being in the public and doing whatever he wants, just like Casey Anthony. And no one will be able to say shit. I mean, everybody will be mad, but it won't matter. Because he'll be free and roaming around and told you already, haha, bitch, I was alive all along, and what are you going to do about it? Nothing. And he's right. No one would do anything. But with Tupac and Biggie, they are not that level because of their, you know, ethnicity. So they don't get to play Jew games because they're not Jews. Let's see here. Let's see here. Where was we's? Where was we was? Where we was? Gotta scroll back up here a little further. Apologize. Okay, Vlad said, and Trump owned child pageants. Aha, that's right. And he also owned the Miss America crap, all those women beauty pageants for adult women. But I didn't know he owned the child pageants too. That's interesting. And was obsessed with gold. That's interesting. He is like obsessed with gold for sure. I always thought was weird. Then all of a sudden, he wins the Republican nomination. Yeah, I mean, it was a little odd that out of nowhere he came out. And, you know, honestly, I think he would have done better if he'd have ran as a Democrat. Why didn't he just run as a Democrat? Because it's part of the humiliation ritual. To take Whitey's own party and make its own party that it wanted, that it voted for, do a bunch of things that they don't want him to do. Exactly like they're doing right now. That's part of the humiliation ritual. It has all the Republican Party upset, all the voters. It has them arguing among each other because some people are Trump conservatives. No matter what he does, they think he's on our side. And they'll start defending him and making up lies, complete lies, ridiculous stories, Q-turd stories. You know, knowing that they're 100% full of shit. And they'll be doing so thinking in their mind that they're creating lies for the greater good. They think, no, even though I'm making up this total lie to defend my hero, I'm doing so with good intentions, with acting in good faith, and eventually they'll see he's gonna perform what I expect of him, eventually. And so in the end, even though I'm lying right now to keep support coming his way, to keep him from losing support, I should say, it will pay off in the end if I lie now to help defend him so he doesn't lose support. I mean, that's a long-worded way to explain it. Not real good at short explanations. So that all goes through their mind in a billionth of a second, or just subconsciously there's a wheel that's just always running that does that and says that to themselves. And so they just make up these complete Q-turd imaginary stories. You know, Trump's using the list to get the big, beautiful bill passed. I mean, that's complete horse shit. They pulled that out of their asshole from deep in their colon. They reached all the way up in there with both hands and pulled that one out. There is no discussion of that in government any freaking where by anyone. No Thomas Massey's come and sat down with Tucker and said that. No anything. They just instantly, the moment they heard the news, the moment they saw Trump lash out at the thing, they were like, oh, he's keeping it and used it for the big, beautiful bill to get passed. What? That's the kind of crap they do. Hillary's doing weekends in Gitmo. I mean, get out of here with that garbage. You know what I mean? And that's the kind of stupid shit they do all the time to defend their idol. He's their golden calf. You know, he's their golden calf, and his golden calf is the Jews. And all the Trump conservatives that, quote, stand with Israel, they put on the Fox News freaking comment section. They also worship the same golden calf he's worshiping, the Jews. Very frustrating. You know what I mean? Let's see here. Yeah, and what's funny is I was just talking about that, and then the very next comment is Vlad saying the idiots that's who I was just talking about, that believe mainstream media are playing checkers while Jews play chess. Yeah, they're playing 5 dreidel chess. You know, all these fools are talking about 5D chess, 5D chess. Yeah, the D stands for dreidel, you fools, and you're the ones being played. And even if they're not so dense that they don't get it, they refuse to get it. If they're smart enough that they are beyond not being able to get it, and they do get it, they refuse it. Just like a lefty. You know, I'm always talking about Republicans are just leftists, right? Conservatives, anyway, are just leftists. And it's because they do all the same things the left does. And in this exact same, with that exact same theme, right along the same theme as always, whenever they need to defend something that isn't defendable, completely indefensible things, they will just create a story out of thin air, a made-up, total fiction, total nonsense Jewish fable to defend their hero, to defend their position or defend their party, you know, or their party's position about something. And it's pointless, all right, because they're never going to win in the end against the leftists anyway, because they just end up capitulating to them. They're always trying to win the leftists over to being friends with them and agreeing with them and meeting in the middle somehow. And leftists aren't interested in any of that shit. They're interested in win everything. And accept nothing less than everything is the way we want it, period. And we want all of you on the other side, the other party, dead. Now, how are you supposed to ever meet in the middle with any creatures that think like that? There is no compromising with them. There is no... So, knowing all of that, what is the only thing that gets bipartisan agreement all of the time? Obeying anything Israel says. And I don't like using the word Israel, so I'm going to quit using that again. I'm going to go back to Jews. Anything the Jews say, both sides agree. And it doesn't matter if they put on a show like the left side doesn't want any kind of attack or war in Gaza on the Gazans. That's bullshit, because they end up voting to approve every aid package and every arms package to Israel right along with the Republicans, all while they scream free Palestine and oh, God bless his little Gazans and all that crap. They're voting yes for the aid packages and the arms packages to be given to Israel, to Jews. So that their own voting proves what they're really up to. And so it's just it's a ruse. And you know, all these Trumpservatives that figure out that it is, they just start creating lies, as though, I guess in their mind they're thinking that if they lie enough for Trump, that eventually he'll do enough good that it'll make up for their lying for him, you know? And that even if they don't get everything their way, they're actually okay with that, and they'll still keep defending him because they'll at least, they feel, get as much out of him as they possibly can by keeping as much support for him going along when he's angering his own voter base as they possibly can. And maybe that's their only goal. Maybe that's their big thing. Maybe they get off on making up shit to defend him. You know the left side does, to defend their points and to make accusations against Whitey. I mean, all the fiction they get to think up to accuse us of, you know, they love that shit. So who knows? Maybe these conservatives love making up lies to defend Trump. Maybe it's all Jews doing it, pretending to be conservatives, pretending to be Trump-servatives. That could be the case, too. But let's see here. Where am I at? Do you believe Jews are genetically evil? No. They are. It says in Jude that they are ordained to this condemnation. So I guess I would have to say yes, but you know, there are Jews that actually exist in the world, like 0.000000000000004% of Jews who are not anti-white, who do not play along with the Talmud agenda, aka Zionism, Judaism. All of those words are synonymous, 100% synonymous. No difference in any of them whatsoever. As is the word Jewry. All of those mean the same thing. Jewry, Judaism, Talmud, and Kalergi plan, and Klauer Piven strategy, and the protocols. I mean, they are all synonymous. 100% synonymous. No difference between any of them. All the same goal in mind. Eliminate whitey. Rule over the entire world of non-white mud. So, are they genetically evil? I guess, because that's what Jude says, and it's I guess, you know, it's because of their lineage. You know, they come from Cain, and God Himself and Isaac, and Abraham and Isaac, both because God said to them, and basically all three, God, Abraham, and Isaac, all commanded of Esau, do not go to Canaan, the land of Canaan, to find a wife, because they knew he would end up with a Canaanite. And sure enough, he did. He ended up with two of them. And so that angered God and Abraham and Isaac immensely. So much so that he ended up feeling bad. He ended up feeling shame. And he ended up coming back to Isaac and agreed to marry also an Israelite woman. But it was too late. He had already mated with these two Canaanite females and had produced mongrel babies with both of them, creating the two types of Jews there are. So, and they all work together. There's only two types of Jews, and it's not just Sephardic and Ashkenazi. There's two. They're also grouped into two other kinds of Jews: Zionists and those who pretend not to be Zionists. In other words, all of them are all Zionists. And yes, there is an anomalous J once in a blue ass moon who does not participate in all of the Jewry and the everything. That's true. I've actually met one before myself who did not care anything at all for the Jewish plan to take over the world of mud after eliminating Whitey. He had no interest in it whatsoever, zero interest in any Jewish tradition, didn't give two shits that he was Jewish at all. Could have been all put on, but I've been around the dude many hours, and he was just naturally just did not give a shit, about anything. Like, he acted like a white guy, and I don't want to say that about a Jew. That's terrible to say, because I wouldn't say that about a non-white, but that was like his mentality. He was just like, he didn't give two shits that Jews even existed. He didn't care that he was a Jew. But again, it could have all been a put on. Who knows? He was a hard-ass worker, too, and everything, which is just so not like the Jews. That's very unlikely. So that was the thing that really made me think, okay, this dude's not a typical Jew, because he wouldn't be out here busting his butt, So, let's see what else here. So, do I think they're genetically evil? Yes, I guess they are, because our Bible tells us so. And it's not really that they're genetically evil as much as, but you could call it that, though. But it's really that they are doomed to the condemnation of being one of these mongrels that's destined to work against white people, And I'm going to finish the chat here in just a second. Hello, Rise of the Right. God bless you. Happy Sabbath. I hope you have a wonderful Sabbath tonight and tomorrow. I am going to take a quick bio break. All of you who want to get a fresh drink or whatever, please do. And I will be back here in a minute. All right. Hands are washed. We're back. The music was a little louder than I thought it was. My bad, y'all. I just brought it down some. And sorry if that was too distracting for you guys and gals when I was before the break. But I just dialed it down some, so maybe it'll be better. Not be as bothersome to some people. Okay, we were at, do we think the Jays are genetically evil? Well, I'll just say that our Bible, and I'll repeat it real quick just for everybody to mull over in their own minds for themselves. Our Holy Bible in Jude says that they are ordained to this condemnation. And what it was talking about right before that, where the context of that statement is that they are men crept in unawares, meaning they're subverters, they're infiltrators, that they're imposters who pretend their way, creep in unawares, meaning no one knows, no one notices that they're not white, that they are an infiltrator, a subverter. And the whole point of them being creeping in unawares is because their plan is to destroy us. And so it continues on to say that they are ordained to this condemnation, because the reason it's a condemnation is because the result in the end is that God's going to destroy them for doing so. But they are ordained to do it because they are Esau's mongrel kids that God told him, do not go create. And so, yeah, I guess the answer is yes. And I'm not saying it from a personal level. I'm just saying it because that's just, that's just the dealio. The Bible says so, and so that's that. All right. Rise of the Right said, Jolly Heretic is great. I have seen, I might be subbed to him. If that's a YouTube channel, which I'm pretty sure it is, I'm pretty sure I'm subbed to that YouTube channel. I can't say that for 100% certain, but let's see here. Tobias asked, do you believe the celebrities sell their soul and live forever? Have you heard about the thing where they get a baby reptilian to crawl in their eye and then it takes them over? No, I haven't heard about the reptile thing, crawling in their eye thing. But I do know that they hope to live forever by drinking baby blood or injecting baby blood into their blood, like replacing all of their blood with baby blood. I know that is one of their goals, obviously, is to never have to die, never have to grow old. And that's because, they get to live it up. They live in these lavish mansions. They ride in big cars, have chauffeurs even. They're not even driving the fancy cars anymore. They're riding in fancy cars being driven by chauffeurs, limos, private jets, all the drugs they can shove up their nose, all the liquor they can guzzle down at the same time, all the sex in the world. And so if that's your lifestyle and you love it, why would you ever want it to end due to you growing old and eventually having to die? So since they are the ones who are technically, as far as materialistic world-wise, they are materialistically on top of the world. And, anybody who's in a situation like that who enjoys being that lifestyle, loves it, loves being, filthy rich, loves doing all these perverted things, loves having all this lavish stuff, they're never going to want to grow old and die. They're not going to want to have to give up their good time they're having. So it's easy to understand, that why they wouldn't want to croak, and that they will go to enormous lengths to prevent aging or prevent dying. But glory to God, they all croak. Some of them at 81, some of them at 91, some of them at 78. They all croak. I will say, though, that the crazy amount of drugs and alcohol that these celebrities do, it's mind-boggling that the human body can withstand so much of that and still allow and still live to be 82, 84, 70 something years old. I mean, they should have died in their 40s. From there, most of these famous people started very young, and were probably being fed cocaine and everything else by the time they were 15 or 14, and and having all kinds of being participants in sex parties and all that stuff by the time they were that age too. And so imagine from all the way from then all the way till they probably don't quit partying until they're in their late 60s or mid 60s, and they get to a point where they're like, man, I just can't do that stuff no more, bro. I'm just too damn old, and then they finally give it up when they're like 64 years old or something. And they still live to be 80-something, 70-something, some of them 90 years old. It's almost like they're a good experiment for testing purposes, to figure out just how much the human body can take and still make it to, the 80-year-old range, 90-year-old range. And think about it, all these famous rockers that are all turning in their 90s and they're all in their 80s and they all were in the prime of their life in the 70s, right? Well, they did endless, and when I say endless, I mean it never stopped flowing. They did endless amounts of cocaine and heroin and quaaludes and liquor all at the same time, and weed all at the same time. Every single thing. And acid, gosh, I forgot about acid. They'd be doing all of those drugs and guzzling endless amounts of liquor nonstop, all while they're tripping balls on acid. There would be a regular day for a partying hippie was to be on at least one or two quaaludes, be completely wasted drunk, be stoned out of their minds, have already snorted a half of something, whatever, of cocaine. I don't know their measurements. I was never, ever a cocaine user my whole life, ever. Not even one time, ever. Never tried it once, ever. Never touched my face, ever. Not once. Never even put my fingertip to some and tasted it with my tongue. Nothing. Never. Cocaine has never touched my body, and I have never touched it. And that is likewise for all the other drugs that you would snort or shoot or eat or whatever. I was never a pill person. I was never a snorter. I was never anything to do with needles. God, that's insane. I can't even believe people do that shit to get high. Thank you, God. It's not because I'm awesome. All glory is to God that He kept me uninterested in all of those things. And I even had people I knew along the way, acquaintances that got into cocaine, that got into heroin, that got into whatever, and I dumped them right away once they did. Once I became aware of the fact that they were into cocaine, I didn't have anything to do with them anymore. And that was because I knew at the time that blacks, I was seeing that blacks were able to get white girls to sleep with them if they had cocaine and the white girl wanted it. And that was the first time white girls were ever really sleeping with blacks, like just regularly, it really wasn't a thing until the 80s. And that was because blacks ended up having cocaine sometimes, and they would use it to try to convince some white girl somewhere that they ran across to have sex with them so that they could have that cocaine.
And so I already, well, back then, without realizing I was becoming based, I was already becoming based back then, seeing that, disliked it, and said, no way, if our white girls are willing to suck these freaking yucky turd upright biped turds for that drug, then I don't ever want to take it. And I don't have anything to do with anyone who takes it. And they became thieves. A lot of white people became thieves because they would fiend for it, not have any more money because they blew all their money on it. Now they're broke and they need another whatever, but they want another rush, another hit of the stuff. So they would start stealing people's stuff, their own friends' things, their own parents' things. And the combination of those two things made me never want to have anything to do with cocaine or even have anything to do with someone who did it. So I would just dump each friend or not friend, but acquaintance as they got into cocaine and I discovered it.
Um, let's see here. Boom. And the reptilian eye thing, no, I've never heard of any stuff like that. Anytime I see the word reptilian or reptile, I pretty much dismiss it right away and don't even read any further into it at all because, Jews don't have to be reptiles or any of that. Our Bible explains them out completely. And it explains all the creatures out, all the upright bipeds, the Jews separate from their bioweapons of mass destruction, upright bipeds, and us, and the critters. So we really don't. It's just not necessary for us to think of things like, oh, they're reptiles or whatever, or they use, they're controlled by reptiles, whatever. It's not to say that there might not be some demonic creatures that God created that would look like reptilian to us and that they can possess people's bodies. Maybe that kind of stuff could exist, but if we focus on Jews being reptiles, right, rather than being ordained to this condemnation from being the children of Esau, which is all we need to know about them, it takes away from the Bible's explanation of them. Worrying about reptiles is what the baby truthers are doing. They are calling everyone lizard people and reptilian, and that leads to aliens from outer space. That leads to, at first it starts off being, oh, no, they live underground, but then eventually it's, oh, well, they have these spaceships and they shoot out of the ocean and they fly all, they're from whatever freaking star. So, and all of that's imaginary because we live under a dome. There is no vast outer space for trillions of miles, trillions of light years, with all these other planets and suns that are 1,000 billion times bigger than Earth. None of that shit's true. None of that shit exists. The Earth is the largest thing we will ever know as mankind in our mortal trial. And the dome is also as big as the Earth and perhaps bigger. And those two things are the largest things we'll ever know of. And the sun and moon and stars are small and local, located within the dome with us. And so we just, getting off on, these guys that get steered off on the reptile world. You may be ultra based and you can entertain the reptile idea and it not be a big deal. But for most folks, it's normies who are introduced to that when they're still a normie. And so they will spend years looking into reptilian stuff and all that. I'll give you a great example is Mark Dice. Mark Dice used to be all about the lizard people, the reptilians, the freaking, and he talked about aliens and all this other stuff, tall grays, short greens, all this crap. And those were all his first books. Those were all, he was big into the whole lizard people thing. And, he got to the point where he was like, oh, the Illuminati served the lizard people. All the while he's talking about Jews, and he's just had himself so duped into following the lizard people thing because he was a normie that became his focus rather than them being Jews. And then for 10 years, 12 years, 20 years, whatever it was, he never called them Jews. He only called them lizard people or reptilians. And that kind of defeats the purpose of our goals because we want everybody else to understand that it's the Jews stirring up all this bullshit, just like our New Testament says over and over again. The disciples fled for fear of the Jews. The disciples stayed quiet for fear of the Jews. The disciples hid for fear of the Jews. And the Jews are who stirred up the congregation. The Jews are who stirred up the crowd. The Jews are who riled up the crowd. That is the thing, right? So if you start calling them some random name, like I'm always making fun of the conservatives because they have all these like beat around the bush names to avoid having to say the Jews. They will call the Jews, instead of just putting the Jews, they'll put oligarchs, the banksters, the top 1%, the elite, neocons. What's another one they love to use? They have so many conservative names for all these different groups of just the Jews, and it's all the same military anyway, so it's really just the Jews. I mean, if Mexico had an army and it riled up and it came at us and we were battling with Mexican soldiers, we would just call them the Mexicans when we're arguing with them. We wouldn't have to go any deeper than that with it because we know that that's who that is. And so the Jewish government, the Jewish military, that means everybody in that military is Jews. So there's no need in... Oh, and Mossad. They love saying Mossad. Oh, my gosh. That's the biggest conservative word for Jews. Well, it's a toss-up between oligarchs and Mossad. But I'm sure Mossad wins out probably by a good margins also. Because... yeah, I would say Mossad by a good margin even, because oligarchs, I do see it a lot, but Mossad, man, it's like every other comment on any supposed half-ass based fake right-wing channel. At least every other comment is anywhere where cuck servers are forced to talk about Jews. They will just all down through the comment section. It'll be Mossad, 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 IDF, Mossad, Mossad, Mossad. And an occasional, the other one. IDF, Mossad, and oligarchs, and an occasional oligarchs, So, it's better to just call them the Jews because otherwise normies will never read the comment and understand, and when they call them lizard people and reptilians, it really takes away from, who they actually are and why we need to be concerned about them, and the Bible doesn't call them reptiles or lizards, but it does say that they are vipers, and it calls them wolves, and it calls them liars, it calls them thieves, it calls them hypocrites, it calls them children of the serpent. And so that one there, you could say, oh, look, reptile, but it's children of the serpent, you know what I mean?
not children of the lizard or iguana or bearded dragon. And then by calling them all these other words, a normie comes along and they're trying to be a truther. They're trying to start learning and researching. Everybody tells them, do your own research. So they're out trying it. And how are they ever going to discover that we're talking about the Jews all along if we keep calling them every word except the Jews, So, let's see here. And do tell more about the reptilian baby crawling into the eye or whatever and taking people over if you know more about it, because I've just never heard about it. So we could learn from you tonight a little crazy something. And who knows if that's true? I mean, it sounds fictional, but you do have a cavity behind your eye, so I mean, I saw a gigantic parasite be pulled out of someone's eye. It wasn't that long ago either. It was like here on YouTube, and it was, oh man, it was freaking crazy. The bug was so huge. I'm like, how was that even in your face? I mean, how are you even alive? And it all came out in one piece and everything, and it was freaking humongous. I was like, okay then. I did not expect that. Yeah, that sounds crazy. Tobias also said, I don't understand how white people are not angry. Well, because Afroball, and B, white people still have things, all right? They still have their house. They still have their 2021 Chevy truck. They still have 1,000 payments to go of $1,250 a month. They still have the rest of their life to pay crazy insurance on it. Because the Z71 or whatever. They got a kid going to college they got to pay for. They got another kid's got terrible hospital bills they got to pay for. You add it all up, it just keeps going on and on and on. And about white people not getting angry, it's because white people don't even have time to be angry. They're just, they have money and they're busy as far as they're concerned. And so, white people with money, they still think up to this point that they can just move further and further out and avoid the groid after they've, ruined the, inner areas. And, white people are in this hardcore denial that they want to avoid the groid. So it's like, until white people start losing everything across the board, if you're white, rich people won't be on our side. Rich people feel like, even though they don't have to think this to themselves on their forefront conscious level, but subconsciously, there's always a wheel spinning going, I'm rich, I can move to anywhere I want. If shit gets crazy here tomorrow, I can be on my first flight out of here within an hour on my way to Switzerland. And that's, it's not good for a group to have that kind of ability, especially when they openly hate your race. Let's see here. Tobias said, what about Mizrahi Jews? Mizrahi Jews are, Jews probably mated with another local group, and so they're probably just a hybrid. is my best guess. Rise of the Right is still here. Wow, impressive. Awesome. Welcome, and glad you stayed. And yes, don't they inject adrenaline, adrenochrome or something? Yes, they do that. I was sitting here thinking, I wonder if well, anyway, it don't matter. But yes, they do. They inject adrenaline. They inject adrenochrome. Can't talk tonight. Adrenochrome, and I'm sure there's a host of other things they do as well. They drink blood. They, whatever, all kinds of. Excuse me. All kinds of sicko stuff. But yeah, that's two of them right there, and those are probably their biggest go-to to try to preserve their youth and to not die. But of course, it isn't going to work. They keep getting older and older, and they're going to croak. So age and death come for all of us. There is no escape. Rise of the Right also said David Icke started the reptile thing. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, yes, I did. David Icke. I was thinking David Duke because I just watched a video of him today being interviewed by, I don't remember who, some no-name podcaster, I think, but not no-name, but I just don't know who they are, even if they're mega famous. But David Icke, or David, I always said David Icke, but yeah, David Icke, he, I just ignored most of the stuff that any of them might say because, like, David Icke, he was promoting aliens too and all that crap, and the Earth's millions of years old and all that shit. And just isn't the case. So, man, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, and I remember David Icke coming out with all that stuff back then. I do. He was, he was saying that stuff, and then he was talking about, aliens and shit. Rise of the Right said, I can't stand Charlie Kirk. He looks like a foot. Yeah, he's kind of a weird looking critter. I don't know if I'm sure I guess he's white, but yeah, I was gonna say we need to get one of those white charts and put it next to Charlie Kirk and see if he is white enough to on the chart to be allowed to even stay here. He might have to go with all the shitholers. All right. Well, we have got to the end of the chat. People are probably going down because it's already 5 in the morning Eastern, so it's getting pretty late even on the West Coast. I don't know where people live, but and I could keep going, if we needed to, but we've covered some of the stuff tonight, and the Epstein stuff is just crazy, and we're just gonna have to keep chipping away at it. We're gonna have to keep not forgetting about it. They're always telling us never forget, but they sure do want us to forget this. Let me see how long we've been running. In fact, I can't see it here, so I gotta go inside to look. But yeah, we touched on a lot of stuff.
that I've been wanting to touch on. I had been wanting to talk about that statement that the Department of Justice or the FBI or the government, whoever it was, put out about the Epstein case being closed by them for good. We did cover the Epstein being alive still and his bank account still being used. We also covered that Bongino had quit and that Bondi has been fired. But those are just rumors. Can't confirm if those are true yet or not. Yeah, we went through quite a bit of stuff that I was hoping to get through. I know, of course, I will think of other things that I meant to talk about after the stream is over. But since, the count is going down a little bit and people are probably worn out, I think we did good enough for tonight that we can all just wrap it up and enjoy our Sabbath, get a nice rest this morning, and then wake up late and enjoy your Sabbath all day. And make sure you tell a loved one or a buddy or someone happy Sabbath to kind of force feed it into their life. And you do it with a smile. You do it friendly. You're not trying to force it into them like that. You're trying to secretly force it into them. And so you just do it where it's you, and you're just saying Happy Sabbath with a smile, and eventually they'll know it's your Sabbath, and that's why you're saying Happy Sabbath, because you mean happy your Sabbath. And then over time they'll end up saying it and just mean it about you and them. And that's the hope, and that's the theory, and it works pretty well. So, do what you can to do that. Make sure you say your Sabbath prayers this morning before you go to bed, or if you're super tired and pass out, or if you've already passed out, then make sure when you wake up to do your Sabbath prayers. It's super important. It's not my rule. It's just good advice, It'll keep you on good standing with God. And what else? I got to say hello, or a lot of several folks, I should say at least, that I have not got to respond to ever before or interact with before came along. So that was very nice to see. We're like Rise of the Right. Who else was here that was new that I don't remember seeing before? Well, maybe it wasn't several. Maybe it was literally only Rise of the Right. Oh no, there was what's the other one? I don't see her anymore in here. But there was the lady. I guess she deleted all her comments. Yep, she did. So whoever that was, probably a J, maybe not. But if they deleted all their comments, it sure seems like they were a J. Why else would they delete all their comments, So whoever that one was. And, but Rise of the Right, a great pleasure to have you visit tonight and stick around for so long. God bless you, and welcome around, and Tobias and Deborah of Christ and Vlad the Kebabber and Miss Loyal White Knight, and James was our first noticer, James Thomas. God bless all of y'all. Thaddeus, and so y'all were the active ones tonight that stopped by and been chatting it up. And so maybe I just lost her in the chat because it won't go all the way back. Maybe that's what's going on. It will only go back so far. So that's probably what it is. But there was another chatter here that was tonight. So maybe she didn't delete all her posts. I apologize if I just up and accused you of that like I did. And that really, maybe you're still listening and maybe you really didn't delete any of your stuff. And I just can't scroll back far enough to see it. So my apologies if that's the case. I didn't mean to call you Jay. I was just thinking if you had deleted all your comments, then perhaps you are. But it dawned on me that I can't go all the way back in the chat. So that's probably just the deal. But I hope that all of you have a pleasurable day tomorrow with our Lord and with loved ones or with a buddy, or if you're alone, at least be outside, admire the handiwork of God. You know, stare at some plants, stare at some animals, watch a bug walk around, and contemplate what's going through its little automaton mind. You know, and just admire the delicacy and the sophistication and complication of the inner workings of these little bugs, or that are walking around or flying around, or, you know, the plants, how, you know, the deal, just how everything has to be fully made perfect or it doesn't exist and can't exist, you know. A plant has to have all of its faculties right out of the gate. A critter has to have all of its faculties right out of the gate, you know. And it's proof that we are created, that we are not only created, but not that we're not only created, but we are created. We are an invention, therefore. And that means we have a creator. And that negates all this other scientism, imaginary Jewish garbage, you know. So hopefully everyone can stay in the grind, stay in the fight for white people. I have some ways of arguing against non-whites I'd like to share with y'all coming up. And one of them is an excellent closer. So after y'all have had a heated debate back and forth for a long time, I have an excellent thing for you to say to wrap it all up, where the non-white can't really be mad at you. And you're going to like it. You're going to be wowed by how effective and how just matter of fact, and how there's no way they can be upset with it at all. It's so good. And I can't wait to share it with y'all. But since it's already so far into this stream, I don't want to give that one out at the end of a 6 or 7 hour stream. I'd rather wait till we do the next one. And if someone reminds me, or if I remember on my own, I will make sure and tell you on the next one. But you're gonna like it. I promise you, I promise you, I promise you, you're going to like it. It's undefeatable. It's really good, and it's a closer that will not upset them. That's what makes it so good, because they can't be upset with you, because you'll see. You're gonna love it. You're gonna be totally impressed. It'll probably be the best thing you've ever heard me say on the whole channel. And it's going to give you this kind of exit, a closing statement to make to the non-whites who've been arguing with you. In the meantime, y'all have a lovely Sabbath. Have a wonderful weekend in general. And I'm hoping to do another stream sometime in the middle of this week. So I may do one. I'm probably going to skip tomorrow, but I may do one Tuesday night, or if I don't do Tuesday night, I'm hoping for Wednesday night, you know. So, I will not just have it on a slideshow, because I've already done the slideshow. Y'all have already seen the slideshow. I've done multiple slideshows, but y'all have already seen this one also. And so I will go back to doing internet surfing on the screen with y'all, and I'll start doing that next stream, unless something comes up, you know, and if I don't get home on time or whatever. But otherwise, free beer tomorrow. Hillary's going to Gitmo next week, and next stream I will give you that that nice little outro to finish up arguing with non-whites. All right, so God bless you all who are a part of my kindred people. Please don't forget your Sabbath prayers. Make sure you do them. And thank all of you for remembering Sabbath. That's the first word of the fourth commandment. Never forgetting it. And, you know, we'll win this thing together. It might take a hot minute, but we'll, you know, if we just persist on and perform as intended, God will bless our endeavor, and in the end, we win. Just always remember that no matter how bad we lose right now and how depressing it becomes and how awful it looks for white people and our future and our country's future, just give yourself solace as best you can by reminding yourself, even if you gotta remind yourself out loud, remind yourself, in the end, we win. You know? And I hope that can give you comfort in troubling times to remember that. And I hope it will help power you through whatever thing you are struggling against. Just remember, we win in the end. And that's what they're upset about. That's why they envy us. That's why they hate us. That's why they everything. You know what I mean? It's because they know in the end we win. So I can't wait to talk to y'all again. I can't wait to read your comments and questions next stream. If it wasn't already so late, I'd go another 2-3 hours, but I'm going to go ahead and just shut her down so everyone can get rest. And I love you all, and happy Sabbath to you all. And I look forward to talking to you as soon as possible again. Hopefully, maybe Tuesday night. That's what I'm hoping for. Okay? So, God bless. Take care.